Introduction. Transcending into the persona of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, he turns the tides of the Battle of the Trident, revitalizes the fortunes of his house, and embarks upon a divine journey. Subsequently, he initiates a series of spatial traversals, venturing into realms such as the Mummy Dimension, the world of the Lord of the Rings, and the universe of Warcraft, embarking on a path of conquest across the multiverse. Chapter 1. The Beginning Slaying Robert. A frigid northern wind blew relentlessly southward, refusing to linger in any one place. On this late summer night, even the waters of the southern rivers were chillingly cold, slicing through flesh like a blade, mingling with the blood that drenched the corpse sprawled at the riverbank. Unbeknownst to the world, unnoticed by all, a grayish aura enveloped a figure, crashing violently into the lifeless body. Before long, the eyelids of the corpse fluttered. Pain. The foamy blood that filled Su Tao's mouth rendered his cries indistinct, and the very sound of his agony threatened to choke him, almost suffocating him with his own blood. This brief moment of asphyxiation cleared his consciousness somewhat. Struggling to lift his head, he met a pair of grayish-brown eyes. The bloodstains on his face obscured his vision, but through the haze, he perceived a mixture of disdain and astonishment within those eyes. The owner of those eyes was a giant, clad in armor, wielding a spiked iron mace, and crowned with a fearsome, antlered helmet. What in the world? Su Tao spat out the blood foam and forced a sound from his throat, his ears still ringing with a deafening hum, akin to a third-rate band playing at full volume beside him. He felt utterly bewildered, struggling to recall the events that led him here. How did he end up in this predicament? Hadn't he merely picked up a coin from the street, pocketing it out of curiosity, as cash had become a rarity in his time? Then, after pocketing the money, he felt a dizzy spell and, upon regaining consciousness, found himself in this strange place. With this realization, Su Tao began to comprehend that he had indeed traversed worlds and had just inhabited the body of someone recently slain. Quite novel, and thankfully, no foul odor of decay. The giant spoke, his voice booming, matching his imposing stature. You've got quite the resilience, surviving my blow. Upon hearing this, Su Tao's gaze shifted to the mace, where blood dripped ominously, stirring a sense of unease within him. He lowered his head slightly, wishing to ascertain his own condition. A wave of metallic scent surged through him. Fortunately, all limbs were intact, and he felt whole between his legs. Su Tao then noticed that he too was clad in black armor, intricately adorned, hinting at a significant identity. Upon his chestplate, he observed the engravings of unknown creatures, resembling Western lizard dragons. These dragons appeared to be embellished with red, glass-like objects, which, considering the opulence of his armor, were likely precious gems. Bathed in the afternoon sun, these gems sparkled brilliantly. Turning his head slightly, he caught sight of a soldier beside him, specifically the wet gemstones in his grasp, as if they had just been fished out of the river. He exchanged glances with the soldier. Are these gems mine? The soldier, holding a fragment of a ruby, froze momentarily, his expression shifting multiple times, before suddenly thrusting his spear towards Rhaegar. Damn it! Had he known better, he would have withheld his words. Was he about to meet his demise again? Bang! Su Tao felt a rush of wind pass by his ear, followed by a sound akin to a ripe watermelon bursting in summer. The soldier, aiming for him, lost his heat, or rather, it became a mangled mess. This is my duel with him, why do you meddle? The giant grumbled, swinging his mace in irritation. Yet what astounded Su Tao even more was what followed. From the soldier's severed neck surged a thick, grayish aura, slithering like a serpent, twisting and writhing in the air, before darting straight towards Su Tao. Before he could utter a sound of surprise, the aura entered his body. As it flowed in, a sensation akin to being submerged in warm milk radiated from his spine throughout his being, culminating in an explosion within his mind. Miraculously, the fatal wound on his chest began to awaken, tinged with a tingling, almost ant-like sensation. Su Tao recognized that the wound was healing. Then, memories surged forth. An influx of recollections belonging to this corpse flooded his mind. It turned out that the towering giant before him was Robert, not yet crowned king. And he was Rhaegar Targaryen, the eldest son of the Mad King Aerys II, the legitimate heir to the Targaryen dynasty. This was the Trident, the very site of a decisive battle that would shape the future of House Targaryen. So, I have become Rhaegar. Well then, I shall live on as Su Tao in the guise of Rhaegar. Boy, are you still distracted while facing me in combat? The booming voice echoed, unmistakably Robert, in the prime of his life, a veritable pinnacle of martial prowess across the continent. Yet Rhaegar was no slouch either, capable of exchanging blows with his elite guard. Moreover, with the infusion of the gray aura, he could feel it coursing through his veins alongside his blood. With sword in hand, he silently summoned the gray energy within him. It stirred. The gray aura began to flow toward the steel sword he wielded. As it infused the blade, a subtle tremor ensued, and a glimmer of light emerged. Initially, the red glow resembled the faint flicker of a candle, threatening to extinguish at any moment. But soon it transformed into the brilliance of a torch, and then blossomed into the radiance of a rising sun. What a magnificent light it was, so strikingly red that the afternoon sun paled in comparison to the glow of the sword. Robert was taken aback. The surrounding soldiers were equally astonished. The battlefield, once filled with roars and cries, fell silent in the wake of Rhaegar's display. Rhaegar raised the sword high, the crimson glow enveloping him, rendering him a figure of blazing fire. Robert, feel the approach of death. This is the wrath of the true dragon. Rhaegar swung the sword directly at Robert. Robert dared not meet the gaze of the sword, its radiant brilliance consuming its entirety. He had no understanding of its trajectory, only managing to raise his long-time iron mace in defense. Slash! The ear-piercing sound reverberated in Robert's ears as he looked on in horror, witnessing his trusty mace cleaved in two by Rhaegar's sword, soon followed by his own body. A searing pain coursed through him, as if his body were being torn asunder. It was unbearable, but before he could cry out, consciousness slipped away. In his final moments, he pondered the duel, bewildered by the sword's luminescence. Could it be true? Was he truly facing a dragon? Robert lay dead. The giant Robert, adorned with a black embroidered stag on his chest and a helmet embellished with iron antlers, lost his life in this battle. Rhaegar, wielding his longsword, cleaved Robert in two. Chapter 2, Eddard. A continuous stream of gray mist emanated from Robert's lifeless body, entwining and coiling like a great serpent, infusing Rhaegar with its essence. Rhaegar could distinctly feel an enhancement coursing through every part of his being. His strength, agility, and mastery over his own body had reached unparalleled heights. Yet the gray mist showed no signs of abating, incessantly pouring into Rhaegar, coalescing within him from a vaporous form into a liquid, and eventually solidifying into a rounded pellet. However, a greater influx of this mist, after swirling within, was absorbed by an unknown entity. Rhaegar speculated it might be that coin. As he reveled in the exquisite sensations coursing through him, he lowered his gaze upon the dismembered corpse he had wrought, observing the blood-soaked remnants that transformed the ground into a crimson river. He fought back the urge to vomit as he accepted his true dragon banner from the hands of a soldier. The banner, crafted from black silk, was embroidered with a three-headed red dragon spouting flames, the emblem of House Targaryen. Rhaegar raised his banner skyward. The fierce wind unfurled the black, triangular flag, causing it to snap audibly, as if the three-headed dragon were soaring aloft. In that moment, Rhaegar, banner held high, resembled a divine being descending from the heavens, or perhaps the sun rising above the horizon. Victory! Rhaegar bellowed to the battlefield. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the scene, only to be shattered by a thunderous roar as the crowd erupted in unison. Long live Prince Rhaegar! Amidst the jubilant cries, a heart-wrenching shout pierced through the air. Rhaegar turned to see a middle-aged man, cloaked in furs and clad in hardened leather armor, charging towards him heedlessly with several followers. His flowing brown hair danced in the wind, causing Rhaegar's eyes to narrow. He then discerned the family crest emblazoned on the leather armor. A direwolf. "Oh, it is you, Eddard Stark," Rhaegar said with a smile. He understood Eddard's reckless charge was fueled by desire for vengeance, for he was a steadfast brother-in-arms to Robert. Yet, Rhaegar remained unperturbed, not merely because the war was nearing its conclusion, nor solely due to his own formidable prowess, but because more and more of Rhaegar's own soldiers were gathering around him. War, after all, is not a solitary endeavor. The first to arrive was not the furious Eddard, but Ser Barristan Selmy, a member of the Kingsguard, a man of resolute demeanor, nearing 40, with a robust physique and a neatly trimmed beard speckled with gray. The intricately crafted white-scaled armor he wore was the hallmark of the Kingsguard. However, the battlefield had taken its toll on him, with numerous arrows, spear, and sword wounds marring his form. Even the once gleaming white armor was now marred and stained. The once pristine white of his cloak was now darkened by blood. "Your Grace," Ser Barristan exclaimed, his voice tinged with palpable relief. "It is wonderful to see you, your grace. With Robert's demise, our chances of victory have greatly increased. Where is John Derry?" Rhaegar inquired of Ser Barristan. "Your grace, he has perished in battle," Ser Barristan replied, his tone now sorrowful. "John was also a member of the Kingsguard, a dear friend and sworn brother." "Enough," Rhaegar said, patting Barristan's shoulder. "This is not a time for mourning. Come, let us rid ourselves of these treasonous scoundrels." "Yes," Ser Barristan replied, taking up Rhaegar's true dragon banner and raising it high. The banner billowed in the wind, rallying more soldiers beneath its folds. Not only were there those loyal to Rhaegar, but also some who had surrendered, once supporters of Robert, opposed to both Rhaegar and his father, the Mad King. Eddard arrived, leading his northern soldiers to confront Rhaegar. Following Robert's death, Eddard had taken up the mantle of leadership against the Royalists. Both factions, now stripped of their gloves, raised their great swords towards Rhaegar, solemnly declaring, "Damn you! How dare you treat Robert thus? I, Eddard Stark, Duke of Winterfell and Protector of the North, challenge you in the name of the gods." Rhaegar listened intently, his gaze fixed upon Eddard's dark, smoke-like greatsword. Rhaegar was no stranger to Eddard's blade. It was a Valyrian steel sword, crafted from the legendary Valyrian steel, renowned as a superb weapon. Once Eddard finished his declaration, Rhaegar finally turned his attention back to him. "Are you suggesting that others conspired against him, and I should show them mercy and offer an apology? Damn it, how can you desecrate the dead?" Eddard's anger flared instantly. His father, his older brother, and even his sister had all suffered misfortunes at the hands of House Targaryen. Now, even his own brother lay slain before him. How could Eddard not be enraged? With a fierce swing, Eddard's great sword cut through the air, accompanied by the mingled scents of leather and blood assaulting Rhaegar's senses. He was a warrior of unmatched valor. Rhaegar raised a hand, halting Barristan and the others from advancing, and charged forward with his own sword. Slow, too slow. As his pupils dilated, Eddard's movements seemed to decelerate. In a few swift strides, Rhaegar stood before Eddard, who still bore an expression of astonishment. How could it be? How could he be so fast? But Rhaegar paid no heed to Eddard's shock. He seized Eddard's cloak, bent his knees, and, with a forceful tug, hurled Eddard to the ground. With a thud, Eddard felt his back numb, a sharp pain radiating from his spine, leaving him momentarily dazed. An instant later, a steel blade rested against his throat. As Eddard attempted to lift his head, the razor-sharp edge forced him back down. Then came a cold, detached voice. "Die or Adana Black. Eddard, choose one." Rhaegar's voice echoed in Eddard's mind. Eddard felt bewildered, as did the surrounding soldiers. The northern soldiers were particularly perplexed, unable to comprehend why their leader, the protector of the North, Eddard Stark, had fallen after just one exchange. Chapter 3. The Triumph of War. As Eddard's Adam's apple descended, it was cleaved by the blade. "You have triumphed, Prince Rhaegar." Eddard found it hard to fathom that he could not withstand even a single blow. He could only close his eyes. "Whether he faced death or donned the black garb was contingent upon you, Prince Rhaegar. You are quite astute," he remarked. A hint of derision flickered across Rhaegar's face, yet his words were imbued with an icy detachment. "In my capacity as the heir of House Targaryen, Prince of Dragonstone, and Hand of the King, I hereby declare you Eddard Stark a usurper." Rhaegar's gaze shifted downward to Eddard. He could not bring himself to execute Eddard, despite his own desire to do so. After all, Eddard was Lyanna's brother and the protector of the North, a figure of considerable authority whose family had deep roots in the region, commanding a multitude of vassals. Rhaegar was reluctant to escalate the conflict further, as a war between the North and the Crownlands would only serve to benefit the Lions of the West. The position of the North would remain under the Stark family's governance, but it would no longer belong to you. Instead, it would pass to your brother, Benjen Stark. You must don the black garb and journey to the Wall to serve as a night's watchman, seeking atonement for the remainder of your days. Regarding your wife, though she is the daughter of Jon Arryn, she shall retain her title as Duchess, with the condition that she must present herself before me in King's Landing." Rhaegar's voice, bolstered by the currents within him, resonated clearly across the Trident. "Long live the king." The cheers erupted from various corners of the battlefield. The soldiers and nobles who had rallied behind Robert and Eddard exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting their dismay, ultimately laying down their arms under the pressure of Rhaegar's forces. With both hands raised, Rhaegar signaled for silence. "My valiant soldiers," his voice echoed in the ears of the assembled troops, and in an instant, the tumult of the battlefield fell silent, perhaps in less than half a breath. "My soldiers, we have not yet achieved victory. The war endures. And as long as those greedy souls have not laid down their weapons, we must not relent for a single moment. Charge forth, my warriors, toward those enemies who refuse to disarm. Onward, for the prince. Ser Barristan led the charge, swiftly answering Rhaegar's call, followed by a chorus of battle cries from the soldiers. Flesh and blood are as grass, my body is a blade. Charge! Prince Rhaegar led the Crownlands army in a fierce assault against the only remaining organized flank of the rebels. This left flank was originally designated as the primary offensive direction for House Martell, overseen by Prince Lewin. However, from the outset of the battle, Prince Lewin had been slain by Ser Lyn with a swift strike. A tempest of arrows whistled through the air, a relentless barrage, as the rebels on the left flank made their desperate yet futile stand. The deaths of their two leaders, one slain and the other captured, had already sapped their confidence, rendering their attempts at resistance feeble. Countless loyalist soldiers surged forth like a tide, sweeping toward the rebellious forces on the left flank. The fierce flames of war have once again spread, and after a grim and bloody conflict, the rebel forces on the left flank have been vanquished. The war has reached a temporary cessation, and the Valyrian steel sword, Lady of the Silence, belonging to the mightiest knight of House Cobray, has come into the hands of Prince Rhaegar, who toys with it in the aftermath of the battle. The ruby embedded at the hilt glimmers like a blazing flame beneath the waning sunlight. Rhaegar raises Lady of the Silence high into the air, against the backdrop of the evening glow, proclaiming loudly, "Victory! Victory!" In the year 283 of the Age of Aegon, Prince Rhaegar triumphed over Robert Baratheon at the Battle of the Trident, defeating Eddard Stark and single-handedly altering the course of the conflict, thus heralding the conclusion of the War of the Usurper. The riverbank, scattered with rubies from Rhaegar's breastplate, has since been referred to as Dragon's Rage by the scholars of Old Town, a name that has endured through the ages. A campfire has been kindled, and nearly 40,000 soldiers will encamp for the night by the shallow banks of the river. Numerous tents made of linen or canvas have been erected, while outside these tents, many soldiers are busy driving sharpened wooden stakes into the ground, a task of utmost priority. Rhaegar's pavilion, situated near the water's edge, is the largest and most opulent structure in the entire encampment, woven from golden threads and black silk, casting an elongated shadow in the twilight. Seated before the crackling fire, Rhaegar and Ser Barristan revel in the aroma of succulent roasted meat sizzling over the flames, its juices dripping enticingly. Yet, as he gazes into the dancing flames, Rhaegar's expression grows somber. The victory has come at a steep price, with two of the Kingsguard lost in the fray. Ser Barristan, Rhaegar inquires, "Do you have any recommendations for candidates to fill the ranks of the Kingsguard?" At this, Ser Barristan falls silent, caught between sorrow and contemplation. In a single day, the sworn brothers Lewin and Darry have perished, and he is now mulling over the vacancy left in the Kingsguard. "Your Highness, what of Ser Willem Darry, the instructor from the Red Keep?" Indeed, he is also the brother of Jon Darry. A loyal family, brothers sworn to each other. He would be a worthy candidate. A smile breaks upon Rhaegar's face. "And the other?" "Ser Brynden Tully," Ser Barristan hesitantly suggests. "The Tully family of Riverrun?" Upon hearing this name, Rhaegar's brow furrows as anticipated by Ser Barristan. Although Rhaegar has been replaced by Su Tao from a future era, he is well aware of Ser Brynden Tully's capabilities. He possesses remarkable leadership skills and exceptional martial prowess, a formidable warrior whose reputation as a military genius resonates throughout the continent. However, he is the brother of the current head of House Tully, a family that stood with Robert during the War of the Usurper. To comprehend the significance of Catelyn, the eldest daughter of House Tully, one must recognize that she is the wife of Eddard, and the purpose of the Kingsguard is to protect House Targaryen. This very notion instilled a sense of caution in Rhaegar. "Your Highness, Brynden, in his youth, served as a squire under Lord Darry, and loyalty is ingrained in his very essence." Rhaegar understood the implication. The Darry family are loyalists to House Targaryen. Ser Barristan continued, "Your Highness, although he is the brother of Horst, his political views diverge entirely from those of his sibling. He has renounced the Tully family and altered his personal sigil, now known as Blackfish Brynden." Ultimately, Rhaegar was swayed by Ser Barristan's words. "Very well, since these two are recommended by Ser Barristan, they shall certainly fulfill their duties as members of the Kingsguard." Chapter 4. The enfeoffment of the Kingsguard. Ser Brynden was summoned by Rhaegar, arriving as a loyal ally. He was a middle-aged man with a head of gray hair, pronounced brows, and blue eyes, clad in finely wrought steel armor bearing the scars of battle, much like his weathered visage. Upon his armor was emblazoned his family crest, a black trout leaping from the water. Rhaegar's first utterance left the man momentarily bewildered. "Ser Brynden, are you willing to join the Kingsguard and protect the bloodline of House Targaryen?" Brendan was taken aback, cautiously responding, "Your Highness, I am of House Tully." His voice was somewhat hoarse, yet his words remained discernible. Rhaegar waved his hand. "I am aware. Within the Kingsguard, loyalty transcends lineage. Given the Targaryen family's dominion over this continent for centuries, the object of loyalty is self-evident." Brendan comprehended the weight of the moment. He knelt before Rhaegar, declaring, "Your Highness, I am willing to join the Kingsguard." Rhaegar nodded, drawing forth a long sword, a Valyrian steel blade known as the Lady of Silence, which had been seized from the battlefield. With solemnity, Rhaegar placed the sword upon Brendan's right shoulder, proclaiming, "By the grace of the gods, in the name of the Father, I bestow upon you justice." The sword then shifted to his left shoulder. "In the name of the Mother, I grant you mercy." Returning to the right shoulder, "In the name of the Warrior, I bestow upon you courage." Once more to the left shoulder, "In the name of the Maiden, I grant you purity." The blade returned to the right shoulder. "In the name of the Smith, I bestow upon you strength." Shifting to the left shoulder again, "In the name of the Crone, I grant you wisdom." Finally, Rhaegar lightly touched Brendan's right shoulder once more. "In the name of House Targaryen, I bestow upon you loyalty." As Rhaegar's words resonated, the blade of the Lady of Silence began to radiate a brilliant light, akin to the glow of embers, which gradually enveloped Brendan, infusing his very being with this luminous essence. In that moment, as he knelt, Brendan's body trembled violently, sweat beading upon his brow, radiating an intense heat. In that moment, his consciousness seemed to transcend into an extraordinary realm, enveloped by a nebulous chaos resembling clouds and mist. At the center of this space stood an imposing silhouette, which suddenly ignited in flames so brilliant that it illuminated the true nature of the shadow. It was none other than Rhaegar. He knelt before the statue of Rhaegar, and at that very instant, the statue emitted a radiant beam of light that surged into his being. Brendan slowly opened his eyes, beholding Rhaegar and also Balistan. "Sir Brendan, you are now a member of the Kingsguard," Rhaegar proclaimed, extending the sword, Lady of the Whispering, to him. Brendan accepted the Valyrian steel sword with both hands, not in rejection, but with a solemn expression. "Your Highness, I, Brendan, shall eternally follow in your footsteps." "What say you, Sir Brendan? How do you feel now?" Brendan seemed to sense the transformations within himself before replying to Rhaegar. "Your Highness, I feel as though I could vanquish 5, no, perhaps even more of my former selves." Hesitating momentarily, Brendan extended his palm, a faint red luminescence shimmering between his fingers. Balistan was astounded. Brendan possessed the fury of House Targaryen, a phenomenon they referred to as the true dragoness wrath. Could it truly be a blessing from Prince Rhaegar? In that moment, the loyal and gentle Kingsguard revealed a hint of yearning in his eyes. Rhaegar, perceiving the desire in Balistan's gaze and the uncertainty in Brendan's, merely smiled. He then extended his right hand, and a warm light, akin to the dawn's sun, flowed from Rhaegar into Balistan. The same miraculous occurrence unfolded for Balistan, who, without exception, beheld the statue of Rhaegar. This was indeed a blessing from Prince Rhaegar. Balistan now regarded him with a fervor akin to that of a fervent devotee. "Much like Brendan, you both should now possess a flow of energy within you, similar to mine," Rhaegar inquired. Exchanging glances, Balistan and Brendan nodded in affirmation. "I shall refer to this energy as fighting spirit," Rhaegar said, a smile gracing his lips. "The energy you now harbor is but a seed of fighting spirit. It can flourish through the trials of battle or through the relentless pursuit of overcoming your physical limits. Train diligently." He then observed the glow between their hands, stroking his chin in contemplation of their levels of capability, aware that the disparity in strength necessitated a classification to distinguish between them. "If you can manifest your fighting spirit, then you may be considered Bronze Knights." Brendan and others remain uncertain about the precise meaning of the Bronze Knight. Yet they can surmise that this figure represents a new echelon among knights. Indeed, Rhaegar finds himself in high spirits, acutely aware of the benefits of the current flow. Not only does it empower him, but it also fortifies others. However, he has yet to locate the elusive coin, having searched his entire being in vain. Nonetheless, this trivial matter does not dampen his mood. He clutches a horn cup, filling it with a dark brown liquid from a barrel nestled in the corner of the fire, which is none other than beer. He takes a hearty gulp, feeling it swirl like a fiery serpent in his throat, its potency stinging his eyes. "Your Highness, should we not summon Ser Giro and the others back?" Balistan's words plunge Rhaegar into contemplation, for he is at a loss on how to confront that woman, Lyanna Stark. It is worth noting that the soul that once belonged to Rhaegar has vanished. Though his memories remain, they feel like a distant film, evoking little emotional response in the present. After a brief hesitation, Rhaegar concludes that it is indeed time to retrieve the White Bull and his companions. The White Bull, specifically the captain of the Kingsguard, Ser Jorah Hightower, is currently stationed at the Tower of Joy with the remaining 2 Kingsguard, the Dawn of Dusk and Oswell Went, guarding Rhaegar's second lady, Lyanna Stark. However, we must first return to King's Landing and send a message via carrier pigeon to assure them not to worry. Once matters in King's Landing are settled, I shall personally bring them back. The Tower of Joy, a circular structure in the southern part of the continent, near the Crimson Mountains of Dorne, is quite distant for Rhaegar. He has more pressing matters to attend to. In King's Landing, a mad king awaits him, while in the west, a lion lurks with predatory intent. Chapter 5. Forcing the King to Abdicate. Part 1. The Red Keep, the royal palace of House Targaryen, rests atop the Aegon Hill in the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, King's Landing. King Aerys, too, adorned with his magnificent, yet heavy crown intricately embossed with dragon motifs, sits upon the Iron Throne. Beneath this throne kneels an elderly man, the current hand of the king, Lord Catelyn Tully. Your Majesty, you must not. You absolutely must not set the entirety of King's Landing ablaze, he implores desperately. Upon discovering the king's intention to ignite the wildfire buried beneath the city in the face of unfavorable warfare, he has come forth. Yet, the king remains as mad as ever, his gaze growing sharper and colder as he addresses his hand. You are my hand, yet you do not support me? Your Majesty, those pyromancers are deceiving you. We cannot sacrifice the lives of hundreds of thousands of citizens. Enough. Aerys II's furious roar reverberates throughout the grand hall. Bring forth the wildfire. Douse him with it. Let him feel the wrath of the true dragon. As you command, my king. A group of men clad in coarse linen robes emerged from the dim recesses of the hall, each cradling a canister filled with a viscous green liquid resembling water from a pond overrun with algae. This was none other than the notorious wildfire canister. Observing this, the hand of the king, Earl Colton Chester, let out a deep sigh, followed by a bitter smile as he tore off the prime minister's necklace and flung it to the floor. Come forth, you band of alchemical charlatans, he declared. The liquid was poured over the hand of the king, and in an instant, he was engulfed in green flames. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from his lips, echoing throughout the royal hall. His entire form transformed visibly from crimson to charred black, ultimately reducing him to a pile of ash. Hysterical laughter erupted from the lips of King Aerys II. Let us see who dares defy the command of the true dragon. Lord Rosat, the leading robed figure, stepped forward, revealing himself to be the head of the Royal Alchemist Guild. He bowed and proclaimed, "You shall become my new hand of the king." "Thank you, your majesty." Meanwhile, Rhaegar was leading his army, departing through the morning mist along the King's Road, preparing to return to King's Landing. 2 columns, comprising a total of 16 soldiers, marched at the forefront, beating drums larger than their own bodies, producing a slow and resounding rhythm. Behind them, the soldiers maintained their ranks, advancing in step with the drumbeats, their spear tips glinting with a metallic sheen in the pale sunlight. Clad in a black cloak trimmed with red satin, Rhaegar bore armor and a shield adorned with 3 roaring enamel dragon heads. At that moment, he rode a magnificent black steed, guiding his army along the King's Road, which stretched out before him. A gentle breeze caressed his face, mingling with the faint scent of animal dung. To Rhaegar, this odor was but a fragrant promise as they neared King's Landing. Even several miles from the city, an acrid stench wafted on the wind, an amalgamation of various foul odors. Upon catching a whiff of this scent, Rhaegar knew they were not far from their destination. Indeed, chaotic rows of shanties began to appear on either side of the road, home to the impoverished who could not afford the city entrance fee and were thus relegated to dwell outside its walls. Numerous destitute figures clad in coarse linen emerged from these shanties, kneeling in the mud at the sight of the soaring black, 3-headed dragon banner, oblivious to the filth beneath them. In stark contrast to these shanties and the impoverished populace stood the sprawling, gray-white city walls. King's Landing, the capital of the 7 kingdoms and the most prosperous city on the continent, now unfolded before Rhaegar's gaze, expanding endlessly. Perched high atop the Aegon Hills, the Red Keep came into view, the ancestral home of his family for generations. At this moment, the black flag fluttering atop the Red Keep contrasts beautifully against the rose-tinted clouds, lending a touch of softness to the immense and imposing fortress. 3 centuries ago, this place, King's Landing, was merely a humble fishing village, inhabited by a handful of fishermen who settled along the banks of the Blackwater River. It was his ancestor, the conqueror Aegon, who first erected the rudimentary structure of King's Landing using timber and clay. Now, as Rhaegar gazes out, the sturdy walls of the city have transformed into a bustling urban landscape. To Rhaegar, the entire city flows like a surging spring, cascading down from the three hills. With rooftops of various buildings arranged in harmonious disarray, resembling gentle ripples of water, expanding outward until they reach the coastal docks. Though the distance is considerable, Rhaegar seems to hear the vibrant sounds of the marketplace. King's Landing, I have arrived. A surge of emotion swells within Rhaegar as he urges his steed into a gallop, followed closely by a contingent of cavalry led by Brynden and Balon. With his keen eyesight, Rhaegar spots the heavy gate crafted from dark iron wood, adorned with black iron rings, the very gate of King's Landing. Yet, at this moment, it stands firmly closed, seemingly denying Rhaegar entry. My dear son, what brings you here? A voice from the ramparts draws Rhaegar's gaze upward. The speaker is gaunt, draped in an exquisitely ornate purple robe that appears almost like a sack over his frame. His tangled hair cascading past his shoulders, with only the finely crafted crown lending him an air of majesty. Father, Rhaegar inclines slightly from his mount. I have vanquished the usurper's army. Of course I have returned. This posture draws a frown from King Aerys II atop the walls. Before Aerys II can respond, Rhaegar casts forth the severed head of Robert, reattached by the army's physician, yet still splintered upon impact with the ground. I do not believe it, my son. My subjects declare that you are more fit to be king than I. Aerys II's eyes flash with malice, fixated on Rhaegar. You have come to usurp my throne, have you not? The cavalry trailing Rhaegar is momentarily taken aback, and Rhaegar himself is struck dumb by the depth of this mistrust. He falls silent, his gaze drawn to the black flag billowing on the city walls, the very place where the three-headed dragon once unleashed its fiery wrath, lost in contemplation. To Aerys II, Rhaegar's silence is an admission of guilt, a manifestation of fear after having his conspiracy unveiled. Huh, indeed, you are silent. You seek the throne for yourself. My suspicions were correct. Even my own son wishes to betray me. I am the king. I am the true dragon. Madness begins to flicker in Aerys II's eyes. Rhaegar, my beloved son, do you wish to become king? I shall make you the king of ashes, ruling over a city filled with charred skeletons and roasted flesh. Chapter 6. Forcing the king to abdicate. Part 2. Rosat Iris II, now king, commanded the former fire sorcerer with unyielding authority, burn the entire city of King's Landing. Leave nothing for this treacherous son. Huh, my dear son, you cannot fathom that I have long since buried numerous wildfire jars throughout the city. Soon, all of King's Landing shall ascend to the heavens alongside me. Madness, sheer madness. Those who heard these words silently defined this crown-wearing old man as a lunatic. My king, I beg your forgiveness. I cannot allow you to destroy the legacy established by our ancestors. Rhaegar proclaimed from atop his steed, soldiers on the walls. I, Prince Rhaegar, the true blood of House Targaryen, command you to seize Aerys II, my father, and bind him. Huh, let us see who dares, came a resounding voice. The first to respond to Rhaegar's command. Your Majesty, I must apologize, but Prince Rhaegar's orders take precedence over yours. Aerys II turned to see the tall, gallant figure of the Kingsguard, Jaime Lannister, his golden hair billowing. Rage twisted into a smile on the king's face. So, the Lannister boy has courage after all. Like your father, you are a lion that can never be sated, a beast. Your Majesty, you have grown old. It is time for you to abdicate. Prince Rhaegar would make a far superior king. Curse you. Aerys II bellowed, interrupting Jaime, lunging forward with his long, pointed nails. He would not allow any sharp object to approach him. Jaime, with a flicker of derision in his bright blue eyes, deftly sidestepped, extending his leg to trip the unfortunate old man. Then, with a swift motion, Jaime found himself at the back of Aerys II, striking him into unconsciousness. Open the gates. Jaime roared, akin to a lion's fierce roar, welcoming Prince Rhaegar into the city. With a creaking sound that grated on the teeth, the heavy gates of King's Landing began to part. A knight clad in gleaming white armor, wearing a smile, led the charge toward Rhaegar and his companions. Rhaegar squinted slightly. The figure could only be the Lion of House Lannister, the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister. Rhaegar held no affection for the Lannister family, but he saw fit to maintain a facade of cordiality. Ha ha. Rhaegar laughed heartily as he approached Jaime, embracing him briefly before patting Jaime on the shoulder. Jaime, did you open the gates? Indeed, Your Highness. I answered your call and rendered Aerys II unconscious, Jaime replied, causing Rhaegar's smile to falter, while Barristan and Brynden exchanged startled glances, then glowered in anger. How dare you? Barristan shouted at Jaime, his earlier mirth evaporating. Do you not understand that the Kingsguard was established to protect the Targaryen bloodline? You have betrayed your oath. Jaime Lannister's expression was far from pleasant. The Kingsguard had audaciously violated his sacred oath. Yet, The command to bind the king was his own decree, and Jaime had adhered strictly to his principles. Your Highness, Jaime declared, kneeling on one knee. As a member of the Kingsguard, you have forsaken the oath you were sworn to uphold. I must impose a punishment upon you. You can no longer serve as a Kingsguard. The smile on Jaime's face instantly vanished. Being stripped of his Kingsguard title was a profound humiliation, for the oath of the Kingsguard was meant to be a lifelong commitment, only absolved by death. He believed Prince Rhaegar would defend him. Your Highness, I acted under your command. I am aware, Jaime, Rhaegar replied, gripping the whip. Thus, I shall reward you for your obedience and your decisive action that has safeguarded King's Landing. I appoint you as the commander of the City Guard, tasked with maintaining the security of the entire realm. The City Guard, also known as the Gold Cloaks, served as the official military and enforcers within King's Landing, answering solely to the crown. Upon hearing this, Jaime knelt again. I must obey your command, Your Highness. However, what of the former commander, Lord Meryn Trant? Rhaegar's disdain was evident as he heard the name. The wildfire is already concealed beneath the entirety of King's Landing. What does that signify? Let him become the captain of the Iron Gate. Understood, Your Highness, Jaime acknowledged, comprehending the gravity of the situation. You are responsible for uncovering the wildfire hidden within King's Landing, Rhaegar instructed Jaime, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. Alas, my father has left behind a perilous legacy. I feel as though the throne I am destined to occupy is akin to a powder keg. At your command, Your Highness, Jaime bowed his head, vowing not to disappoint Rhaegar's high expectations. By the way, my father, Tywin Lannister, has responded to the king's summons and is leading an army of the Westerlands towards King's Landing to offer support. Oh, Rhaegar's tone took on a significant note upon hearing this news. How timely indeed. How many soldiers does he bring? Rhaegar had not forgotten the countless ravens his father had dispatched to Casterly Rock, regrettably receiving no replies. Now, they arrived, eager to pledge loyalty, perhaps with ulterior motives. Forgive me, Your Highness, but my father leads an army of 12,000 men. Such a large force requires time to assemble, Jaime explained. Remember, Jaime, you are a vassal of the crown, not your father's lord of the Westerlands. Rhaegar paused, emphasizing his point. Yes, Jaime replied. Enter the city, Rhaegar commanded. And with that, the drums of war echoed once more. Rhaegar's 40,000 troops surged into King's Landing like a resplendent river forged of pure steel. As they reveled in the cheers of the city's citizens, Rhaegar ascended to the castle, standing before Aerys II, his father. At that moment, the king was bound tightly, appearing pitifully diminished, far from the image of a sovereign. Rhaegar gazed quietly at his father, the once mighty man now frail, nearing the end of his days despite being only 40 years old. Father, it is time for you to abdicate. The once reticent King Aerys II was stirred by these words, his anger igniting within him. I should truly set you ablaze. Silent, Rhaegar did not respond further. Instead, he reached out and lifted the crown adorned with dragon motifs from Aerys II's head. This golden diadem, embedded with rubies and black diamonds, was carefully placed upon his own luxurious silver mane. He would declare himself king, assuming the throne of this dynasty from his father. Chapter 7. Ascension to the throne. The imposing, pale red walls encircled a vast square fortress perched upon a hill, the Red Keep. As the oiled iron chains creaked, the first iron portcullis was raised. Rhaegar, accompanied by 100 cavalry guards and a dozen black banners held aloft, slowly traversed the lofty bronze gates of the Red Keep. Indeed, the grand entrance was forged entirely from bronze, a rarity and a testament to opulence, unlike the wooden gates of King's Landing, merely clad in black iron. Upon exiting the castle's towering gates, a cobblestone plaza unfurled before him. Welcome, Your Majesty, rang the salute as armored guards, their steel helms gleaming, knelt in perfect formation before the square. These men, the sworn protectors of the Red Keep, formed a second line of defense for the king, numbering in the hundreds. At the forefront knelt a robust figure clad in battle armor, his gray beard reminiscent of leather. Rhaegar dismounted and addressed the burly man. Ser Willem, it has been a long time. This man was Ser Willem Darry, the master-at-arms of the Red Keep, from whom Rhaegar had sought counsel in his youth. Your Grace, no? Your Majesty, Ser Willem replied, maintaining his humility while offering respectful greetings to Rhaegar. I regret to inform you that your brother, Ser Jon Darry, has fallen. Your Majesty, I am already aware. I knew upon seeing the absence of his presence among your Kingsguard. Ser Willem's eyes flickered with sorrow before resolute determination took its place. Do take heart, Rhaegar paused, then continued. Ser Willem, I wish to bestow upon you the title of the new Kingsguard, to replace your brother's position. What do you think? Your Majesty, may I truly? The prospect made Ser Willem's heart race. Being chosen for the King's Guard was an immense honor. Your Majesty, my skill pales in comparison to my brother's and that of the esteemed King's Guard. He expressed doubt, fearing he might disappoint Rhaegar's high expectations. Nay, loyalty surpasses skill. Rhaegar gently shook his head, affirming, and you, Sir Willem Derry, your loyalty is undeniable. Tears welled in Sir Willem's eyes. Rhaegar drew the long sword from his waist, a blade of fine steel that glimmered with a blue sheen. Following the ceremonial process of bestowing knighthood as he had done for Sir Brynden, he conferred upon Sir Willem Derry the title of Kingsguard, much like the gift bestowed upon Blynden and Bollistan by Rhaegar. He also granted William the ethereal flow of grey energy. William underwent a profound transformation, experiencing a baptism of the body and the flourishing of his fighting spirit. Your Majesty, William was astonished by the changes within himself. He felt as though he could lift a bull with a single hand, a notion utterly remarkable. William, this is a gift from Prince Rhaegar, Bollistan interjected, his palm glowing with a crimson light as he endeavored to channel his inner fighting spirit. If you can achieve this, you will ascend to our ranks, becoming a bronze knight. Indeed, William attempted to summon the energy within him, and with a mere thought, the fighting spirit surged to his palm, casting a red hue upon his fingers. Bravo, you are now a bronze knight. At that moment, a nearby guard retrieved a set of royal iron guard armor from the White Sword Tower, longsword, white armor, white shield, and a pure white cloak, adorning William with these regal garments. Rhaegar's retinue of loyal guards now swelled to 3. With these steadfast sentinels at his side, Rhaegar traversed the cobblestone square and pushed open the oak door edged in bronze. Entering the throne room, stepping onto a carpet adorned with exquisite patterns, Rhaegar surveyed the opulence of this hall. Towering windows flanked either side, embedded with stained glass, through which sunlight streamed, transforming into a spectrum of colors. The walls bore the black banner of the 3-headed dragon and tapestries, alongside the magnificent dragon heads that hung prominently, symbols of their ancestral steeds. Each colossal dragon head appeared strikingly beautiful to Rhaegar, akin to black gemstones, glimmering under the hall's radiant light. Their fangs resembled short blades crafted from black diamonds, while their hollow eye sockets seemed to gaze unwaveringly at Rhaegar. The sight of the dragons stirred Rhaegar's heart, their searing flames, vast wings that shaded the skies, and imposing forms ignited an unyielding desire within him. I must possess such a steed, such a magnificent dragon, without fail. With determination, Rhaegar ascended the 3-tiered steps and arrived at a raised platform, upon which rested a chair, a spiked iron monstrosity known as the Iron Throne. This chair, it was said, was forged by the conqueror Aegon, or rather, by his great dragon, Balerion the Black Dread, who melted down thousands of enemy weapons to create it. As Rhaegar seated himself, a chill spread from his spine throughout his body. The throne was far from comfortable, yet he felt an exhilarating sense of power. I am not merely seated upon a chair, but upon the world itself. The heart of the entire continent beats in King's Landing, and at the center of King's Landing lies the Red Keep, with this Iron Throne as its apex. At that moment, a resounding bell tolled deafeningly as Rhaegar settled into his place. The deep, sonorous chime reverberated throughout the Red Keep, its slow, lingering echoes cascading through the air, eventually met with a corresponding response from the bells of the Great September of Baelor. The resounding chimes grew increasingly louder, echoing relentlessly like a thunderous storm, reverberating throughout the entirety of King's Landing. The sovereign of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm, His Majesty King Aegon I Targaryen ascended to the throne today. The hand of the king called out with all his might, his voice booming, as the people within the Red Keep and the entirety of King's Landing erupted into jubilant cheers, exclaiming that King Aegon I had been crowned. As the jubilations resonated throughout the city, a crimson comet streaked across the sky, its brilliance shining even in the daylight, immense and resplendent, resembling a magnificent red gemstone. The citizens of King's Landing beheld this celestial marvel, their cheers intensifying, for the red comet heralded the dawn of a new era under Aegon's reign. Simultaneously, at the moment of Aegon's coronation, within the city of Volantis, in the Temple of R'hllor, a grand structure carved from massive black stone, adorned with menacing spires that twisted and spiraled upward like frozen flames, a congregation of monks clad in flowing scarlet robes gathered in the temple's heart. A vast square dominated by a colossal bonfire that blazed ceaselessly, emitting grayish-white smoke that billowed upward. Chapter 8. The design of the priest at the center of the bonfire stood a gaunt figure, his skin beneath the red robe as pale as milk, yet adorned with tattoos of flames that danced across his pallid visage. He leaped and twirled before the fire, chanting fervent prayers in High Valyrian, calling upon Rhaegar, the Lord of Light. Suddenly, the flames flickered violently and emitted a hissing sound, causing him to convulse. The High Priest. The High Priest. The transformation of this slender man evoked gasps among the gathered red-robed monks, and at that moment, his lipless mouth uttered words in the old tongue, reciting in a melodic manner that a hero would arise from the shadows to save the world, heralded by the red comet. The prophesied king, the prophesied king. After delivering this declaration, the man, known as the High Priest, fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, he summoned two individuals, Melisandre and Rhaegar, a woman in a radiant red robe, resembling the beauty of dawn, and a beast-like man clad in crimson appeared before the High Priest. The Lord has bestowed upon us revelations. The luminous, true dragon roars, and the dragon host shall bellow in the flames. The High Priest, moving his lipless mouth, declared, I, Benero, in the name of the High Priest of the Red Temple, commission you both to journey across the narrow sea, to seek out the true dragon of light, to aid him, for he is the embodiment of our Lord. He then turned to Rhaegar, instructing him to accompany 100 of the most skilled followers of the light to join them. The Hand of the Sacred Fire serves as the guardian of the Red Temple, having been acquired at a young age to be trained as a soldier, with a mere 1,000 in total. Indeed, Your Excellency, the High Priest. At this moment, in the throne room, Rhaegar sits majestically upon the Iron Throne. At the base of the throne, 3 royal guards, clad in full armor, donning white helmets and pure white capes, stand vigilant in their duty to protect the throne. Behind the throne, as well as on either side of the hall, 20 red fortress guards, equipped with long swords and spears, dressed in chainmail and steel helmets, stand ready. The royal council convenes officially as the sharp, elongated tones of the chief steward resonate through the room. Several esteemed ministers of the dynasty promptly enter the hall to seek the counsel of the new king. Initially, 7 individuals were to attend the royal meeting. However, due to the current hand of the king being occupied in the city searching for wildfires, the captain of the royal guard stationed at the Bliss Tower has yet to return, and the former chancellor of finance, who was the previous hand of the king, has perished in the flames of the wildfires. Hence, only 4 ministers remain standing within the hall. As they kneel, their voices echo throughout the throne room. Minister of Justice Simons Taunton pays his respects to Your Majesty. Minister of Maritime Affairs Lus Realus Valerian pays his respects to Your Majesty. Head of Intelligence Varys pays his respects to Your Majesty. Grand Scholar Pycelle pays his respects to Your Majesty. Pycelle. Rhaegar's attention was immediately captivated by this name. Being from a later era, he is well aware that this Pycelle is considered the most cunning of schemers across the continent. Rhaegar scrutinized the seemingly unsteady Grand Scholar, whose face bore a benevolent and amiable expression, resembling that of a kindly neighbor. The top of his bald head reflected the flickering candlelight in the hall, with only a few sparse strands of white hair framing his forehead. His snow-white beard and heavy scholar's chain cascaded from his neck to his chest. Rhaegar's gaze remained fixed, an action that did not go unnoticed by the ministers beneath the throne. Pycelle, too, sensed this scrutiny and spoke up, Alas, I have grown quite old. I find myself a bit unsteady on my feet. Hearing this, Rhaegar smiled, genuinely amused. Grand Scholar Pycelle, he called out, placing particular emphasis on the title. You have served 3 kings. My father and grandfather regarded you as a loyal advisor. Ah, how forgetful I am. It has indeed been quite a while. The Grand Scholar adjusted his red velvet robe, feeling a bead of perspiration forming. Moreover, I have heard that even at the age of 70, you frequently visit Silk Street. A hint of mockery danced upon Rhaegar's face. And I have also heard that after your escapades, you can effortlessly leap a few steps while adjusting your trousers. What was the name of that woman? Lisa. Yes, Lisa, is it not? Laughter erupted among the ministers, for they were well aware of what Rhaegar referred to as Silk Street, the realm of revelry. It was indeed a stark contrast to witness a septuagenarian, often proclaiming his age, frequenting such a place. The visage of Pycelle glistened with sweat, his bald head betraying his fear. He was bewildered as to how Rhaegar could possess such knowledge. Another individual, the Master of Whisperers, Varys, was equally taken aback, pondering how Rhaegar had acquired this information. Did he, like Varys himself, have his own intelligence network? Rhaegar continued, So, Master, is your current state of faltering merely a fade? Your Majesty. Pycelle immediately knelt, desperate to halt Rhaegar's words, for further discourse would lead him to commit treason. The old man merely finds himself emboldened in matters of intimacy, yet at other times, I am utterly powerless. A cold chuckle resonated from the Iron Throne. Is that so? Then why did you exhibit such zeal in your treachery? Was it not a sign of your impotence? With that, Rhaegar produced a parchment from within his robes. The Duke of Casterly Rock, Tywin Lannister, has penned a letter for you, offering a sum of several 100,000 gold dragons. Urging you to persuade my father to open the gates, is that correct? Several 100,000 gold dragons. By the gods, is the fate of my city, the Targaryen lineage, worth so little? As he spoke, a chill crept into Rhaegar's tone. Gold dragons were the most potent currency on the continent. 4 gold dragons could procure a complete suit of armor, including high-quality chainmail, throat guards, greaves, and a full helm. Pysher was rendered speechless, his legs seemingly devoid of strength as he collapsed onto the ground. The other ministers and the Kingsguard were equally astounded, for Pysher's actions only served to validate Rhaegar's assertions. "Curse it!" came a vehement shout. The once statuesque Kingsguard, including Brynden, unsheathed their swords, ready to strike at Pysher. Rhaegar raised a hand, silencing the hall. "Pysher, you are well versed in herbalism. There exists a substance known as Tears of Liss. You are familiar with it, I presume? Its flavor is sweet as water. Perhaps you should partake of it yourself. Additionally, send a raven to the Citadel, relaying every detail of Pysher's actions without omission, instructing them to dispatch a competent maester. Oh, and by the way," Rhaegar waved the blank parchment in his hand. "Pysher, observe. This paper is devoid of content." The elderly man, upon hearing this, bore an expression of disbelief. And before long, a spurt of blood escaped his lips, leaving his complexion as pale as snow, as though he had diminished in stature. This once sprightly elder, who could dance upon his belly, was now dragged out of the throne room like a lifeless dog, facing a cup of poisoned wine and the inevitability of death. Chapter 9. The grim tidings: Pycelle has met his demise. Having consumed the Tears of Liss, he collapsed before the cobblestone square. A dense plume of gray mist continuously emanated from Pycelle's form, twisting and surging towards Rhaegar. A tingling sensation coursed through his entire being, from every cell, while the internal energy surged within him as if invigorated by a potent elixir. "Varys, your role as the Master of Whisperers has proven inadequate. Why have you not informed me of Pycelle's treachery?" A look of satisfaction graced Rhaegar's face as he cast a sidelong glance at his spymaster, Varys. The latter, with his corpulent figure and a bald head as smooth as that of the recently deceased Pycelle, bore an uncanny resemblance to a polished egg. "My liege," Varys began, placing his hands upon his chest and bowing slightly. "I arrived in King's Landing only amidst the chaos of the Battle of the Whispering Woods. I require a familiar process." "Your Grace." His voice, sharp and thin, coupled with his pale, beardless visage and the pink velvet slippers adorning his feet, left Rhaegar with the unmistakable impression that Varys was not wholly intact between the legs. "Varys, 5 years have elapsed since the Battle of the Whispering Woods. Are you still acclimatizing?" Rhaegar leaned back, attempting to distance himself from the thick fragrance of lilac that permeated Varys's very breath. Varys stroked his egg-like head. "As you know, the late king, your father, did not provide me with the necessary funds, rendering my intelligence operations exceedingly challenging." Rhaegar surveyed Varys's purple silk robe and the gold-threaded vest beneath, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Is it truly a matter of funding? But you are on amicable terms with Illyrio, are you not? Partners, in fact? Surely he lacks not for coin. Moreover, does your little bird not possess an abundance of secrets from the nobility of the free cities? I presume you have received ample remuneration from them?" Varys lowered his gaze, compelled to mask the panic in his eyes. A surge of dread welled within him. How could Rhaegar know? Furthermore, the moniker the Spider carries a renowned weight across this continent. The expressions of those gathered in the hall shifted. Where they once perceived the discreet Varys as a mere kitten, Rhaegar's words had now transformed him into a lion. "Huh." Varys laughed, his mirth as unappealing as his voice. "Your Grace, having submitted to the throne, my life and death now rest in your hands. Perhaps you might propose a price for my existence?" Rhaegar chuckled, pleased with Varys' response. "Indeed, you are a clever man. You have already amassed considerable wealth. Your presence beneath the throne is but a desire for power, to savor the taste of life and death in your grasp. I offer you 2 conditions. I shall allow you to continue your role as my Master of Whisperers. Your wisdom is unparalleled, your Grace." Varys bowed once more, extolling Rhaegar. "As you say, Illyrio possesses 3 dragon eggs, does he not?" The words of Rhaegar resounded in Varys' ears like a thunderclap, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. "Indeed, your Majesty. Those 3 eggs hail from the shadowy lands east of Ashai. Hand them over to me." "As you wish, your Majesty. Furthermore, another condition. Do you not enjoy exchanging a person's possessions for those in your wallet? Thus, let it be known that every year, you, Varys, are to remit 150,000 golden dragons to the Iron Throne. Rhaegar fixed his gaze upon Varys, inquiring, "Is that agreeable, my master of whispers?" Varys's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as he felt the weight of pressure bearing down upon him, a desperate urge to escape this chamber welling within him. It felt as though even the long-dead dragons, their hollow eyes set in the towering walls of the hall, were watching him intently. "As you wish, your majesty. Now, let us proceed to the next agenda." Rhaegar clapped his hands, addressing the Lannister family, who harbored treasonous intentions. "Let us deliberate on how to address this matter." The assembly was not composed of fools. They comprehended Rhaegar's implication. During the War of Usurpation, the Lannisters had remained dormant, and now revelations of their collusion with the treacherous peasants emerged. It seemed that their majesty was quite pleased to have obtained such leverage. "Your majesty, the Lannisters currently command the armies of the Westerlands and are advancing toward King's Landing. Moreover, your son, Jaime Lannister, has just been appointed by you to lead the city guard. Who informed you that Jaime would manage the city guard?" Rhaegar's tone carried a hint of languor as he turned to the recently spoken Chancellor of Justice. He sensed the man's discontent, for the previous commander of the city guard was under the Chancellor's purview. Suddenly, at that moment, the heavy oak door creaked open, revealing a Kingsguard who entered, escorting a woman. "Your Majesty," the Kingsguard knelt on one knee, addressing Rhaegar, apologizing profusely for interrupting the discussion with the ministers. "Miss Ashera Dane urgently requests an audience with you." Upon hearing Ashera's name, Rhaegar's brow relaxed slightly as he turned to the woman. Her dark hair, tall stature, porcelain skin, and unforgettable violet eyes rendered her synonymous with beauty. As soon as Ashera beheld Rhaegar, she knelt, weeping, and implored, "Your Majesty, the young prince and the young princess have been murdered." "What?" Rhaegar sprang from the Iron Throne, the assembly unable to conceal their shock. Ashera, a companion of Elia Martell, spoke of the young prince and princess, referring to Rhaegar's bloodline, Rhaenys and Aegon. "Your Majesty, it was the Lannisters. They bribed 2 nuns who accompanied Queen Rhaella." Though Ashera's countenance was as pale as snow and her eyes filled with sorrow, she remained remarkably composed. Recounting the events with clarity, "The 2 nuns, under the cover of the bell's toll, seized the children while I was distracted with Elia, drugged them, and cast them into the pool of Maegor's Holdfast. They drowned them, Your Majesty." The roar of Rhaegar echoed from the Iron Throne, reverberating throughout the Grand Hall. "Balistan, bring me Jaime Lannister." "No, bind him." "Yes." Balistan responded with a grim expression. He did not doubt that Ashera was lying, for she was Ashera Dane, sister of the Sword of the Morning, and her entire lineage was founded upon integrity. While others might deceive, the Dane family stood apart in their honesty. The king's wrath demanded an outlet. Author's note: the vestiges of the former owner's memories still influence Rhaegar's behavior, thus his sorrowful response is a manifestation of his subconscious. Chapter 10. Eliminate Tywin. The throne room was steeped in an exceedingly oppressive atmosphere, each second stretching interminably. Soon, Jaime was summoned to the throne hall, that golden-haired, tall, and noble figure now bound beneath the throne. Ashera recounted the events to him once more, leaving Jaime in stunned silence. Cold sweat drenched his back as the horror of the revelation struck him. His father had drowned Rhaegar's 2 children. "Your Majesty, it cannot be." Jaime knelt, reaching out toward the throne, only to be halted by Brynden, whose iron grip rendered him immobile. "My father, my family has always remained loyal to Your Majesty. Loyal to House Targaryen. Enough. Your father, callous and unfeeling, has committed such a heinous act, betraying the crown. The gods will not forgive him, nor will I." Rhaegar interrupted Jaime sharply. "I summoned you here because you are you, and your father is your father." Jaime understood. "Your Majesty, I comprehend. I will bring my father bound to confess, Your Majesty. Your father resides among an army of over 10,000 men. How do you intend to bind him?" "Your Majesty, I am a loyal subject of the crown, but in my father's eyes, I am also a Lannister. I can infiltrate the ranks and bring him here bound." "Very well." Rhaegar's somber gaze remained fixed upon Jaime. "I shall discuss the particulars with you." "Ashera." Rhaegar turned to call her back. "After the battle, I will visit Elia. Please convey to her that I will avenge our children, without fail." "Yes, Your Majesty." Ashera gracefully retreated, leaving behind her elegant silhouette. The forces from the Westerlands had arrived. After a year of disregarding the king's commands, they had finally come. Duke Tywin led an army of 12,000 men from the Westerlands, appearing outside the gates of King's Landing. Each soldier was robust, clad in crimson attire adorned with the golden lion sigil of Casterly Rock, their shoulders draped in bright red capes, and steel helms crowned with the likeness of a lion, marching in perfect unison. Duke Tywin was a broad-shouldered man of middle age. with a thick golden beard that gleamed like the sun, radiating an aura of formidable authority. At this moment, he was clad in deep crimson armor, adorned with the roaring lion, the emblem of his lineage, and draped in a cloak woven with pure golden threads, riding a chestnut warhorse at the forefront of the procession. Beside him was another knight, a giant reminiscent of Robert, known as Rhaegar Clegane. His arms and thighs were as thick as tree trunks, and the warhorse beneath him appeared like a mere toy in comparison. At this moment, he followed closely on the right side of Lord Tywin, proudly raising the banner of the Lannister family, emblazoned with a golden lion on a crimson field. To Tywin's left stood his brother, a bald, portly man with a square face and a fleshy chin. He glanced back at the orderly ranks, captivated by the sounds of clashing swords and the fluttering of banners in the breeze. Seated upon his horse, one hand grasping the reins while the other swirled a goblet of summer red, a fine fruit wine renowned across the continent, its sweetness enchanting Tywin. Raising his gaze towards the Blackwater River, he observed white sails dotting the surface, continuously traversing between the river and King's Landing. With closed eyes, he could envision the bustling docks and ports, countless vessels delivering goods from distant lands, a scene of prosperity that he believed was rightfully his. "My lord, your son, Ser Jaime, appears to be approaching," a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Oh." Tywin turned to look, spotting a knight galloping from the direction of King's Landing. Through the morning mist along the riverbank, he could not discern clearly at first, but as the figure drew nearer, he recognized his son, bearing a striking resemblance to Joanna. Before long, a steed clad in gilded armor halted before Tywin, unimpeded, and the knight upon it shimmered from head to toe in gold. Upon seeing this attire, Tywin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. "You are now a member of the Kingsguard, Ser Jaime. You ought to be donned in white armor, not this gaudy display." Jaime's eyes briefly flickered with embarrassment before he regained his composure. "Father, let us proceed. His Majesty Rhaegar has granted you permission to enter the city with your army." "Oh." A hint of skepticism glimmered in Tywin's pale green eyes. "Enter with the army? I have over 10,000 men." "Father, His Majesty Rhaegar has nearly 50,000 soldiers already within the city." A chuckle escaped Tywin's lips. "Indeed, let us go, son. His Majesty will likely soon become your brother-in-law." "What?" Jaime exclaimed in shock, unable to contain his surprise. Observing his son's reaction, Tywin felt a surge of suspicion. Years ago, he had heard whispers of an overly close relationship between the siblings. It seemed more complex than he had anticipated. With this thought, Tywin resolved to impart a lesson to his son. "Jaime, as a member of the Kingsguard, it would be prudent to minimize your encounters with your sister." "Yes, father," Jaime replied, bowing his head in acquiescence, though no one knew the thoughts that occupied his mind. Leading the elite forces of the Westerlands, Tywin advanced resolutely, following his son Jaime towards the gates of King's Landing. Upon traversing a grand, smooth graystone arch bridge outside the gates of King's Landing, Tywin felt an unsettling flutter of trepidation. An inexplicable fear gripped him as he called out to his son Jaime ahead. "My son, does His Majesty Rhaegar truly command the entire city? Has the Mad King truly abdicated?" "Indeed, my father, His Majesty Rhaegar awaits you," Jaime replied. Meeting his son's gaze, Tywin chose to place his faith in him, suppressing the rising anxiety within, and continued onward. The iron gate was raised by the winch, and Tywin rode his horse into the city gates. "King's Landing, I have returned," he declared, as forces from the Westerlands streamed into the city following the Duke's entrance. Suddenly, Rhaegar Clegane turned to Tywin, stating, "My lord, something feels amiss. It is too quiet here." Tywin furrowed his brow, sensing the eerie stillness. For King's Landing was typically teeming with life. At that moment, Jaime's voice rang out, "Father, we have arrived." "Arrived?" The clang of the iron gate descending echoed ominously as the heavy doors shut with finality, cleaving the forces of the West into two factions, over 3,000 knights within the city and 9,000 soldiers outside. "Father, you may pass," Jaime stated. Tywin's eyes widened in shock, and the half-drawn sword slipped from his feeble grasp, the bloodied blade piercing through his ribcage, penetrating his armor. "My son, my dear son," were the words left unspoken as the sword did not touch the ground before he succumbed to death. "Father, what I desire is not opulence, but a name that endures through the ages." Jaime withdrew the sword from his father's body, the blade dripping with his father's blood. "I am a noble knight. I shall not allow anyone to tarnish my name, not even if that person is my father." Chapter 11. The demise of the Mountain Tywin Lannister lay dead, slain by his own son. Yet, his soldiers remained, thousands of them instantly thrown into disarray, chaos erupting around them. "What the hell is happening?" they exclaimed. "The parasite. He is a parasite." The tumult of confusion and disquiet erupted from the mouths of every soldier under Tywin's command, their eyes wide in disbelief at the sight before them. His son had personally slain his father. Kevin Lannister, Jaime's uncle, a stout man with broad shoulders, swiftly intervened, tackling the still laughing Jaime to the ground. He unleashed a flurry of punches upon him. "Damn you, you wretched beast. You dare commit patricide. Damn it, truly damn it." Meanwhile, the commander Gregor Clegane sought to calm his steed, bellowing, "What are you doing? Everyone quiet down." Gregor's fierce reputation was well known in the Westerlands, despite being under 20. He was renowned as the Mountain, a knight whose ferocity and cruelty solidified his standing within the military. The forces of the West soon fell silent. Yet the impact of his reprimand was short-lived. The sound of iron hooves striking the ground echoed as Gregor, mounted and positioned at the forefront of the formation, turned his gaze towards the source of the noise. Before him, a contingent of knights burst forth, followed by more and more, a seemingly endless stream of heavily armored cavalry. Each knight donned a black half-helmet and wore a black woolen cloak emblazoned with the image of a three-headed dragon, advancing in formation. In no time, the once desolate Shoemaker's Square became densely populated. "We are the people of the West, sent by royal decree." However, much to Gregor's dismay, his words failed to slow their advance. Another wave of riders approached, the leader clad in black armor, upon which a gleaming red, three-headed dragon appeared, poised as if ready to take flight. Following closely behind were 3 members of the Kingsguard, adorned in pristine white armor that billowed like fresh snow. Upon witnessing this scene, Gregor's eyes narrowed. He recognized the figure before him, the very individual who had conferred upon him his knighthood. "Prince Rhaegar," he murmured to himself, as the true dragon banner of House Targaryen fluttered above Rhaegar's head. In the wake of Tywin's demise, a shadowy aura had enveloped him, prompting him to command his elite soldiers into action. As Rhaegar emerged onto the square, Gregor noticed numerous archers materializing atop the walls behind him and on the rooftops surrounding them, like phantoms rising from the depths. The realization struck him. He was ensnared in a trap. His thoughts turned to Tywin, lying lifeless on the ground, and to Jaime, who was still being assaulted. A surge of hatred coursed through him. "Damn you, Jaime. If it weren't for you, would we have fallen so easily into this ambush? Damn it. Form a wedge." Rhaegar's voice pierced through Gregor's contemplation. Turning to look, he saw sunlight filtering through the buildings of King's Landing, casting a beam that illuminated Rhaegar. Whether it was an illusion or not, it appeared that Rhaegar's sword and even his entire being radiated a brilliant white light. The 3 Kingsguard behind him, as well as their swords, seemed to emanate a glow of orange or crimson, distinct from Rhaegar's white radiance. Is it merely an illusion? Or is it the sunlight? Why do they glow? Meanwhile, Rhaegar's wedge formation quickly took shape. He and the Kingsguard formed the spearhead, while the other heavily armored cavalry constituted the shaft. Rhaegar led the charge, flanked by the Kingsguard, their colorful white armor reflecting the fiery essence of their aura. "Warriors, champions of the dynasty, follow my lead. Charge! Charge! Follow His Majesty Rhaegar." Brynden was the first to shout, igniting a fervent response from those behind him. "For the sake of His Majesty Rhaegar." The furious roar of Gregor resounded at that moment, urging his troops onward. 2 torrents collided, red and black clashed, transforming the square into a mesmerizing tapestry of steel, where blood and flesh scattered in the wake of their passage. Rhaegar's ears echoed with the thunderous sounds of armored steeds and the clash of battle gear, weaving a vivid tapestry of the battlefield. As the spearhead of his forces and their most formidable combatant, Rhaegar set his sights on Gregor. "Gregor!" He bellowed at the towering figure before him, a man he deeply despised. Undoubtedly, he was a formidable warrior, especially with the 6-foot double-handed sword in his grasp and an oak shield poised above him. Yet, it was undeniable that darkness dwelled within him. Rhaegar was aware that in another time and place, this man had brutally slain both his children and wife. "Your Majesty Rhaegar," Gregor exclaimed, lifting his flat-topped helm. "Why do you assault our loyal forces of the West?" Loyalty. The mere thought of his wife and children meeting a gruesome fate at the hands of this man ignited a murderous rage within Rhaegar. "You dare speak of loyalty? Perish." His eyes gleamed with an icy ferocity, and the energy within him surged forth, enveloping him in a radiant white aura that shimmered upon his skin. Buzz. The steel blade in Rhaegar's hand trembled slightly as the silver currents surged toward it, like fledglings returning to their nest, pouring into the sword's body. Suddenly, a blinding silver light erupted, manifesting an unmatched sword energy. He raised the sword high, like a rainbow piercing the sun, aiming it skyward. With a single stroke, Rhaegar's blade descended, reminiscent of a waning moon plummeting through the stars. wielding an unparalleled momentum that threatened to shatter the very fabric of existence as it bore down upon Rhaegar. Impossible. Rhaegar hastily raised his massive shield in defense, shouting, "Your Majesty, I am the knight you personally appointed. Damn it, I made you a knight." And yet, the sword struck down as if slicing through tofu, cleaving the thick oak shield in two without a hint of resistance. Next, it met Rhaegar's armor, the heaviest and thickest in the Seven Kingdoms, merely crumpling like a sheet of paper, followed by the chainmail and boiled leather, which offered no more defense against Rhaegar's radiant blade. Finally, it was Rhaegar's body that felt the searing edge of the sword energy. Before the goosebumps could rise on his skin, he sensed his blood freezing, and then he discovered his body had been cleaved in two. His left and right eyes beheld the ground rushing toward him. What is happening? Before Rhaegar could fully comprehend his thoughts, he succumbed to darkness. The resounding crash signified the weighty descent of Rhaegar's body and armor upon the ground. Rhaegar's sword cleaved through Rhaegar's form, severing it in twain, rendering him irrevocably dead. The battlefield succumbed once more to an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of many throats swallowing in disbelief. With but a single strike, Rhaegar had bisected the mightiest knight of the West, Rhaegar Clegane. Chapter 12. The stabbing of Kevin. The soldiers of the West were collectively bewildered. Prior to this encounter, who could have foreseen such events? First, their lord, Duke Tywin, had been slain by his own son, a bitter yet somewhat acceptable reality, as it was a reflection of familial bonds, a tradition of the West. Yet now, they found themselves encircled by the army of the crown, accused of treason. Considering their lord's character, such an accusation was plausible, and they reluctantly accepted it. But what were they to make of the luminous figures emerging from the opposing forces? Were they human torches? How could they possibly fight, especially when their strongest knight, Rhaegar, had faltered before this radiant adversary, unable to withstand even a single blow? One by one, they exchanged glances, contemplating the surrender of their weapons. What were they to do, and what were they afraid of? At that moment, Kevin, the Duke's brother, sprang forth from beside Jaime. The stout fellow, surprisingly nimble, flushed with excitement, proclaimed loudly, "I, House Lannister, have nurtured you for years. Now is your time to show your loyalty. Charge forth and strike. For each man you fell, I shall reward you with 100 golden dragons." In the realm of the West, where the allure of gold often eclipsed the value of life itself, particularly for these desperate souls, the promise of riches stirred them. Just as the soldiers were swayed by the prospect of wealth, they suddenly became aware of the thick smoke billowing from beyond the city gates. Rhaegar and his soldiers also observed the ominous sight. A swirling column of darkness rose into the sky, hundreds upon thousands of tendrils resembling black fingers, nearly consuming half the horizon. "Send someone to inquire with the guards on the walls what is transpiring," Rhaegar instructed William, his heart already heavy with foreboding. "Your Grace." William began to respond when the sound of galloping hooves drew near. A soldier cried out, his face marked by soot. "Fire! The West's army is igniting the shanty town. Our men cannot escape because the gates are shut." "Damn it, the cursed West!" Rhaegar exclaimed, fury igniting within him as he lashed the reins of his horse. His fears had materialized. The West's army, trapped outside, had resolved to incinerate the shanty town in a desperate act. Meanwhile, his own forces remained confined within the city limits, unable to break free. While there were alternative exits, he preferred to vanquish the adversaries before him rather than take a longer route. As the cold light of Riga flashed, he waved his hand, and the thousands of heavily armored cavalry gathered in the square lowered their long spears in unison, advancing towards the western border. "Kill. Leave no prisoners." The three Imperial guards surged forward, their bodies radiating a fiery crimson glow. With a swift spin of their swords, they unleashed a torrent of sword light, claiming the lives of numerous Western soldiers, akin to human reapers. The relentless pounding of warhorses, the merciless rain of arrows, and the relentless charges of the Imperial guards shattered the morale of the Western soldiers. Many contemplated laying down their arms, but the moment they did, their heads were severed, blood gushing from their necks. "By the king's decree, surrender from the Western rebels shall not be accepted," Barristan declared loudly after dispatching a soldier who sought to abandon his weapon. Kefon urged his restless steed forward, intending to engage with the Imperial guards. However, he was swiftly met by Blynden, whose elegant weapon, the vacant lady, danced gracefully through the air. Though it appeared gentle, its force was devastating, severing the horse's head in a single blow. The steed fell without a sound, collapsing lifelessly. Kefon was thrown off and eventually managed to rise, his anger boiling as he shouted towards Riga, "Your Majesty, do you truly intend to annihilate us?" "Of course not. I still support your ascension as the protector of the Western Realm, Duke Kayfon, Rhaegar replied, hearing his call. He slowly urged his horse towards Kayfon, and as he rode, the soldiers instinctively parted to create a path for him. Do you think I would surrender? Rhaegar's expression turned to one of surprise. Oh, would you not wish to preserve your brother's bloodline? Damn it, Kayfon exclaimed, ripping off his helmet and throwing it to the ground, his face darkening. What are your conditions? 3 million gold dragons. Rhaegar held up 3 fingers, in exchange for your life and the Lannister family's rule over the Western lands. 3 million? Kayfon's face flushed red. Why don't you go rob someone else? I am robbing you, Rhaegar retorted. Kayfon, momentarily speechless, declared, I want to take this little beast back. His tone softened but soon turned volatile again. And for heaven's sake, can you stop killing my soldiers? No, your Western forces are currently slaughtering my people outside the city. Those impoverished souls. Kayfon expressed disbelief, spitting on the ground. Damn it, they are just commoners. What difference does it make how many are killed? Upon hearing this, a chilling glint appeared in Rhaegar's eyes. Your attitude makes me consider whether the Western Realm needs a new ruler. What? Kayfon, realizing his forces were limited, understood he could not defend the Western lands alone. Your Majesty. Kayfon began to refuse, but was silenced by Rhaegar's piercing gaze. I will appoint John Clinton as the Lord of Goldtooth City and assist you as a commissioned minister to stabilize the Western Realm, Duke Kayfon. John Clinton Curvon gasped, recognizing the man as the Count of Eagle's Nest, a paragon of both intellect and martial prowess under Rhaegar's command. Moreover, Goldtooth City serves as the critical gateway to the west, guarding the thoroughfare that traverses the mountains from the Riverlands directly to the Western territories. To blockade Goldtooth City would effectively bisect the west, thereby constraining the Lannister family's aspirations for eastern expansion. What is more, this city houses the largest gold mine in the entire west, the wealth of which has solidified the Lannister family's status as the most affluent lineage in Westeros. Alas, this treasure trove shall soon belong to the Targaryens. Curvon seethed with indignation, his hair cascading down to obscure the fury in his eyes as he struggled to suppress his rage. Your Majesty, 3 million golden dragons is an exorbitant sum. Might it be possible to defer the payment? Rhaegar first smiled in Curvon's direction, then waved his hand, extending 3 fingers. 3 years. I shall grant you 3 years. 1 million per annum. As for the remaining 2 million in interest, we shall consider it as 1 million. Oh, and do pay the current year's amount forthwith. Impossible. The Lannister family cannot suddenly. Curvon felt an icy chill creep up his spine. Before he could utter his agreement, his rotund form shifted slightly, attempting to evade the blade that lunged from behind. Regrettably, his assailant was equally skilled, with a deft maneuver. He switched his sword to his left hand, and thrust it once more with unwavering force towards Duke Curvon. The sound of the blade piercing through leather armor and into flesh resonated. Curvon struggled to turn his head, barely catching a glimpse of his attacker. Fury boiling within him as he shouted, "You little wretch. You truly have guts." Chapter 13. The tragedy outside the city. The one branded as a little wretch, Jaime, offered a slight smile, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and addressed his uncle. "My dear uncle, how rude of you." Curvon gazed upon his nephew's venomous grin, a chill of despair gripping his heart. Why, oh why, had his nephew transformed into such a being? Upon hearing this, a flicker of anguish crossed Jaime's eyes, causing his grip on the sword to falter, which in turn inflicted further pain upon Curvon. "Uncle Curvon, do you remember Tessa, the peasant girl whom you all so callously took advantage of?" Tessa? A look of confusion crossed Curvon's face. He was uncertain. As there had been countless women in his life, many named Tessa. Seeing Curvon's bewilderment, a glimmer of malice flashed in Jaime's eyes. "You've forgotten her, haven't you? To you, she was merely a fleeting moment. To me, she was not." Ignoring the surrounding chaos of battle, Jaime continued his monologue, lost in his own thoughts. "Tessa, my beloved, the embodiment of my desires, and I have even entered into a clandestine union. However, my father, my dear father, upon discovering this matter, took Tessa to the barracks in Casterly Rock, allowing every soldier to claim her as their own. Damn it all, my Tessa, at this moment, has been driven to the brink of madness. Each soldier subsequently bestowed upon her a silver coin. How absurd, a mere silver coin. Yet, Rhaegar could comprehend Jaime's state of mind, the bitterness of having his wife taken from him, and by none other than his own father. It was then that he finally understood why Jaime would not hesitate to act against his father. "And you, uncle, are you not complicit as well? You even gifted her a golden dragon. How magnanimous of you." Upon hearing this, Kevin grasped the entirety of the situation, casting a pale and horrified gaze toward Jaime. "Jaime, please, listen to me. It is time to depart," my uncle. You have lived long enough." Jaime's expression grew cold as he unsheathed his sword once more, plunging it into Kevin. Blood surged from his chest, soaking through his garments, and soon it flowed into his buckskin boots. How viscous it is. His consciousness lingered only for a moment before fading into the void, his body collapsing helplessly into his own pool of blood. Kevin Lannister met his end at the hands of his own nephew. With a clang, the sword was driven into the ground, the blade trembling slightly as Jaime knelt. Having personally slain two of his dearest kin, collapsing onto the rough stone beneath Rhaegar. The sound of his kneeling left no doubt that Jaime's knees were bruised and bloodied. "Your Majesty, the son of a sinner, has slain the traitors to the crown, Tywin Lannister and Kevin Lannister." Rhaegar fell into a moment of contemplation, uncertain of how to address Jaime's actions. After a brief silence, he placed his sword upon Jaime's shoulder. "Jaime, you have endured much. Your Majesty, it is the duty of a knight to shed blood for you." Jaime's response caused Rhaegar's eyes to narrow once more. "Jaime, I once told you in the throne room that as long as you could bind your father, I would ensure that the treasonous acts would be solely attributed to your father, the Duke Tywin, without implicating your entire family." "Yes, Your Majesty," Jaime replied, continuing to bow. Rhaegar gazed at Jaime's golden locks, reminiscent of a youthful lion, and he felt the urge to slay Jaime, despite his unwavering loyalty at present. Despite the myriad of sorrows he carried from his past, and even though he had taken his father's life after a struggle. Nevertheless, Rhaegar remained unconvinced. He did not believe that a patricide could maintain unconditional loyalty. He recalled the image of Jaime binding his own father. Sighing deeply, he declared, "Your family shall continue to serve as the guardians of the Westerlands, and you shall remain in King's Landing as the commander of the city guard. Your brother, Tyrion Lannister, will inherit your father's title and all that he possessed. Your Majesty's grace is deeply appreciated. I shall defend my will with blood." The war within the city concluded as noon approached, leaving over 3,000 soldiers from the west with none surviving, all utterly annihilated. "Long live His Majesty Rhaegar!" William, trailing behind, shouted, raising his robust fists. Others joined in unison, exclaiming, "Long live Targaryen! Long live Targaryen! Long live His Majesty Rhaegar!" The jubilant cries echoed in Rhaegar's ears. However, Rhaegar's visage, concealed behind his helmet, bore no semblance of joy. The sound of hooves resounded as Rhaegar turned his steed, intent on witnessing the impoverished souls beyond the city, ravaged by the flames of war. The clamor ceased abruptly, replaced by the creaking of the gates. Rhaegar's army slowly emerged through the muddy iron gates, riding forth. They traversed the arching bridge outside King's Landing, arriving at the ruins of the shantytown beyond the city limits. What lay before them was a hellish sight, a scene befitting the depths of torment. Curses from several Kingsguard echoed in Rhaegar's ears. He remained silent, surveying the surroundings. On the iron-like river floated charred corpses, while torches blazed, setting everything ablaze. Fields for miles were scorched earth, houses reduced to blackened husks, and the remains of slaughtered livestock scattered about. Thick smoke billowed from distant homes, interspersed with the occasional cries of women. The soldiers of the West, once numbering over 9,000, had vanished, but Rhaegar knew their whereabouts. They had transformed into demons, wreaking havoc upon the earth. Rhaegar urged his horse onward, the hooves kicking up debris, splashing the dark, fetid water with each stride, saturating the air with an acrid stench. Charred bodies lay carelessly along the roadside, their hands raised in a futile attempt to shield themselves from the flames. This scarred land was steeped in the blood of innocents. Suddenly, Rhaegar's gaze narrowed. Atop a mound of dirt lay a woman, disheveled and nearly nude, her body a grotesque tapestry of blood and flesh. Her eyes were vacant, unresponsive to the world around her. What pained Rhaegar further was the infant cradled in her arms, still wailing, emitting a sound akin to a strangled cry, as if something lodged in its throat hindered its voice. Rhaegar's heart twisted. He intended to send someone forth to investigate, but the infant's cries abruptly ceased. A complex, tumultuous emotion surged within him. Damn it all. Rhaegar cursed incessantly, and with each opening and closing of his mouth, a salty, viscous liquid surged into his mouth, assaulting his taste buds. He recalled the cheers that once celebrated him, now transformed into lifeless forms. A profound sense of guilt enveloped him, intertwined with an overwhelming fury. A wildfire of rage surging uncontrollably within Rhaegar's heart. War, that accursed war, rages like a torrent unleashed, sweeping everything in its path with unbridled ferocity. Rhaegar raised his longsword high, piercing the heavens. A brilliant light erupted, pure and resplendent. In this moment, he was dazzling, almost divine. He sought to sanctify this land with the blood of the scoundrels from the west. Warriors, follow me. Let us annihilate these wretches from the west. Chapter 14. The Royal Knights. Rhaegar divided his 40,000 soldiers into two factions. One contingent, led by 3 Iron Guard, splintered into smaller units, relentlessly sweeping through the shanty district beyond the city walls. The remaining forces encircled the entire area. The cacophony of battle echoed from all directions. Yet Rhaegar remained resolute upon his steed. The positioning of the shanty district ensured that the West's soldiers hidden within were trapped like fish in a barrel. One side bordered the Blackwater River, its vast and turbulent waters severing their escape, while the other was secured by the imposing stone walls of King's Landing, which they could not surmount. The fate of the scoundrels from the west was sealed. As dusk descended, the sky darkened to a deep black. Only faint stars twinkling through the gloom, and the sun had fully surrendered. The war came to an end. The sound of hooves grew increasingly pronounced. As Rhaegar's forces scoured the battlefield, the army of the west fell at the gates of King's Landing. This battle, a calculated endeavor from the outset, had already determined its victor. Rhaegar, controlling the reins of his pitch-black steed, clad in a flowing black satin cloak, accepted the spoils of war presented by Balistan. It was a sword, gleaming with a blue hue, double-edged, its hilt wrapped in leather, with a lion's head fashioned from gold at its pommel. "My lord, this is the sword of the treacherous Tywin Lannister from the west," Balistan declared, as confirmed by Jaime. "It is indeed their ancestral Valyrian steel, named Lightbringer." "Lightbringer?" Rhaegar mused, then passed the sword back to Balistan. "Sir Balistan, I entrust this sword to you. Have the smiths in the city reforge it for your use." Balistan, taken aback, gazed at the sword in disbelief. "My lord, this is Valyrian steel. To reforge this longsword is a gift for a loyal subject." Rhaegar regarded the steadfast Iron Guard before him. "Accept it, my loyal subject." Without hesitation, Balistan knelt, disregarding the mud beneath him, trembling hands receiving the precious sword. "My lord." Rhaegar chuckled softly and assisted him to his feet, then surveyed the gathering soldiers, raising his voice, imbued with the power of his might, resonating clearly for miles. "Brave soldiers, the war is over. The usurper's schemes have been shattered by your valor. They have received their just punishment. And it is your sacrifice that has restored the glory of the Targaryen dynasty. Long live, long live." Rhaegar extended his hand and gently pressed it toward the sky, instantly silencing the soldiers' joyous cheers. "I, the 18th monarch of the Targaryen dynasty, hereby declare that I shall bestow upon each of you, my loyal soldiers, a gift. Irrespective of rank, all shall receive 4 golden dragons. Long live His Majesty Rhaegar." The cheers erupted anew, more fervent than before. Rhaegar smiled, this time allowing the soldiers' exuberance to continue unabated, and raised his voice further. "Furthermore, those among you who participated in the Battle of the Trident and the suppression of the Western Rebellion shall receive an additional 5 golden dragons. Long live His Majesty Rhaegar. Long live the Targaryen dynasty." Yet, at that moment, standing atop the walls of King's Landing, the Master of Whisperers, Varys, found it difficult to share in the jubilation. He was acutely aware that much of these rewards were drawn from his own coffers, for he had recently delivered a sum of 150,000 golden dragons to Prince Rhaegar. "My money, all my money," he inwardly lamented. Though he lacked the courage to voice his grievances, especially after witnessing Rhaegar's radiant presence, akin to a divine being descended upon the earth, he understood that to provoke such a man would be folly. Great power renders all schemes futile. "I must swiftly inform Illyrio to ensure the dragon eggs are delivered. Yes, let him bring them personally." As Varys reflected on the actions of his sovereign since ascending the throne, he recognized that Rhaegar was undoubtedly a mad ruler. Though unlike his father's derangement, which was characterized by a disdain for all worldly matters, Varys understood that this brand of madness could give rise to greatness. While Varys pondered these thoughts, Rhaegar's voice resonated once more, prompting the soldiers to cease their cheers and listen attentively to their sovereign's pronouncement. "My soldiers, I bear 2 pieces of good news. First, those who have served valiantly and those who are wounded, provided their injuries are not to the back, shall receive further rewards and compensation from the dynasty. Additionally, I shall select 1,800 of the most loyal and valiant warriors from among you to form a personal guard, alongside my 300 elite guards, with each member receiving 50 golden dragons annually. I shall bestow upon this guard the title of the Royal Knights. The Iron Guard by my side will lead the 7 divisions of this order, while I, in my imperial capacity, shall personally assume the role of Grand Commander of the Royal Knights." Instantly, Rhaegar sensed the weight of the atmosphere shift among the tens of thousands of soldiers surrounding him. Even the evening breeze seemed to grow fervent. Rhaegar smiled, knowing that his objective was nearing fruition. He would establish a personal army. Balistan Selmy. Rhaegar's call echoed like a spell, and a knight clad in white enameled armor stepped forward. It was Balistan. Without unnecessary words, Rhaegar directly announced, Balistan shall become the commander of the 3rd Battalion under my royal knights, designated as fearless. Fearless, fearless, fearless. The soldiers uniformly raised their long spears, piercing the heavens, and shouted in unison. Balistan, with his sword resting on the ground, proclaimed, I accept the command. Brynden Tully. Rhaegar continued. Brynden shall be the commander of the 4th Battalion under my royal knights, designated as Watcher. Watcher, Watcher. The resounding cheers of the soldiers echoed once more. Brynden, a middle-aged man with a head full of gray hair, knelt before Rhaegar, his sword on the ground, and declared, I accept the command. There was a hint of emotion in his voice. William Derry, you shall become the commander of the 6th Battalion under my royal knights, designated as Thunder. I accept the command. The former tutor of the Red Keep, now a member of the Kingsguard, also knelt before Rhaegar with his sword resting on the ground. Thunder, thunder, thunder. The soldiers' cheers reverberated once again, resonating across the sky. On this day, the first semblance of a standing army under Rhaegar was officially formed. Chapter 15. Maegor's Hold. Your Majesty. Upon returning to the Red Keep, Rhaegar was about to enter Maegor's Hold to see Illyria when he was stopped by his Lord Steward. What is it? Rhaegar inquired. Your Majesty. The Lord Steward bowed and replied, a raven has arrived. Wind's Rest has been captured, and the armies of Duke Tully and Count Redwine have triumphed. Stannis Baratheon and Renly Baratheon are in the tower. Oh. Upon hearing this news, Rhaegar raised an eyebrow. For over a year, Wind's Rest had withstood siege, and now this stronghold of the rebels had fallen. Thus, only the old fool Jon Arryn remained to resist. Contemplating this, Rhaegar instructed the Lord Steward, Black, you shall go in person and release Eddard Stark so that he may return to his north. At your command, my majesty. After watching the Lord Steward depart, Rhaegar fell into a moment of silence before turning towards Maegor's Hold. Maegor's Hold was a massive square fortress located at the very center of the Red Keep, serving as the royal quarters. Balistan and others stood guard at the staircase, allowing only Rhaegar to enter. Ascending the long staircase, he arrived at Illyria's chamber. Inside the thick stone walls, an unusual silence prevailed. Rhaegar understood the source of this atmosphere. In the fireplace, symmetrically positioned at either end of the chamber, the fire blazed brightly, casting a somber red glow that illuminated the room adequately. He discerned the presence of 3 individuals within the chamber. Closest to the entrance was Ashera, who, upon seeing him, curtsied and said, Your Majesty. Rhaegar nodded, uttering no further words, allowing his gaze to linger upon her form. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her violet eyes captivated those who beheld them. She, tall and graceful, donned a flowing purple gown that accentuated her figure, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her delicate shoulder. And even the flawless contours of her body were faintly discernible. The sound of Ashera's voice stirred the other 2 occupants within the chamber, and at the heavily draped edge of the bed, another woman emerged. Upon seeing her, Rhaegar bowed. Mother. This woman was none other than Rhaella Targaryen, Rhaegar's mother. Come here, my son. Rhaella's voice remained as gentle as it had been in the past. Rhaegar stepped forward, gazing at his mother, who embodied the quintessential beauty of House Targaryen. Her violet eyes radiated the regal essence of their lineage, yet her alabaster skin bore several conspicuous bruises, stark against her near-translucent complexion. Rhaegar raised his mother's arm, inquiring, Mother, does it hurt? Was it father again? A faint blush crept across Rhaella's face as she subtly withdrew her arm. That was several days ago. It no longer pains me. You should be more concerned about Elia, she replied softly. But keep your voice down. She has only just fallen asleep. Rhaella glanced at Elia, who lay upon the bed, a flicker of compassion illuminating her eyes. Spend more time with her. The pain of losing a child is unbearable. Of course, mother. By the way, my son, Rhaella began to depart, but turned back to Rhaegar. Your brother is still in Dragonstone. Shall we summon him back? Rhaegar turned to his mother, pausing at the sight of her slightly rounded belly. He knew that within her womb resided Daenerys, and the brother she mentioned was indeed Viserys. Mother, perhaps it is best to leave him there a while longer. Very well. I shall heed your wishes, my son. Rhaella, upon hearing this, said no more, offering Rhaegar a smile before departing with Ashera. Rhaegar approached the bedside, gazing at Elia, his wife, lost in contemplation. She was petite and slender. Her frail form nestled beneath the blanket, and her once lustrous black hair hung disheveled and forlorn. At that moment, she resembled a fragile leaf, easily swayed by the wind. Rhaegar took one of her hands, cradling it gently, and sat beside her in quietude. Her health had always been precarious, and now, compounded by the anguish of losing their child, she seemed even more vulnerable. After a long while, as her eyelids fluttered, Elia awoke. The first sight to greet her was the one she longed for. She momentarily froze, then reached out, yearning to embrace Rhaegar. He bent down, and Elia enveloped him in her arms, holding him tightly, her body trembling as she wept uncontrollably. Our little treasure, our child, our beloved child. Rhaegar's face bore the unmistakable marks of sorrow, one hand tenderly stroking Elia's back. I know. Rhaegar gently comforted the exhausted Elia, who had succumbed to sleep once more. A serene stillness enveloped the corners of the room, punctuated solely by the flickering candlelight and the gentle dance of the flames in the fireplace. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the candle flickered one last time, ultimately extinguished in a pool of wax tears. At that moment, the door creaked open. Rhaegar turned to see Ashera approaching cautiously, her movements light and deliberate, the only sound being the rustle of her cloak against her skin. Rhaegar's keen senses detected her presence. His eyes narrowed in surprise, for beneath her cloak, she wore no garments. Ashera, you. Before he could finish his sentence, his lips were silenced by something extraordinarily soft, while an intoxicating fragrance wafted from her mouth, stimulating his senses. After a fervent kiss, Ashera spoke, Your Majesty, I come to offer you solace. Rhaegar struggled to clarify his thoughts. You shouldn't, but I have done so. She interjected. With a gentle tug, Ashera let her cloak slip from his shoulders, revealing her flawless form, as pure as milk and as exquisite as jade, laid bare before him without reservation. She drew closer, wrapping her smooth thighs around his body, leaning down so that her long, dark hair cascaded around his face, enveloping him in its sweet scent. Her arms embraced his head, and soon her bosom brushed against his cheek, the softness of her skin sending shivers through him. Their movements were subtle yet decisive. They were not upon a feather bed, but rather on a tapestry woven from the finest fabric of Meereen. In the midst of their gentle swaying, Rhaegar felt as though he were submerged in an ocean of passion. Afterward, Ashera held Rhaegar tightly, pressing her chest firmly against him. As he turned to face her, he opened his eyes and said, Ashera, thank you. Chapter 16. The release of Ed. The dungeons of the Red Keep were but a single subterranean level, situated deep beneath the castle. The exact depth unknown even to the Lord Steward, who was only aware that he must descend 170 steps, a number he had known for 7 years. With a limp, the Lord Steward entered the Trader's Corridor, a semicircular low tower with an entrance leading to the dungeons. The staircase was narrow, allowing only single-file passage, winding downward until swallowed by darkness. He had to press against the stone walls, inching cautiously downward, step by step. After an indeterminate amount of time, he reached the bottom of the stairs, where a heavy door of oak and iron awaited. A couple of knocks resounded, and the door creaked open, the torchlight piercing his eyes, forcing him to squint until he could adjust to the sudden brightness. Lord Steward, a voice rasped, like a broken bellows. The chief steward lifted his gaze and beheld a figure as gaunt as a scarecrow, with a rat-like visage crowned by a spiked steel helmet and a beard of uneven lengths. Clad in a suit of armor and draped in a half-length leather cloak, his attire unmistakably marked him as the warden of the dungeon. Yet, the chief steward inclined his body slightly, acknowledging the long-absent dungeon master. The warden was tasked with overseeing all matters pertaining to the dungeons of the Red Keep. The gaunt man, dubbed the warden, displayed no alteration in his pallor. He merely raised a candle above his head and turned to lead the way deeper into the dungeon. With each step, the shadows upon the walls danced in tandem with him. You come to see Eddard Stark, do you? Follow me, if you please. The chief steward bowed once more. He then surveyed the confines of the Red Keep's dungeons. Behind the door lay a narrow subterranean hall, with a brazier ablaze in its center. Flanking the hall were various stone cells, and the flickering light from the flames cast a dim glow through the heavy iron bars, illuminating part of the prison cells. However, there remained a portion that was shrouded in complete darkness, akin to the black cell where Eddard Stark was imprisoned, designated as the most nefarious and perilous of inmates. Eddard had languished in the black cell for perhaps 4 days, though he could not be certain of the count. As he had relied on the intervals between the guards delivering his water, he raised his gaze once more in a certain direction, though enveloped in darkness. Akin to a blind man, he could discern the presence of a door. Unlike the frigid stone walls, it exuded a relative warmth, yet iron nails studded the wooden barrier, warding him off from approaching. The warden, with one hand, lifted the bolt securing the door and then kicked it open. With a thunderous crash, the door swung wide, and light burst into the black cell. Light, Eddard murmured, pressing his hand against the damp wall as he crawled towards the illumination. The chief steward frowned the instant the door opened. He had never witnessed the depths of the black cell, and at that moment, a rancid stench of urine assaulted his nostrils. He recognized the source of the foul odor emanating from the straw strewn across the floor and the man crawling before him. Leaning down closer to Eddard, he spoke. "Eddard Stark, His Majesty has granted you permission to proceed to the north as a member of the Night's Watch." The words penetrated Eddard's consciousness, rousing him slightly. He realized he had not exchanged words with anyone in that small, dark room for what felt like an eternity. Slowly, memories began to surface. "His Majesty? Robert? Where's Robert?" The chief steward chuckled, a mirthful sound. "That traitor Robert has been slain by his Grace Rhaegar, and both Renly and Stannis have met their fates as well. You have failed, usurpers." These words caused Eddard to drop back to the ground, instinctively running his hand along the cold stone wall. The sensation was reminiscent of his time in the crypts of Winterfell, where, under the cold, stony gaze of the ancestral statues of the kings in the north, he had laid his brother and father to rest, engulfed in a profound sense of despair and helplessness. The Grand Maester, oblivious to Eddard's thoughts and disinterested in them, removed the burden from his back and personally draped a coarse black woolen sweater over Eddard's shoulders, followed by a woolen cloak. Eddard remained as still as a statue, allowing himself to be outfitted. "Ah, Eddard Stark, His Majesty has a message for you," the Grand Maester said, smoothing the wrinkles of the cloak with meticulous care. "Why have you chosen to forget the ancient wisdom that winter is coming? Why do you engage in internal conflict instead of fortifying against the human adversaries of the north? Is this not folly?" These words struck Eddard like thunder, echoing in his ears. What, indeed, was the purpose of all this? Why had his brothers and family been thrust into such turmoil? His head was gripped tightly by his own strong hands. The Grand Maester observed silently before uttering, "Eddard Stark, you are not a politician, never have been. Why not adhere to your family's oath and serve as a Night's Watchman?" Eddard's body jerked involuntarily. After a long moment, he slowly rose, his hands deftly and firmly securing the woolen cloak around his throat. "Convey to your sovereign that the Stark family shall not forsake its vows. Just as my ancestors did centuries ago, I, Eddard Stark, shall journey north to the Wall and dedicate my life to safeguarding humanity." Eddard was released, borrowed a horse, and set forth alone toward the north, unwilling to entangle himself further in the realm of politics. To hell with the schemes and the throne, let them all be damned. Unbeknownst to him, however, a figure stood atop the city gate, quietly watching as Eddard rode away from King's Landing along the Rosby Road. That figure was Rhaegar. Beside him stood an individual of great significance in Rhaegar's future plans, a diminutive man clad in a loosely draped brown cloak, with a slight beard matching his dark hair. Though somewhat handsome, his gray-green eyes were less than endearing. He was Peter Baelish, the adopted son of Lord Hoster Tully from the Fingers. Rhaegar turned his gaze away from Eddard, looking out beyond the Iron Gate. The landscape outside unfolded like a fan, a straight road adorned with sycamores and poplars. A gentle breeze caressing his face, carrying the earthy scent of damp leaves into Rhaegar's nostrils. He then pivoted to face the interior of King's Landing, where an unpleasant stench assaulted him, a foul odor that felt like the very particles of excrement in the air launching an offensive against his senses. The aroma is truly unbelievable, reminiscent of the aged pickled vegetables of later generations. Rhaegar found it intolerable, as his body, having undergone transformation through martial energy, had significantly heightened all its faculties, including his sense of smell, which had grown increasingly acute. He cleared his throat, striving to expel the foul stench from within. "Pytyr, what do you think the scent of King's Landing is?" Pytyr offered a faint smile. "Your Majesty, it is the fragrance of time fermenting." Chapter 17. Reforming King's Landing. A hint of a smile crept upon Rhaegar's lips. "You are quite astute. Do you know why I summoned you?" If Pytyr were not clever, Rhaegar would not have sought him out. To rejuvenate the dynasty, it is essential to involve intelligent individuals. "Your Majesty, I am but a fool," Pytyr replied, bowing deeply and remaining stooped, "for there must be profound significance in your actions, and this summons surely implies that my assistance is required." "Look at the scene within the city," Rhaegar urged. Pytyr understood Rhaegar's intention and recognized the focus was on the squalid quarters, which he was all too familiar with. Nevertheless, he obediently gazed in the direction Rhaegar indicated. The alleyways were too narrow to accommodate two individuals walking side by side, meandering haphazardly between the structures, which appeared to be irregular forms hastily assembled from wooden planks. Even more alarming was the state of the alleys, where cobblestone was scarce, and the ground was predominantly dirt, wet and sticky. This was not merely soil, all inedible remnants from animals lay strewn across the path. A river of foul fish and rotten shrimp converging, with excrement heaped high. These abominations blanketed the streets of the flea market, upon which people trudged back and forth. Dark, narrow, and filthy, this place could be aptly described by nearly every negative term imaginable. Your Majesty, that is the flea market, where the most destitute residents of King's Landing dwell. Pytir remarked, bowing even lower. Indeed, I have heard that these people subsist on a certain broth. Brown broth, my liege. It is brown broth that sometimes sustains them. Pytir explained, directing his gaze again to the flea market, where vast cauldrons of thick soup simmered in the labyrinthine alleys. They relied on this sustenance for survival. Rhaegar nodded and then turned his attention to another building within the flea market, situated in the Rhaenys Hills. Surrounded by city walls, the wide, clean streets were lined with exquisite structures adorned with intricate carvings. Between these beautiful edifices stood broad avenues flanked by trees. Indeed, they could only survive on such broth. While the affluent inhabited the heights of the Rhaenys Hills, the upper echelons of King's Landing, near the old city gates. Yet, just below the gentle slopes of these hills lies the most impoverished area. What a cruel irony. Rhaegar's words sparked confusion in Pytir's mind, prompting his thoughts to race. What was the intent of His Majesty? Was it to eradicate the flea market or to eliminate the upper class? Had he summoned him to act as a catalyst? I do not favor such a King's Landing. Rhaegar addressed Petyr, stating, I require you to reconstruct King's Landing. At the very least, eliminate this wretched den of filth. Your Majesty, the task of cleansing King's Landing is an extraordinarily monumental endeavor. The cost of this undertaking is indeed 1,000,000 gold dragons. Petyr protested. Rhaegar interjected with a raised finger, I shall allocate 1,000,000 gold dragons to you, along with the position of the city's mayor. Your duty will be to construct a new district outside these iron gates, intended to house the denizens of this vile place, as well as those citizens who suffered in the inferno beyond the gates of the gods. Rhaegar continued, Moreover, I demand the eradication of this filth. I can no longer endure the stench of King's Landing. Your Majesty, are you suggesting the construction of new homes for them, to be provided free of charge? Petyr cautiously inquired. Petyr, free offerings are seldom valued, Rhaegar countered, shaking his head in denial of Petyr's assertion. Have them sign a contract, mandating that they remit a portion of their housing payments to the crown each month. Your Majesty, they possess little wealth. Then extend the terms of the contract to 30 or 40 years, establish factories, cultivate farmland, damn it, regardless of the means, provide them with employment. Petyr acquiesced, as you wish. Your Majesty, if it is a 30-year contract, how much would they need to pay monthly for a single house? 1 silver stag, Rhaegar replied. The silver stag was the currency of the dynasty, 200 silver stags equating to 1 gold dragon. And a single silver stag could procure a lavish feast sufficient for a family. Your Majesty's benevolence will surely be remembered by the people of the continent for generations to come. Rhaegar gazed towards the distant Blackwater Bay, where a dozen slender warships patrolled in a fixed formation upon the iron-like surface of the sea. The sails billowed, and the oars rose and fell rhythmically. As the black hulls cleaved through the waves, iron rams striking the water. This was his royal fleet, safeguarding Blackwater Bay. Furthermore, should you encounter difficulties during the rectification of King's Landing, feel free to allocate a portion of the city guard as needed. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. And that accursed river gate, which my subjects have taken to calling the Mud Gate, Rhaegar added, burdening Petyr once more. I have been there. The Fisherman's Square is as crowded as a marketplace, with horses, dogs, and pigs jostling alongside the people for space, as shops encroach upon the streets. Rotting vegetables, offal discarded by butchers, and various refuse litter the thoroughfare. You must also rectify this area, ensure proper sewage systems, public baths, and restrooms are established in an ample quantity. Rhaegar's brow furrowed as a thought struck him. Do not allow me to witness my subjects relieving themselves in stairwells or tossing waste from windows. Petyr bowed deeply, placing his hand upon his chest. Rest assured, Your Majesty, before 1,000,000 gold dragons, nothing shall pose a challenge. Grant me time, and I shall orchestrate the rebirth of King's Landing, thus earning you the title of a wise and benevolent ruler. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Rhaegar's lips. Excellent. I look forward to witnessing the transformation of King's Landing under your stewardship. As Rhaegar spoke, he unfastened the elegantly draped golden-embroidered half-cloak from his shoulder and placed it directly upon Petyr. He then produced an emerald brooch to pin it in place, saying, You have worked hard, Petyr. The coarse brown cloak that Petyr had previously worn was now fastened upon Rhaegar. Petyr stood there, astonished, his hands trembling as he dared to touch the 3-headed dragon emblem upon the cloak. a sensation he had never experienced in his 20-plus years of life. "Your Majesty, what is this?" Peter inquired, but Rhaegar did not respond to his question. Instead, he continued, "Peter, the royal treasury's tax revenue last year was, Your Majesty, 870,000 gold dragons." Rhaegar nodded once more. "If you can increase the dynasty's revenue by 1 million gold dragons without adding to the burdens of the populace, I shall grant you the title of Duke of Dragonstone and bestow upon you the castle itself, appointing you as my Minister of Finance." Among the 7 kingdoms, there was none better suited to arm himself with gold than Peter Baelish. A man capable of grinding 2 gold dragon coins to produce a third was indeed a rare talent in any era. Peter immediately knelt before Rhaegar, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, I am willing to accept your command. And how do you propose to fill my coffers after the reform of King's Landing?" Rhaegar asked. "Your Majesty, through trade, royal trade." "Continue," Rhaegar urged. "Yes, Your Majesty. Centering on King's Landing, we shall procure wool, leather, and amber from the north, while acquiring wine, silk, spices, and precious timber from the south. The gold dragons will multiply as if by their own accord." But that is not sufficient. While circulation indeed brings endless wealth, it is production that must be firmly in our grasp. Rhaegar shook his head. "I require you to bring all salt and iron production under royal control, followed by grain and wine. Besides the minting rights, these 3 commodities must also be governed by the crown." "Your Majesty is astute," Peter acknowledged. "Now go forth and exhibit your talents." Peter departed, yet Rhaegar's expression darkened. Peter's extraordinary acumen with money and his obsequious demeanor filled Rhaegar with unease. He felt compelled to introduce some level of scrutiny into the matter. The royal officials concerning finances were merely the heads of the royal treasury, royal accountants, managers of the 3 mints, the port master, agents, customs officials, and tax collectors from various kingdoms. Choosing among them would be a cumbersome task. And then he thought of one individual, a scholar, who could serve as his advisor from Old Town. Later, several ravens took flight from the Red Keep, heading towards Old Town. The stone walls glimmered faintly in the darkness before dawn. A wisp of mist floated above the river, resembling a specter. Amidst the neighing of war horses, the chains of the castle gate creaked, and the drawbridge was slowly raised. The pale light of dawn streamed through the iron bars of the gate, casting its rays directly upon a disciplined assembly of men and horses. A slender black, triangular flag fluttered at the forefront of the meticulously aligned ranks. Clad uniformly in obsidian-hued steel armor, they bore the insignia of the Targaryen family, 3 formidable dragons, etched upon their gleaming surfaces, their heads adorned with spiked steel helmets, each helmet embedded with a piece of genuine dragon scale, remnants from a bygone era. The black tassels of their helmets danced in the breeze, while at their sides hung crossbows and long swords. Their left forearms were shielded by wooden shields reinforced with iron edges, and in their right hands, they wielded long spears, their sharp black tips piercing the heavens. Rhaegar himself was similarly clad in obsidian steel armor, a newly forged crown resting upon his brow, grand and heavy, crafted from pure gold, with each crest adorned by a dragon head set with jeweled eyes, proclaiming the king's might. 20 days had passed, exactly 20 days, since he had received word that the remaining 3 Kingsguard had arrived at Highgarden. Rhaegar had commanded them to remain there, waiting for his arrival to join forces. He intended to visit Highgarden and, if circumstances allowed, even make a trip to Old Town, believing it imperative to strengthen control over the Riverlands. During his 20-day stay in King's Landing, Rhaegar undertook the training of his royal knights, instilling them with fighting spirit to enhance their combat capabilities. Thus far, the results appeared promising. Although the knights subjected to this training had only developed nascent seeds of fighting spirit within them, due to a deliberate reduction in the infusion, they had yet to achieve the level of manifesting it outwardly. This preliminary stage qualified them as squire knights, not quite reaching the bronze knight status. However, even at this level, the 600 royal knights had been transformed, capable of standing firm against 6,000 regular soldiers. Rhaegar would continue to imbue his first direct battalion with fighting spirit as they journeyed forth. At that moment, only one Kingsguard, Barristan, accompanied him, while Brynden, William, and the 600 newly appointed squire knights were left behind at the Red Keep to safeguard their families. Of course, Ashera trailed behind him as his companion, adorned in a deep purple robe that danced with her dark tresses, revealing the delicate contours of her collarbone and the alabaster radiance of her skin. Ashera seemed to sense Rhaegar's gaze, turning to meet his eyes, a hint of a smile gracing her flawless face, her slightly parted lips shimmering in the sunlight like polished jade. Rhaegar felt his heart flutter. Recalling the fervor of the previous night, the silky softness of her skin lingering in his thoughts. But he refrained from dwelling on his present state of mind. As the group pressed onward, the sound of hooves striking the gravel echoed through the air, the rhythmic thudding stirring up clouds of dust like a gentle rain behind them. At this moment, Rhaegar and his companions were traversing Rose Avenue, a grand thoroughfare that began in King's Landing and stretched southwest through the Riverlands to the Old Town, making their way towards the Highgarden. To the south of King's Landing lay only two regions, Dorne and the Riverlands. However, mention of Dorne conjures images of arid deserts and scorpions, where the relentless sun scorches the earth, leaving behind desolation and a vivid crimson hue. In stark contrast, the Riverlands flourish with bountiful fruits and vegetables, adorned with blooming flowers, serving as the granary of the Seven Kingdoms. Its prosperity is its defining trait. The morning light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the woodland path, where the scents of pine and blossoms mingled with a hint of southern warmth, wafting through the air. The serene landscape on either side of the road and the invigorating atmosphere lifted Rhaegar's spirits, which had been wearied by the trials of travel. Meanwhile, at Highgarden, on the fourth day after Rhaegar's departure, the first light of dawn broke over the eastern horizon, and the bells of the great hall suddenly echoed, their deep bronze tones cascading down from the hills. As the chimes resonated, a troop emerged in haste from the city of Highgarden. A robust knight led a contingent of 20 fully armored cavalry, riding at the forefront of the formation, his broad shoulders draped with a cloak emblazoned with the sigil of a silver long-winged dragon. He was the captain of the guards of House Tyrell, the esteemed family of Highgarden. The emblem of their house, a golden rose blooming amidst lush green fields, was omnipresent. Numerous banners depicting this golden rose fluttered from iron poles, rustling in the brisk wind. However, these were not the only banners in sight. The vibrant display included the banners of the Earl of Tarly's swift hunters, the oak leaf standard of House Oakhart, the goose banner of House Clegane, the centaur flag of House Caswell, the inverted triangle of House Tarth, and the apple banner of House Fossaway, each a vivid testament to the splendor of their houses. Among these flags, a grander banner soared above, billowing from the top of an enormous carriage that creaked along the road, designated for the royal carriage of His Majesty, King Rhaegar. This dazzling array of banners and the resplendent attire of the procession moved northward along Rose Avenue, poised to welcome their king, His Majesty Rhaegar. Chapter 19. The Encounter. Yet there were those who set forth even earlier than House Tyrell. As the midday sun cast its warm glow upon the earth, replacing the coolness of the morning, the remaining 3 members of the Kingsguard converged with Rhaegar. The 3 knights emerged from the mist, their pure white cloaks billowing in the breeze, clad in gleaming armor that shone as brightly as new-fallen snow, as hard as ice. With a swift tug on their reins, they elegantly dismounted and knelt in unison, each on one knee. Your Majesty. The 3 knights before him were indeed the Kingsguard that Rhaegar had long cherished. Arthur Dayne, the first to be recognized by Rhaegar, possessed striking features, silvery short hair, and, more importantly, a pair of deep, icy purple eyes akin to those of his sister, Ashera. The tallest among them, standing in the center, was none other than Sir Gerald Hightower, the captain of the Kingsguard, known as the White Bull. His robust physique, broad shoulders, and muscular neck and arms bespoke a formidable warrior, while his neatly trimmed beard and short hair hinted at his meticulous nature. The final member of the Kingsguard had a tousled mane of black hair and bright, keen eyes, his pallid face perpetually adorned with a casual yet charming smile, undoubtedly making him a figure of allure. This was likely Oswell Went. However, as Rhaegar scanned the surroundings, even glancing back, he found no sign of the second woman he longed for, Lyanna Stark. Where was Lyanna? The atmosphere grew tense, and it was ultimately the captain who broke the silence, his voice resonating yet tinged with a somber note. Your Grace, Lady Lyanna has returned to the north. A hint of sorrow graced his lips. At this revelation, Rhaegar's confusion deepened. Was she not with child? Why would she return to the north? Gerald's expression darkened further as he replied, Your Grace, Lady Lyanna suffered a miscarriage. Your child, the heir to the dynasty, could not enter this world. What? Rhaegar's heart felt as though it had been savagely struck, his voice trembling as he demanded. When did this happen? 13 days ago, Your Grace, Arthur replied. 13 days. Rhaegar felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and thankfully, Ashera was there to steady him. As he inhaled her fragrant scent, he gradually regained his composure. What caused the miscarriage? The 3 Kingsguard exchanged glances, and then Gerald spoke. Your Grace. Lady Lyanna was aware of everything, and in her distress, she suffered severe bleeding and lost the child. Understanding dawned on Rhaegar. She must have learned of her father's brutal murder of her own kin, and she surely knew of his confinement of Eddard. A bitter smile crossed his face as he pondered. Was Lyanna blaming him for this? Had she returned to the north out of anger? The silence that followed was palpable. Your Grace, Lady Lyanna may be overwhelmed with grief or perhaps feels unworthy to face you, Ashara's gentle voice whispered in his ear. Grief? Unworthy? Rhaegar could only manage a rueful smile. I too am grieving. To date, all 3 of my heirs have perished without exception. This is hardly favorable news for the dynasty and does not bode well for the stability of my throne. Yet could he show such feelings? Feeling the weight of the crown upon his head, Rhaegar understood that he could not. Very well, I am still young. I shall set aside thoughts of heirs for the time being. As for Lyanna, Rhaegar spoke hesitantly, suggesting it might be beneficial for her to return home and meet with her brothers. Indeed, Your Majesty, replied Balistan. The once statue-like royal guard sprang into action upon hearing Rhaegar's call. Your Majesty, allow your sworn brothers to witness the might of a bronze-tier knight. Rhaegar's command momentarily startled Balistan, who soon comprehended the implication, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he too yearned to test his newfound strength. Oh, bronze-tier? What is this? Arthur and the others expressed their confusion, yet ultimately, it was Jello who spoke up. Very well, Balistan, as the one I personally inducted into the Royal Guard. Why not spar with me? No, it should be the 3 of you against him, Rhaegar interjected, decisively adding, you are all sworn brothers. Let it be a friendly contest. How intriguing, Your Majesty. Your words imply that this bronze-tier knight is extraordinary, Oswell remarked with a smile. All right, let's engage together. The Royal Guard, never one to question or refuse the commands of their sovereign, prepared for the contest. Adopting stances as Arthur and his 2 companions formed a crescent around Balistan. Unfazed, Balistan maintained a serious demeanor. These individuals were the pinnacle of warriors in the dynasty, possessing martial prowess unmatched across the 7 kingdoms. Forgive me, he bellowed, exerting force in his legs, causing streams of light to swirl beneath his skin. Whoosh! Balistan shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. Arthur, facing him directly, felt his eyes widen in shock, disbelief etched across his face. While the 2 flanking him gasped, how is it possible? How can he be so fast? Yet, after a moment of astonishment, Arthur forced himself to regain composure. Grasping the colossal sword, Dawn, forged from the core of a fallen meteorite. Its blade, pale as milky glass, shimmered under the light, exuding a sense of vitality. Narrowing his eyes, he took his first step, then a second, and by the time Balistan reached him, he had completed all 3, each step measured with precision. Such accuracy and honed skill were the fruits of countless battles, transforming his experiences into muscle memory, rendering his swordplay both precise and lethal. With a twist of his torso, harnessing the power from his waist and wrist, Arthur swung Dawn. The sharp sound of air being sliced filled the air, a testament to the strength of his strike. The blow landed squarely before Balistan, who remained composed, deftly rotating his wrist as the blade, light howl, danced in his grip, meeting Arthur's strike with an upward arc clang. Sparks erupted as their weapons clashed in an instant. Truly, Sir Arthur is worthy of the title, the Sword of Dawn. Balistan marveled sincerely, for Arthur's seemingly understated sword strike had fortuitously obstructed his path of attack. Such precision could only be attributed to remarkable swordsmanship rather than mere coincidence. Arthur's expression grew grave as he shook his trembling hand, taking a deep breath. Balistan, you have become significantly stronger. This power, this speed, I cannot withstand alone. Chapter 20. Reappointed as the war captain, let us not forget about us. Oswald interjected at that moment. Balistan, be cautious. He pivoted on his right foot, executing a swift half-turn before launching an attack, his sword slicing horizontally towards Balistan's lower body with extraordinary speed. Yet Balistan remained unperturbed, tightening his left hand and delivering a powerful outward strike, producing a sound akin to air being cut. The energy swirling within his fist caused it to glow faintly, reminiscent of smoldering embers. With a resounding thud, Balistan seized the opportunity to strike his fist against the smooth blade. What? Oswald exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the incredible reflexes that allowed Balistan to intercept the rapidly moving sword. But Balistan's assault was not finished. He delivered an upward hook, once again striking the blade. What? Oswald's sword slipped from his control, soaring into the air and landing amidst the distant reeds with a gentle rustling sound. Oswald clutched his numbed shoulder, striving to steady his trembling arm, his complexion pale and devoid of the earlier mirth. Had Balistan's strength reached such heights? This realization sent tremors through him. Jurlo, the captain of the Iron Guard, wore a similarly grave expression. Balistan was undeniably formidable now, Yet he did not relent. With both hands gripping his sword, he charged forward. The Iron Guard never lacked courage. Jurlo executed a powerful downward slash, a forceful cleave that generated a howling gale, akin to a storm woven from iron. However, Balastane remained calm, parrying each blow with his long sword. The clang of metal against metal echoed incessantly. The speed was astonishing, and the force was unimaginable. Jurlo felt his arms growing weary, his hands numb, as thoughts raced through his mind. Why? Why was he so much stronger? In a moment of stillness, Jurlo became aware of the cold metal pressed against his skin. He had lost, or rather, they had lost 3 against 1. His sword drooped, its tip touching the ground. Impressive, truly impressive. Several individuals sheathed their swords and gathered around Balastane, their curiosity piqued by the unexpected turn of events. The once outmatched Balastane was now capable of facing 3 adversaries simultaneously. This transformation was solely attributed to his majesty. Balastane smiled, extending his left hand as he summoned the energy within him. Suddenly, before the astonished onlookers, flames erupted. But no, it was not flames. A silvery luminescence enveloped Balastane's left hand, flowing like delicate orange silk, yet possessing a weight akin to mercury. Esteemed friends, it is his majesty and the energy that has transformed me. Indeed, it was the energy. Rhaegar recognized that it was his time to step forward. Jiro, kneel. Rhaegar's command left Jiro momentarily bewildered, yet he promptly knelt on one knee. Your Majesty. Rhaegar nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further words as strands of silvery light gradually enveloped both men, forming a cocoon of radiance. Jiro, the resolute warrior, experienced excruciating pain coursing through his entire being the moment the light entered him, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His consciousness blurred, transporting him to a dark and pristine realm, where the vastness and solemnity of the space struck him profoundly. The area seemed to be shrouded in myriad layers of gray-black drapery, obscuring all vision. Yet, suddenly, a point of brilliance emerged. It was a flame. The pale red halo trembled incessantly, intensifying under the pressure of the surrounding darkness, swelling into a grand circle of light. Within this circle, a statue emerged, engulfed in flames. Upon his first glance at the statue, Jiro gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the visage of the statue mirrored that of Rhaegar. Subsequently, a beam of light shot forth from the fiery figure, striking Jiro's body with boundless power. As this radiance entered him, Jiro felt a profound sense of comfort enveloping him, an exhilarating joy swelling within, which filled him with fervor. Jiro gradually opened his eyes, instinctively channeling the energy within him. He sensed it floating like a sea of clouds in some distant realm. A dark red light burst forth from various parts of his body. Yes, indeed. The energy was manifesting, a crimson hue, the hallmark of a bronze-level knight. Rhaegar, witnessing this spectacle, bore a smile. Arthur, it is your turn. Yes, your majesty. The rustling of leaves whispered through the air as time slipped away. Arthur Dayne and Oswell Riverine, the 2 royal guards, also achieved their ascension to bronze-level knights. Only then did Rhaegar clap his hands, the rapid depletion of energy rendering his complexion somewhat pale. Observing this, Ashera approached with a hint of concern etched on her face, gently grasping Rhaegar's arm as a surge of dark red light was gradually transferred to him. As Ashera, being his woman, had already undergone a subtle transformation of her physique under Rhaegar's influence, she too had ascended to the rank of a bronze knight. He gently tapped her wrist, a smile gracing his lips, reassuring her that all was well, and there was no need for concern. His comforting words eased Ashera's furrowed brow, prompting her to cease the flow of energy. Subsequently, Rhaegar allowed Ashera to take his arm, and with a resounding voice, he proclaimed, Jane Hightower. Your Majesty, I am here. Jane replied, kneeling once more. In the name of the King of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms and the guardian of the realm, Rhaegar declared as he drew his longsword, resting it upon his right shoulder. I appoint you as the commander of the 1st Battalion of the Royal Knights, designated as the Shield. Instantly, Jane's demeanor grew solemn, as the sound of armor clanked. He transitioned from a single knee to both knees in reverence. I, Jane Hightower, accept the command. Shield. Shield. A thunderous cheer erupted from the ranks of 1,500 royal knights, their voices resonating in unison. Arthur Dayne, your Majesty, I am here. With the clattering of armor, Arthur too knelt, his greatsword Dawn laid horizontally upon the ground. Rhaegar once again placed the sword upon Arthur's shoulder, lightly tapping it. Arthur Dayne, I declare you the commander of the 2nd Battalion of the Royal Knights, designated as the Holy Sword. Thank you, your Majesty, I accept. Holy Sword. Holy Sword. The crowd erupted in jubilant shouts once more. Rhaegar had to gently quell the noise, allowing silence to descend before he spoke again. Oswyth Riverine, Your Majesty. He echoed Rhaegar's previous actions. Oswyth Riverine, I declare you the commander of the 7th Battalion of the Royal Knights, designated as the Dark Flame. Dark Flame. Dark Flame. The skies reverberated with the collective response of the assembly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thus, 6 of the 7 commanders of the Royal Knights had been appointed, with the final one expected to be found at Highgarden. Chapter 21. The Duke of Highgarden. In the hazy morning light, a nearly transparent, milky glow enveloped the landscape. As the broad river shimmered beneath this hue, exuding a steel-like brilliance that appeared both radiant and indistinct. A day had passed since Rhaegar appointed the Kingsguard to lead the battalion. He and the Royal Knights continued along the Mander River, approaching Highgarden. Your Majesty, there is a contingent ahead, many banners but few soldiers. It appears to be the nobility from the south, reported a scout who had ridden back to Rhaegar's entourage. Well done. Take a moment to rest, Rhaegar replied, listening attentively from his mount. His cloak glimmered in the soft light, radiating a golden hue. Intricately woven from countless threads of gold, now snugly draped over his steed. Thank you, Your Majesty. It is likely the Tyrells. Jiro advanced and addressed Rhaegar. Thanks to the enhancement and nurturing of his fighting spirit, this man, who was originally in his 50s, now brimmed with vitality. The grayish-white hair atop his head had vanished, rendering him resembling a robust man in his 30s. Patience, he remarked. You shall know soon enough, but be prepared. Indeed, Jiro responded, fully aware of what Rhaegar meant by preparation. The sound of hooves striking the hard stone of the Rose Avenue resonated, not as a singular note, but a harmonious chorus. Accompanying the rhythmic clatter of hooves was the creaking of wooden wheels in motion, all of which reached Rhaegar's ears. Upon hearing these sounds, a smile crept upon Rhaegar's lips, and he bellowed, All troops, heed my command. Advance. Instantly, the thundering of hooves filled the air, and the Royal Knights surged forward like an unyielding tide of steel, not far from Rhaegar's contingent. The vanguard cavalry led by Captain Aiken of the Tillier family also discerned this formidable force and promptly rode back. Aiken, what is happening? The ground trembles inexplicably, and I can feel my thighs quaking violently. A voice exclaimed. The speaker was a corpulent figure clad in resplendent silver armor, polished to a dazzling shine, adorned with pairs of golden roses. The green woolen cloak draped over his shoulders was embroidered with hundreds of golden roses. Aiken respectfully placed his hand over his heart and replied, My lord, the troops of His Majesty Rhaegar are approaching swiftly. This individual was Mester Tilly, the current Earl of Highgarden. Upon hearing his captain's words, Mester clapped his hands in delight. Ah, at last, the king has arrived. Mounted upon his steed, he shielded his eyes with his hand and squinted in the direction of Rhaegar, where he could see a billowing cloud of dust advancing like a great dragon across the land. Moreover, there appeared to be a glimmer on the horizon, a pure black sheen that gleamed ominously. How to describe this sheen? It was as if, amidst the splendid azure of an otherwise clear sky, a heavy cloud suddenly emerged on the horizon, spreading its leaden weight far and wide. Mester inhaled deeply and called to his following, Let us quicken our pace. We must not keep His Majesty waiting. The two groups drew closer, and gradually, Mester and his companions could hear the rumbling of thunder, powerful and rhythmic. As the sound became clearer, they discerned it was not thunder, but rather the clash of swords, the ringing of metal striking metal, and the pounding of hooves against the ground, accompanied by the whinnies of horses. With the dust swirling beneath their feet, Rhaegar's army emerged into view. Beneath the distinctive black banner of House Targaryen, a formidable array of heavily armored cavalry surged forth, riding majestic steeds and wielding long lances that glimmered with a golden sheen. The knights were clad in robust steel plate armor, uniformly adorned with a glossy black enamel, while their steeds, similarly equipped with hardened leather armor, epitomized martial prowess. Even the galloping horses, under the skilled control of their riders, exhibited a remarkable uniformity. In that moment, they resembled a torrent of darkness rushing forward. Despite prior warnings of their approach, the Duke of Mace and his companions could not help but be rendered speechless by the sight of this imposing army. Faced with a force that shimmered in the sunlight, onlookers could not restrain their exclamations. The Iron Army, the Steel Army. Rhaegar and his companions, too, observed the leisurely procession of the noble entourage. Their ranks were disheveled, lacking the discipline expected of a military march, resembling more a leisurely spring outing than a formal assembly of nobility. The wind whipped against the numerous banners they held aloft, each representing a different noble house. The sheer multitude of flags led Rhaegar to feel as though every significant noble from the Vale had gathered here. Among this procession was an enormous banner, the largest and most magnificent he had ever beheld, one which he believed could serve as a carpet for the throne room itself. What captivated Rhaegar even more was the striking depiction of a three-headed dragon in red against a black background, the emblem of the Targaryen family. Intrigued by this spectacle, Rhaegar felt a surge of curiosity towards the Earl of Highgarden. He then bellowed a command, dismounting with a resounding call, prompting the horses to neigh in unison as the knights turned their mounts. The once galloping steeds came to a sudden halt. The royal knights dismounted in perfect synchrony, their movements reverberating with a solemnity that echoed discipline and order. Witnessing this, the nobles of the Vale paled, their expressions betraying their astonishment. A loud proclamation of Your Majesty rang out as Duke Mace swiftly dismounted and hurried towards Rhaegar, kneeling on one knee amidst the swirling dust. The Duke of Highgarden, Mace Tyrell, extends a warm welcome to Your Majesty. The dust, swirling wildly, penetrated the ornate armor and velvet garments of Duke Mace, causing tears to well in his eyes. Through his tears, he spoke with an almost obsequious tone, Your Majesty, the day you transformed into the true dragon and struck down Robert, I knew you would restore the glory of House Targaryen. You are too kind, Duke Mace. Rhaegar nodded gently, casting his gaze upon the raised head of Duke Mace, a somewhat portly middle-aged gentleman with a head of curly brown hair and a neatly trimmed triangular beard. Despite his girth, he still possessed a certain handsomeness. Your Majesty is too humble. The utmost honor lies in serving you, the Duke replied, meeting Rhaegar's gaze momentarily before lowering his head again. Chapter 22. The generous gift of Tyrell. Upon hearing these words, Rhaegar found himself both amused and perplexed. Yet he could not deny that such sentiments brought him a sense of comfort. Very well, Duke Mace, do enlighten me about this matter, Rhaegar urged, directing his attention to the colossal object at the center of the procession, so immense that he had to tilt his head back to take it all in. Before him stood a grand carriage, an imposing conveyance pulled by 40 magnificent steeds, towering as though it were a majestic castle. At first glance, it seemed to rise abruptly from the vast, open plains, a monumental presence. The carriage was constructed of painted oak and adorned with gilded metal trim, embellished with exquisite decorations. Above, on the vast roof covered in rawhide, fluttered the enormous banner Rhaegar had previously seen. A fleeting smile crossed Duke Mace's face before it faded, as he enthusiastically addressed Rhaegar, Your Majesty, this is prepared especially for you. Oh, prepared for me. A mischievous grin briefly flickered across Rhaegar's face. Indeed, Your Majesty. I implore you to step inside and take a look. With the Duke leading the way, Rhaegar approached the carriage. Using the enormous wooden wheels, which stood as tall as a grown man, he ascended into the interior, while Duke Mace climbed up the steps. Once inside the carriage, Rhaegar stood in awe for a moment, the opulence exceeding even his wildest imaginings. The interior space was more expansive than he had anticipated, larger than the grand halls of most inns, with luxury items casually strewn about. Sturdy oak beams supported the lofty ceiling, and an entire wall was adorned with stained glass. The wooden walls were draped with exquisite tapestries, while the floor was covered with fragrant silk carpets. In one corner, a long table and a wardrobe filled the room. A circle of delicate silver goblets surrounded a steaming pot of spiced red wine, while platters overflowed with an array of fruits. The wardrobe, crafted from cedar, held luxurious robes of black velvet and golden fabric, a finely crafted suit of gem-studded armor, and even silk and fur nightwear, along with a mink cloak. In another corner lay a feather mattress and a copper-inlaid bathtub large enough for two. This carriage is a veritable world within itself, Rhaegar mused as he strolled to the table. Upon closer inspection of the intricate carvings on the polished oak tabletop, his eyes widened. It depicted rivers, plains, mountains, castles, and towns. It was, unmistakably, a three-dimensional map of the Seven Kingdoms. Your Majesty, as Mace spoke, he cast a glance towards the direction where Rhaegar stood. The Seven Kingdoms are a unified entity, governed by a single king, which is why I contemplated presenting this map table to Your Majesty. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated, Duke Mace. Your Majesty, I am merely fulfilling my duty. Rhaegar gazed intently at Duke Mace, filled with curiosity towards the portly nobleman before him. Mace's reputation was far from stellar. He was often mockingly referred to as the inflated fish due to his perceived cowardice and ineptitude. Yet, the man displayed remarkable political acumen and an innate understanding of the populace, a true talent, indeed. Rhaegar's fingers gently traced the colorful table, contemplating the position of the Master of Whisperers. Would you be willing to accept this role? One must reciprocate gifts. It is through exchange that relationships endure. My deepest gratitude. Your Majesty. Duke Mace immediately knelt, expressing his willingness to serve at your Majesty's council, dedicating himself entirely. He accepted the appointment without a moment's hesitation. Prior to Rhaegar's arrival, Mace had harbored aspirations of becoming the hand of the king. The hand, after all, is akin to the prime minister, a figure perched at the apex of the continent's power hierarchy, overseeing the governance of the Seven Kingdoms, a position of immense prestige. He had participated in the Siege of Storm's End alongside the Earl of Driftmark, who was, in fact, his vassal. Thus, in Mace's eyes, that siege was a feat accomplished by his own house. However, upon encountering Rhaegar, Mace relinquished that ambition. He believed such a pivotal role would not be entrusted to him, given the formidable nature of this monarch. Yet, your Majesty, is not the Master of Whisperers Varys, the one who crossed from the other side of the narrow sea? No, the other Master of Whisperers is indeed Varys. I intend to divide the role of Master of Whisperers into two positions. Rhaegar shook his head, and Mace swiftly grasped the implication. Your Majesty does not trust Varys. Your intelligence work will primarily focus on economic matters. I require detailed reports on the prices of goods and the levels of taxation across all cities, all meticulously compiled for my review, Rhaegar articulated firmly, even including the cost of a single egg. Goodness, your Majesty is effectively surveilling the Chancellor of the Exchequer as well. Suddenly, Mace felt that the velvet of his attire was stifling. He found himself growing somewhat overheated. Yes, I understand, he said, adjusting the grand, gold-embroidered collar of his coat. Now, let us set aside matters of state. Rhaegar chuckled at the sight, stating, as I arrive at Highgarden, you must extend the courtesies of a gracious host. Certainly, your Majesty, you are indeed an esteemed guest, Duke Mace replied, wearing a congenial smile. Ultimately, Rhaegar accepted the grand carriage, yet he had no intention of riding in it. Instead, he would transport it back to King's Landing. With the creaking of the wheels, the distance between Rhaegar and the carriage widened. The Reach was now within arm's reach. Before them stretched a breathtaking landscape, adorned with a plethora of roses, and at the horizon stood a castle constructed entirely of pristine white marble, resembling fresh snow. Perched upon a gently sloping hill, 3 ascending concentric walls rose alongside the hill, encircling the central tower and fortress. The lowest wall enveloped the entire base of the hill, while slender, elegant round towers were scattered amidst the fortifications. Its imposing silhouette stood resolutely against the vast expanse of the plains. The structures within the city ascended in tiers along the hillside, their orderly arrangement evoking a unique aesthetic, majestic and exquisite, as if it were a realm inhabited by woodland sprites. At this moment, the sun radiated its warmth, casting vibrant beams of light, as if even the clouds were adorned with delicate golden edges. The sunlight bathed the white castle, enhancing its grandeur and splendor. It appeared almost poetically ethereal, captivating the heart and imagination. I had long heard that Highgarden was the most beautiful castle in all of Westeros. Rhaegar sincerely praised, and upon witnessing it today, it indeed resembled a green paradise. Chapter 23. The Feast at Highgarden. Your Majesty, you flatter me. My humble Highgarden pales in comparison to the majesty of King's Landing. Enough of that. Let us enter the city. By the way, Duke Mace. Rhaegar, mounted on his horse, hastened toward Highgarden, accompanied by Duke Mace and 2 statuesque Kingsguard, while the remaining Kingsguard led the royal knights. Your Majesty, Duke Mace replied respectfully from his mount. I wish to request a person. That is not a problem. Duke Mace's previously anxious heart was instantly set at ease. Requesting someone posed no issue. Upon hearing Duke Mace's unwavering response, Rhaegar's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Duke Mace, I seek your vassal, Lord Randyll Tarly. A gasp escaped Duke Mace's lips. Indeed, your Majesty, you should, or perhaps you are aware, that I am the liege lord of Randyll Tarly, Duke Mace carefully articulated. I am aware, which is why I seek your consent. Rhaegar's gaze fixed intently on Mace, his words deliberate and measured. Duke Mace, your Majesty, this, Duke Mace, under Rhaegar's penetrating gaze, felt a chill wash over him, and instinctively wiped his brow. Why do you desire him? Duke Mace ultimately took a step back. Rhaegar had already prepared his reasoning for this inquiry. Lord Tarly had performed commendably at the Battle of the Weeping. Moreover, if you are willing to relinquish him. He gazed intently at Duke Mace and declared, I assure you, the Tyrell family shall hold the position of Hand of the King for 2 generations. First your mother, and then you, Duke Mace. Imagine, a family ruling this esteemed office for 2 successive generations. Duke Mace's round face flushed crimson in an instant, his breath quickening with anticipation. Rhaegar delivered a final potent proposition. Moreover, your daughter shall become the betrothed of House Targaryen, a union Mace had long cherished the dream of his daughter becoming a queen, thus potentially intertwining the bloodline of House Tyrell with that of the true dragon. Your Majesty, I accept. I shall sever ties with Lannister at the evening feast, in the presence of the gods, the guests, and your Majesty. Excellent choice. Rhaegar commended with a veneer of praise, though inwardly he found Mace's reaction rather amusing. Everyone believed that once in power, they would wield authority. Yet Rhaegar understood that only the army held true power. With an army, one could command authority without a title. From the spear comes the crown. The scenery within Highgarden was enchanting, with blossoms in full bloom, greenery and pools adorning the castle grounds, and vines cascading from the structures. The courtyards were adorned with stone sculptures and marble columns. Following their entrance into the city, the welcome feast was held in the evening. Within the confines of the white marble walls, long tables filled the courtyard of Highgarden, surrounded by musicians. Duke Mace had summoned the most renowned musicians from the entire Reach. At that moment, drummers, flutists, and violinists played passionately and gracefully. The royal knights jostled for space on the benches, feasting on lamb chops, roasted beef, barley stew, and an abundance of fruits and vegetables, all laid before them. Yet, conspicuously absent was wine. Only boiling water was served, for the royal knights were strictly prohibited from drinking. Nevertheless, the knights relished their meal. The sound of a brass trumpet echoed throughout Highgarden, signaling the commencement of the feast. Duke Mace, clad in splendid attire, personally escorted Rhaegar through the central aisle of the courtyard. As Rhaegar donned a robe of pure gold and a black velvet tunic while walking down the aisle, the knights rose in unison, proclaiming loudly, "Long live His Majesty Rhaegar! Long live His Majesty Rhaegar!" The harmonious melodies were drowned out by their synchronized cheers. Rhaegar smiled, nodding to his loyal bannermen. The hall, serving as the venue for the feast, was already ablaze with light. Ornate glass lamps burned with fragrant candles, mingling with the aroma of the food that wafted through the air. Rhaegar took his place at the head of the table. "Your Majesty, would you care for a drink?" Duke Mace personally filled a glass with deep crimson wine from the island of Chingting for Rhaegar. The liquid, a rich purple bordering on black, swirled in the glass, exuding a fragrant aroma enriched with spices. Among the soldiers, I abstained from wine. Rhaegar accepted the glass, but did not drink, apologizing to Duke Mace. "It is of no matter, merely my oversight," replied the Duke. In truth, Rhaegar held a fondness for wine. His own cellar at Red Keep housed a plethora of exquisite vintages, part of the royal private reserve. It contained dry reds from the Riverlands, amber wines from Pantos, honeyed meads from Myr, golden wines from Chingting, and tart reds from Dorne, each variety numbering in dozens of barrels. Yet, having established a rule, one must adhere to it. Rhaegar's abstinence did not dampen the merriment of the gathering. The resplendent hall resonated with laughter and the clinking of goblets. Servants presented dish after dish, a veritable feast for the eyes. There were white-cut chicken filled with grapes and herbs, venison pies stuffed with mushrooms and onions, fine hams, creamy swans, peppered wild boar, and an array of seafood transported from the Shield Islands. Following this were various desserts, lemon cakes dusted with sugar, spiced honey cookies, buttery cheeses, spun sugar unicorns, rose-shaped berry tarts, and roasted apples, among others. "Your Majesty, regarding the matter of Lord Tarly?" Duke Mace leaned in, whispering to Rhaegar, "First, let us eat. We can discuss it afterward." "Very well, Your Grace," Rhaegar nodded, raising his hand to the bowl, prompting a nearby servant to approach. But a mere glance from Duke Mace sent him retreating. The Duke then signaled to his wife. Lady Elia, seated beside Duke Mace, instantly understood her husband's intent. She gracefully rose, accepting a silver jug from the servant, and approached Rhaegar. "Your Majesty." A gentle breeze wafted toward Rhaegar, carrying with it a fragrance reminiscent of roses, overpowering the sense of the feast and lingering in his nostrils. Turning to glance, he beheld a woman dressed in a gown of green velvet, smiling at him. The fitted bodice of her dress revealed her shoulders and upper chest, the plunging neckline and flowing skirt accentuating her exquisite figure, reminiscent of Rhaegar's own former attire. Her soft silver hair, braided and cascading over her pristine shoulders to her waist, was delicately held by slender fingers grasping the silver jug. "Thank you, my lady." Rhaegar instinctively admired her graceful form, and after a moment, he slowly remarked, "My lady, you are truly beautiful." "Your Majesty, you flatter me," came her voice, sweet and gentle as summer strawberries. Lady Elia, holding the silver jug, poured fragrant water into Rhaegar's hands, then tenderly dried them with a towel. The Duke of Mace had been attentively observing Rhaegar, and upon witnessing the scene unfold, he gently stroked his ample earlobes and allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. Chapter 24. Lord Tarly amidst the clinking of goblets. The Duke of Maze discreetly glanced at Rhaegar, noting that His Majesty had just swallowed another small butter roll smeared with almond paste before he raised his glass. As he gently swirled the near pitch-black liquid within the cup, it mirrored the tranquility of his current state of mind. He was preparing to summon Lord Tarly. Yet a flicker of hesitation lingered within him. He must execute the task entrusted to him by Rhaegar, paving the way for his family's ascension. He had not forgotten that his family had once merely been the stewards of Highgarden. It was only through the alliance with House Targaryen that they had usurped House Blackwood, ascending to the status of Highgarden's lords. However, this endeavor proved to be a daunting task. For the bond of vassalage he shared with Lord Tarly was one that seldom altered, and one could even argue that Lord Tarly had become a retainer of his family. Now, as he sought to disrupt this established order, the prospect of inciting discontent among other vassals loomed large, potentially exacerbating their disloyalty. Much like the Redwine family of the Arbor. Yet, the matter was not insurmountable. Unlike the complexities of bestowing titles, the dissolution of vassalage required merely a single declaration. As the foremost duty of a vassal is to obey their liege lord, regardless of the command. After a brief moment of contemplation, Duke mazed down the wine in his glass and finally called out the name, Lord Tarly. Instantly, the gazes of those present shifted from the sumptuous feast and the serving maids to the far end of the table, where Lord Tarly now occupied the seat that had originally belonged to the Earl of the Arbor, who was presently leading his fleet to King's Landing. Seated there was a tall, gaunt man with a short, stiff gray beard, maintaining an erect posture and an impassive expression. A massive sword, sheathed in gray leather, was slung across his back. This was Lord Tarly. Upon hearing the Duke's summons, Lord Tarly remained upright, addressing him as my Lord Duke. The Duke subtly furrowed his brow, cleared his throat, and continued, Lord Tarly, for many years you have served House Tyrell with unwavering loyalty and dedication. Our family has been eternally grateful for your contributions. However, it appears that your service must now come to an end. Turning to the assembly within the hall, Duke Maze declared loudly, in the presence of the gods, I, Maze Tyrell, hereby dissolve the bond of liege and vassal between us, though your lands of Horn Hill shall remain in your family's possession. What? How could this be? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. It was known that Lord Tarly was a direct vassal of Duke Maze, fiercely loyal to House Tyrell. What could possibly compel the Duke to make such a foolish decision? At this moment, the eyes of the guests were fixed upon Lord Tarly, some filled with sorrow and sympathy, while others gleamed with schadenfreude. Why? Faced with such unexpected news, Count Landau Tully's expression remained inscrutable and known for his forthright manner. He posed a direct inquiry, albeit with a tone tinged with gravity. Duke Mace was momentarily taken aback, ready to speak, but was halted by Rhaegar's restraining hand. Count Tully, allow me to address this matter, he said. The Count inclined his head slightly, offering a respectful bow towards Rhaegar, who acknowledged the gesture. It is widely regarded that the Battle of the Trident, which I commanded, marked a pivotal turn in the downfall of the usurper's conspiracy. However, I firmly believe that it was your valiant engagement in the Battle of White Poplar, Count Landau Tully, that truly sounded the clarion call for the usurper's demise. Rhaegar's words resonated throughout the hall, silence reigning as no one dared to interject. He was one of the finest warriors among the Seven Kingdoms, equally a stellar commander. Rhaegar's generous, even somewhat excessive praise left Count Tully somewhat taken aback, yet his countenance remained steadfast, resembling a statue. He is the finest candidate for my Kingsguard. Upon uttering these words, an astonished hush fell over the assembly. Not only was Duke Mace taken aback, but even Count Tully's expression shifted in that moment. Landau Tully hesitated, comprehending Rhaegar's intent to enlist him into the Kingsguard. Since its inception by the Conqueror, the Kingsguard has selected knights proficient in the art of sword and shield, utterly loyal to the king. After centuries, its name has become synonymous with honor. Yet, he wavered. This man, with a will as unyielding as iron on the battlefield, now faced a momentous decision. To join the Kingsguard would mean relinquishing all lands, titles, and even his wife, devoting his life to the service of the king. Bound by oath, with honor as the sole reward, Count Landau could forfeit his wife and even his claim to the lands of Kaling. Yet he hesitated when it came to his family. The Tully lineage, steeped in history and martial pride, faced a dilemma. His eldest son was timid and weak, incapable of continuing the family legacy. If he were to abandon everything and join the Kingsguard, could the Tully heritage endure? Doubt not at him. After a lengthy contemplation, Count Landau, with a heavy heart, knelt on one knee and proclaimed, Your Majesty, I am most willing to forsake my claim to serve the king. Yet he added, My eldest son has never shown an inclination for martial pursuits. A subdued chuckle rippled through the assembly, But Count Tali remained unfazed, maintaining his composure. "I understand your predicament," Rhaegar replied. "Therefore, by the name of the king, I grant you permission to join the King's Guard a decade hence." Rhaegar slowly strode before Count Tali, patting him on the shoulder. "You have 2 sons. Cultivate one to be the heir of the family. I shall always reserve the position of the last Kingsguard for you." A flicker of disbelief passed across the Count's face. "Your Majesty," one of the Kingsguard, closely following Rhaegar, promptly responded. "Where is the white cloak I instructed you to bring?" "Your Majesty, here it is." Arthur produced a pure white cloak from his bosom, unfurling it and extending it to Rhaegar. After receiving it, Rhaegar performed an act that rendered the assembled guests speechless. He personally draped the white cloak over Lando Tali. "This white cloak signifies my promise. 10 years hence, after you have settled your family affairs, I shall inscribe your name in the white tome myself." Instantly, all eyes focused once more on Count Tali, who had been adorned with the white cloak by the king himself and was granted a long-held position within the King's Guard. Envy and jealousy became the prevailing sentiments. "Your Majesty," Count Tali uttered, his complexion paling. He had never envisioned such a scene unfolding before him, an unknown liquid tracing down his cheek. Rhaegar remained silent, merely unsheathing the great sword strapped to Count Tali's back, an ancestral Valyrian steel blade known as Heartbreaker. He rested the blade upon the Count's right shoulder. "Lando Tali, do you pledge your loyalty to me?" The Count knelt, his head bowed. "I, Lando Tali, vow that for the entirety of my life, I shall devote myself to the realm, protecting the king and offering all that I am." "Excellent." Rhaegar struck the shoulder with the blade thrice, then proclaimed loudly, "Lando Tali, I hereby appoint you as the commander of the 5th Legion of the Royal Knights, codenamed Sharpblade. Long live, long live." The hall erupted in jubilant cheers, a cacophony of voices celebrating a historic moment, as Lando Tali became the only individual not yet a Kingsguard to command a legion of the Royal Knights. But the spectacle was not yet concluded. Rhaegar summoned the energy within him. A radiant silver light began to permeate the skin along both their arms. The great sword transformed into a silver hue, as did Rhaegar and Lando Tali. "Blessings, the blessings of your Majesty. It is the blessing of the true dragon." Waves of astonished exclamations echoed forth, as the nobility of the Riverlands, in that moment of illumination, prostrated themselves like docile hounds upon the ground. The light danced and flickered like flames, its brilliance overshadowing the bright candles within the hall. The entire chamber was enveloped in a radiant silver glow. After an indeterminate time, Rhaegar retracted the light, but soon another brilliance emerged. The figure of Randall thus gradually illuminated with a radiance unlike the pure silver of Rhaegar. It shone with the vibrant brilliance of the rising sun. Gasps of astonishment and murmurs of disbelief echoed from the throats of every guest. A fervent atmosphere began to permeate the gathering. "Long live His Majesty, long live King Rhaegar." A glimmer of fervor sparkled in the eyes of Duke Mace. This was the manifestation of supernatural power, the essence of strength itself, and he yearned for such a blessing from His Majesty. Chapter 25. The conclusion of the banquet. Duke Mace suddenly felt a pang of regret, lamenting the deal he had struck. Yet, with circumstances as they were, life must go on, and he donned a smile once more. Following Rhaegar's display of the divine blessing of the true dragon, the banquet reached a new crescendo. Musicians and singers performed with fervor and grace, while jugglers flitted among the guests, showcasing their tricks. Clowns clad in vivid garments pranced about on stilts, adding to the merriment. The guests paired off, dancing joyously to the music. Rhaegar returned to the head of the table, frequently raising his cup in a toast to the attendees. The wine being poured by Duke Mace himself. "Your Majesty, the next performance is from the bear taming exhibition of Norvos." Duke Mace, with a humble demeanor and a smile that betrayed his excitement, leaned closer to Rhaegar, his words as sweet as honey. "Norvos? Indeed, Your Majesty. The free trade city-state across the narrow sea. They are renowned for their dyed beards." "Ha ha ha. Yes, Your Majesty," Duke Mace replied, the aroma of wine wafting from his breath. "It is a land abundant in grand beards. Bring them forth, I wish to see." "As you wish, Your Majesty." A smile lingered at the corners of Duke Mace's mouth. With a clap of his hands, a celestial chime resonated from the entrance. The presence of the performers sensed before they were seen. "Your Majesty, I almost forgot to introduce her. The trainer is a woman." Duke Mace's eyes gleamed with mischief. "When I first encountered her, I nearly lost my senses." "Oh." A hint of anticipation flickered across Rhaegar's face. It is a timeless truth that heroes are drawn to beauty. As they spoke, 2 figures cloaked in gray robes entered. By mere stature, it was evident one was male, his towering frame rivaling that of the great mountains. However, upon reaching the threshold of the hall, the man halted, leaving the remaining figure to advance slowly, the chime emanating from her presence. Following her was a black bear, its robust body adorned with a flowing mane, its powerful limbs thudding against the carpet of the hall. A bear. A commotion erupted, soon replaced by eager curiosity, as the guests anticipated the spectacle that was about to unfold. The woman clad in a gray robe strolled gracefully through the hall before elegantly shedding her cloak. A collective gasp echoed through the space, followed by the sound of hurried swallowing, drowning out even the music. Even Rhaegar squinted slightly, turning to whisper a few words to the royal guards trailing behind him. He believed he had encountered countless beauties, from Ashera to the Duchess of Mess, and even his own mother. Yet, he could not deny that the exotic charm and sensual allure of this female trainer rendered her utterly captivating. As she removed her hooded gray robe, she radiated an irresistible magnetism. Her figure enveloped beneath a delicate yellow silk veil that concealed a body capable of driving men to madness. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the veil to flutter and reveal her rounded, voluptuous thighs. Adorning her feet were golden sandals, their straps woven in gold, ascending to her thighs. Her long, ebony hair cascaded down, curling into small spirals at her willow-like waist. Copper bells adorned her wrists and ankles, while a sun-shaped copper ornament adorned her forehead, accentuating her wild, alluring beauty, a vision that was simply tantalizing. Although a veil concealed her face, Rhaegar could glimpse her black eyes, reminiscent of a deep, tranquil pond. They were eyes imbued with intelligence, seduction, and boundless vitality, as if they held the secrets of the universe. In that moment, the crowd was entranced. Then, the sound of ringing bells emerged as the female trainer began to dance gracefully in the center of the hall, her movements reflecting the rhythms of her distant homeland. The bear, too, stood upright, clumsily attempting to dance alongside the bells, but alas, few paid attention to the bear's performance. For them, the trainer's dance was the true highlight of the evening. The banquet concluded amidst this enchanting atmosphere, and as the guests departed, it was clear that the Duke of Messa's final act would leave a lasting impression. Rhaegar wandered through the courtyard, where stone columns stood tall, entwined with creeping ivy. The crimson glow of the sunset ascended along the vines, casting a captivating hue, while the warm, humid evening breeze enveloped him. The courtyard lay still as water, and he savored this moment until a voice pierced the profound silence, calling, "Your Majesty." It was a soft utterance, barely audible. Following the sound, Rhaegar turned to see an elderly lady approaching unsteadily. She was the one who had summoned him. This petite woman, her silver hair fashioned into a round bun, had turned snow white with the passage of time. The crow's feet at the corners of her eyes and the lines of laughter by her lips painted her face with a poignant sense of age and sorrow. Certainly, there exists a gentle demeanor about her. This is an elderly woman who seems quite sensitive to the chill during this late summer season. Her layered gown of golden threads appears heavier than her frail form. Yet, she has draped a delicate lavender silk scarf around her neck. This individual is none other than the mother of Duke Mace, the true power behind the High Court, Queen Olenna of Thorns. The old lady. Rhaegar inclined his body slightly in greeting, signifying his respect for this venerable figure. "May the gods bless you, Your Majesty." Olenna clasped her bony fingers together in a gesture of reverence, bowing slightly to Rhaegar. "I beg your pardon for my rudeness in failing to greet you promptly." Her toothless speech resembled the faint rustling of worms in sandy soil, delicate and somewhat tinged with decay. "You are too kind, my lady," Duke Mace remarked, "and I hear your health requires rest." Olenna slowly shifted her steps and gazed toward the twilight horizon. "Time flows like water, and it has carried away much from me." Rhaegar furrowed his brow slightly. He found it hard to believe that the woman known as the Queen of Thorns would engage in a discourse on life with him. It should be noted that the passage of time has left her with more than mere wrinkles. It has bestowed upon her considerable wisdom. Perhaps sensing Rhaegar's impatience, Olenna smiled gently. "Your Majesty, my incorrigible son seems to have landed himself in trouble once more, requiring this old mother to clean up after him." Rhaegar chuckled. Understanding her insinuation, she was alluding to the events of the evening and asserting her stance. She was unwilling to relinquish her vassal, House Tyrell. However, he did not directly respond to her inquiry, instead stating, "My lady, you shall become the hand of the king." "Me, an old woman?" Olenna fell silent. Transitioning from the prickly thorn she once was to a withered vine devoid of life. "I am quite old, Your Majesty." Rhaegar regarded this elderly woman, articulating that for the subjects of the kingdom, the hand of the king is as indispensable as the king's own arm. Yet, for the king, whether this hand be aged or youthful, it does not diminish its capability to govern the realm. After a moment of contemplation, Olenna suddenly revealed a toothless smile, etched with wrinkles. I understand, Your Majesty, but I hope my son comprehends as well. Your son is quite astute. Rhaegar's lips twitched before he finally spoke. He is as clever as you. Chapter 26. Lady Ellery, the sun set amidst a crimson glow, while the distant horizon, once awash in pink, gradually surrendered to encroaching darkness that enveloped all. The warmth of the hearth dispelled the chill of the night. Yet a dispute had plunged the room's atmosphere to a frosty low. Why have you compelled me to take such actions? Lady Ellery sighed. To openly provoke His Majesty. Lower your voice. The Duke of Mace hastily reprimanded. But have you not succeeded? A strange silence enveloped the two. Our daughter is still young. It must be you who goes. Lady Ellery cast a cold glance at the Duke, lingering on his round visage. Why not send Genitiller? Is she not quite ample? Damn it, she is my sister. The Duke's expression darkened immediately, casting an unkind look at his wife. What? The anger in her voice had rendered it hoarse. Why? I am still your wife, not your mistress from outside. Once more, the Duke fell into silence, then spoke again, this time with a gentler tone. Jon Forceaway is already betrothed to her, and unless you know the agreement I made with His Majesty, it would be wise to refrain from further comment. Huh? Lady Ellery shot him a glance. Why are you so afraid of him? You are clearly a shrewd man. At this moment, the Duke could no longer remain seated. He rose from the feather bed and stood before the desk, his thick fingers now gently caressing the wooden spine of the harp. He began to pluck the strings. A long, melodious sound emerging, echoing his own voice. He was a decisive master. Should I defy him, I fear I might meet the same fate as the West. Ellery. The Duke looked at his wife. I have a premonition that he will once again bring forth the dragons. Dragons? A tremor laced through her voice. Lady Ellery covered her mouth, as if startled. Being the daughter of the Earl of Old Town, Leighton Haytar, she was well aware of the dragon's formidable power. The blood dragons danced wildly, their massive wings shrouding the sky, flames scorching the air. This was calamity. Indeed, the Duke nodded. Even now, His Majesty's martial prowess surpasses all. Not to mention the supernatural forces he must surely command. Lady Ellery recalled the sacred light that filled the hall during the banquet. That scene was still hard for her to fathom. The Duke was unaware of his wife's thoughts. He merely continued. His Majesty now wields an army as formidable as an iron fist. Ellery, you cannot comprehend the scene that unfolded then. He exhaled deeply, recalling that meeting. The aura of the army seemed to coalesce into a singular entity, imbued with an indomitable spirit, akin to a great hand that constricted my breath. Terrifying, horrifying. Have you forgotten how the West was reshuffled? What could the Western lions do? Faced with the dragon kin, over 10,000 were slaughtered. I have heard from my subordinates that the heads of Tywin's men still hang at the city gates. But, Lady Ellery rose, speaking urgently. But we are not the same as the West. Are we not besieging Windrest Keep? We have achieved merit. A king often overlooks your merits and instead focuses on your faults. He may be oblivious to your countless achievements, but should you err even once, he will demand accountability. Duke Mace continued to lightly strum the strings, his melodious voice resounding through the chamber once more. Go now, my lady, this very night. Lady Ellery cast a deep glance at her husband before gracefully withdrawing. A series of knocks echoed from the oak door. Your Majesty, Alicia has matters to report. It was the voice of Balistan. Let him enter, came the command. As you wish, Your Majesty. Rhaegar turned to the figure who knelt upon entering the room. This man possessed a well-proportioned physique, robust and lean, with black hair that complemented his obsidian-hued plate armor. Your servant, Alicia Thorne, standard-bearer of the Shield Guard's 3rd Battalion, pays his respects to Your Majesty. Elisha's voice resonated with calm strength. A battalion currently comprised of 300 men, divided into 3 companies, each consisting of 100. With the standard-bearer as the leader of the company. Rise, Rhaegar instructed, nodding. I hold a profound impression of you, Alicia, 7th place in the martial tournament. If I recall correctly. Indeed, Your Majesty, it was you who afforded me this opportunity to showcase my skills. Alicia lifted his gaze, his eyes gleaming like agate. Oh, I remember well the 3 standard-bearers of your shield guard. Rhaegar continued as he paced, the battle-hardened Baron Swin, the master archer Ange, and you, skilled in sword and shield. You are all valiant knights. Your Majesty, we are your loyal and courageous knights, Alicia replied, thumping his armored chest with a resounding thud. Pardon the late intrusion. But Lady Mace requests your presence without delay. Alicia had not forgotten the purpose of his visit and promptly reported to Rhaegar. Oh, Rhaegar paused, taken aback by the news, then recalled the scene with Lady Ellery in the hall, as if the lingering scent of her presence still danced in the air. Your Majesty, it is quite late. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until morning? Yashara, preparing to attend to Rhaegar's rest, expressed her concern upon hearing the news, for this was not King's Landing, nor the Red Keep. The girl with the lilac-hued eyes, having matured significantly after the incident at the Red Keep, held Rhaegar's safety in high regard and worried about the potential misdeeds of the nobles in these parts. Not at all, Rhaegar replied, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on Yashara's full, rosy lips, then turning to call out, Balistan. A white figure instantly materialized within the room. Whom do you guard my chamber with today? It is Captain Jiro, your majesty. Let Jiro stand guard at the door and protect Yashara well. After a moment's contemplation, Rhaegar added, you shall accompany me. Wait for me at the door. Should anything amiss arise, we will respond accordingly. As you command, your majesty, Balistan affirmed. Are you reassured now, Yashara? Rhaegar inquired with a smile, directing his gaze towards her. A faint smile graced Ayashara's face. In the study of Duke Mace, Rhaegar encountered Lady Aelary, adorned in a delicate green silk gown. At that moment, she stood by the window, the evening breeze gently billowing the fabric, revealing her mature and voluptuous form beneath the sheer garment. Her skin, as pure as milk, glowed with a rosy hue. Upon hearing footsteps, Lady Aelary turned to face Rhaegar, and a smile illuminated her exquisite features. In that instant, bathed in moonlight, she resembled a divine goddess descending from the celestial realm. As she gracefully approached the entranced Rhaegar, he began to speak, my lady, but his words were silenced by a slender finger pressed against his lips. Your majesty, came her uniquely sweet and gentle voice, reminiscent of summer strawberries. The night is fleeting. Rhaegar's heart trembled as he gazed at the enchanting figure before him and stammered, my lady, this. Without hesitation, Lady Aelary leaped into his embrace, causing his heart to race even more. He could feel the warm breath of her body and the exquisite sensation of her presence. The silk gown did little to diminish the intimacy of their contact, heightening his senses instead. He even felt the pressure against his chest. And Rhaegar understood precisely where that sensation originated. Ultimately, he relented. 2 hours, my lady. That is ample time, your majesty. Chapter 27. Malalio from time immemorial. Tenderness has been a captivating force. Interacting with Lady Aelary had ensnared Rhaegar's senses, yet he managed to maintain a semblance of self-discipline. The female trainer from Norvos had arrived, leaving a profound impression on him from the previous night's banquet. However, it was not only the trainer who came. Another figure clad in gray also appeared. This was a robust man, seemingly in his 30s. A shoulder cape made of horsehair draped over his broad shoulders, and a suit of iron armor clung tightly to his muscular frame, coupled with his iron half-helmet adorned with sharp spikes and a long axe slung across his back. He exuded an aura of intimidation. Arthur stepped forward alongside Kian, blocking the imposing figure. Visitor, please relinquish your weapon. It is a sacred rule for guests. The man's expression was as rigid as stone. I apologize, but I am wedded to my long axe. I cannot part with it. Wedded? Rhaegar's voice resonated as he gestured for the 2 royal guards to withdraw. You are a slave soldier, a divine sentinel. His interest piqued, for he was aware that the Norvosi often sold their unwanted boys to the bearded monks, who would teach them the art of wielding the long axe, training these children to become slave soldiers and guardians for their religious order or to be sold to others. These soldiers would be bound to their long axes in an unbreakable bond. However, these matters do not pique Rhaegar's interest. They are, in many respects, the finest guardians, each pledging to serve, obey, and protect. This is precisely what concerns Rhaegar the most. Indeed, Ilir Hoda responded in a deep voice, simultaneously drawing open his chest to reveal a striking axe insignia emblazoned upon it. Very well, I permit you to accompany me as my guard, Rhaegar acknowledged with a nod. Bring your weapon when you stand before me. A flicker of surprise crossed the rugged visage of the sturdy man, who then bowed slightly, saying, Thank you, your grace. What is your name? Just as he was about to respond, he was interrupted by the female trainer beside him. He is Ilir Hoda. Rhaegar turned to see the trainer casually curtsy. Your grace, as for me, I am Malarian. Is it truly appropriate for you to recruit my guard in my presence? A subtle twitch appeared at the corner of Rhaegar's mouth as he regarded Malarian. Now that her veil had been removed, her straight black hair was woven into a long braid. High cheekbones accentuated her full lips, rendering her both voluptuous and beautiful. You are not merely a lovely girl, but also an astute one, Malarian. She curtsied again, her demeanor as casual as before. Thank you, your grace, but to be honest, many have said the same. A smile danced upon Rhaegar's lips. Malarian, it seems that Nothos rarely engages in trade with my dynasty. Yet you have traveled such a distance to reach me in these southern lands. I have a penchant for adventure and exploring the continent. You certainly possess a spirit of daring. Your grace, there is no need to test me further. I am indeed from Nothos. but I am here solely for the sake of exploration. Her countenance remained as tranquil as water, her dark eyes resembling a deep, undisturbed pond. Very well. I shall speak plainly. I wish for Ilir Hoda, by your side, to pledge his loyalty to me, and you may name your price. Your Grace, you truly are insatiable. Malarian remarked coldly, her expression shifting. Boldly, Arthur and the others, upon hearing such disrespect, turned pale, drawing their swords and advancing towards Malarian. For them, there was no distinction between man and woman, only friend and foe. Ilir Hoda also unsheathed his long axe, bringing it down forcefully upon the marble floor. Standing guard before Malarian. Stand down. Yes, your Grace. Upon hearing this, Arthur and the others retreated, though their expressions remained tense. Malarian, too, wore a serious countenance as she addressed Rhaegar. I require a reason. Why do you seek my guard, your Grace? Rhaegar descended from the throne and approached her directly, unfazed by the sharp axe before him, and gestured for the royal guards to stand down. Malarian's gaze remained fixed upon Rhaegar, and as he calmly closed the distance to a finger's breadth from the axe blade, her eyes widened in apprehension. Your Majesty, I must say, you are a true warrior. Upon witnessing this scene, Malilio's tone shifted slightly. Rhaegar chuckled softly. Allow me to elucidate why. The dynasty I inherit, the Targaryen dynasty, has ruled this continent for nearly 3 centuries, yet it has succumbed to corruption. His words left everyone astounded. Forged in fire and sustained by blood. I do not wish for it to perish in rebellion. I seek to restore the glory of the dynasty. Glory of the dynasty? Malilio's voice interjected. Indeed, my lineage, the Targaryens, is descended from the ancient rulers of the Valyrian Empire. Are you suggesting that you wish to revive the splendor of the Valyrian Empire and reconstruct that vast dominion? Absolutely. I shall reclaim the territories of my ancestors and dispel the shadows looming over mankind, allowing my people to live in prosperity and take pride in being born into a mighty empire. Malilio's pupils constricted once more. But how could you possibly achieve that? The 9 free cities, the Dothraki, the Carthians, each of these powers, when considered individually, could rival your 7 kingdoms. How will you overcome their alliance? Isn't that what makes it intriguing? At Rhaegar's words, Malilio paused, then let out a soft laugh, her tone softening considerably, reminiscent of a cheetah leisurely pursuing its prey. Your Majesty, you truly are a dazzling figure. So, you desire my protection, do you? Indeed, I require talent. Rhaegar nodded, unfazed by the shift in Malilio's demeanor. My soldiers will command the land, and my fleet will govern the seas. Of course, there was one unspoken thought lingering. Dragons would aid me in commanding the skies. I must admit, you possess keen insight. Hoda is the strongest among them this time. A glint of intrigue sparkled in Malilio's eyes. I can persuade him to pledge loyalty to you, as he has yet to swear allegiance to me. But what is the condition? That I too shall join your cause. What? Rhaegar could scarcely believe his ears. I wish to partake in your endeavor. Do you not find it fascinating? Malilio approached Rhaegar, her fingers gliding along his face. I excel in the art of intelligence gathering, which I believe could be advantageous for you. Chapter 28. Guardian of the Dragon's Lair. Oh? Intelligence gathering? Rhaegar subtly turned his face, evading Malilio's touch, yet this action only heightened her intrigue. I have heard that within the city of Norvos, there are 3 colossal bells. Indeed. Your Majesty, the bells number, Nala, and Neil govern the lives of all the city's inhabitants. Malilio recognized this as Rhaegar's test and readily divulged the information. Although that place is my hometown, I have no desire to return there for the entirety of my life, as life there is exceedingly oppressive. This is due to the bearded monks, as Rhaegar inquired. Malilio cast a glance at Rhaegar, acknowledging his vast knowledge. Indeed, it is they who govern the entire city through a governor's council, compelling the populace to worship and pray incessantly. They exude an air of mystery, clad in unprocessed animal hides, relentlessly scourging their own backs regardless of their activities. These individuals reside in the temple stronghold of the upper city, and I am not even aware of the name of the deity they venerate. And what of their military might? Malilio inquired, furrowing her brow. I am only aware that they possess a guard composed of slave soldiers, trained similarly to Hoda, though their strength pales in comparison. Rhaegar's expression turned somber. Forces heavily controlled by religion are often difficult to conquer. However, it is premature to dwell on such matters, as I have yet to consolidate domestic power. Indeed, your insights are commendable, but how will you gather intelligence? Women, Malilio replied with a charming smile. Yes, your Majesty, women manage guests and feasts. Taverns and places of entertainment are indeed their domain. I understand, Rhaegar mused. Utilizing this aspect for intelligence gathering, while somewhat distasteful, is a clever strategy. It appears, Malario, that you shall prove to be a competent intelligence director. I intend to establish a new department directly under the Iron Throne. Your Majesty, how about naming this new department Shasa? Shasa? Rhaegar pondered for a moment, then concluded, to operate in darkness, striking a lethal blow to our enemies. Acceptable. Thank you, Your Majesty, she replied. Do not rejoice too soon. Your first task upon arriving in King's Landing is to ensure that all taverns and places of entertainment are under our control. Any that are not must be swiftly taken over. I shall allocate 50,000 gold dragons for this endeavor, but you must guarantee that all matters, large and small, within King's Landing are within my grasp. Furthermore, after 1 year, the profits from these establishments will be split evenly. Half shall be yours to manage, and the other half must be delivered to me. Understood, Your Majesty. A light, melodious laughter escaped her lips, and Malario's smile remained unyielding, as radiant as the sun outside. Hoda, Lady Malario, how may I serve you? A deep voice resonated. Swear your allegiance to His Majesty. Malario's tone turned somewhat colder. Hoda hesitated briefly before glancing at Rhaegar, who in turn regarded Hoda. With a resolute expression, he approached Rhaegar, then drove the shaft of his long-handled axe into the ground and knelt before him. Your Majesty, I, Hoda, do solemnly swear with my hands and the great axe upon my chest, from this moment forth, to pledge my loyalty, obedience, and protection to Your Majesty. At Your Majesty's command, Hoda shall comply. The deep rumble of Hoda's voice reverberated throughout the chamber. Indeed, Rhaegar preferred to engage with individuals like Hoda, who were forthright and candid, rather than those like Miliario, who wielded honeyed words with venomous intent. However, as a sovereign, it was necessary to employ both types. Hoda, my forebears once constructed a grand domed fortress for their dragons, known as the Dragon's Vault. Although it remains unopened, it still stands atop the Rainey's Hills, and I believe that one day, I shall personally unlock its gates. Hoda, I wish for you to witness this momentous occasion alongside me. The glory of Your Majesty shall be the glory of Hoda. Excellent. Rhaegar clapped his hands in approval, declaring, I will form a legion named the Dragon's Vault Guardians. And I appoint you, Hoda, as the chief guardian. The troop shall comprise 200 men, from which you may freely select from the King's Landing garrison. Furthermore, you shall accompany Miliario to King's Landing, serving as her escort. Yes, Your Majesty. Hoda knelt on one knee, accepting his inaugural command. Thank you for your generosity. Your Majesty, Miliario said, gracefully bowing. After Hoda and Miliario had withdrawn, Aishila approached Rhaegar with measured steps and whispered, Your Majesty. What troubles you, Aishila? Your Majesty. I harbor doubts about that woman. Aishila's expression bore a hint of seriousness. I share your skepticism. Aishila, puzzled, inquired, then why are you so magnanimous? Aishila. In matters of intelligence, it is paramount to maintain checks and balances. Rhaegar grasped Aishila's delicate hand, causing her cheeks to flush, yet she did not resist. The intelligence-gathering efforts of her, Varys, and even Duke Mace overlapped, allowing me to compare their information and thereby glean a more accurate understanding of this realm. Your wisdom is commendable, Your Majesty, Aishila remarked, feeling reassured. Aishila, you too shall return with them to King's Landing to seek out our mother and inquire about bringing forth the Dark Sisters. The Dark Sisters. Aishila's exclamation echoed, as this term astonished her far more than the prospect of returning to King's Landing. The Dark Sisters are not merely a Valyrian steel sword. They are one of the ancestral blades of House Targaryen, yet that sword was thought to be lost. Lost. Rhaegar chuckled, a hint of mockery gracing his features. For it is widely known that when the Blood Raven was exiled to the Night's Watch, he took the Dark Sisters with him, and they vanished with his disappearance. However, in truth, our ancestors ensured that the Blood Raven transported the swords back to the Red Keep via hundreds of ravens. How could an ancestral sword be lost? Aishila's response was swift. Then does this mean that Blackfire is also? Blackfire is another sword of great lineage. Indeed. Rhaegar nodded in agreement with Ashara's conjecture, yet he refrained from elaborating on the subject. Ashara, I require you to assemble a loyal female guard, to serve as my mother, my wife, and my personal attendant. Do you have any candidates in mind? Chapter 29. Magic. Ashara pondered for a moment before suggesting a name. Your Majesty, what of Daisy Mormont? The eldest daughter of McGee Mormont. Rhaegar mused. The Mormont family of Bear Island had been one of the few loyal houses to House Targaryen during the War of Usurpers. Very well, Rhaegar finally acquiesced. I shall also recommend Brienne from Tarth. I will send a raven to her father, requesting her presence in King's Landing. Ashara, you will personally oversee these two. Yes, Your Majesty. The number of personal attendants need not be excessive, Yet loyalty and intelligence are paramount. Ashera. You may find some orphan girls in King's Landing and nurture them from childhood. Such upbringing ensures greater loyalty. Understood, Your Majesty. Absolute loyalty is imperative. Rhaegar remained in Highgarden for an additional 3 days. After sending Ashera, Lady Ellen, and others to King's Landing, he was greeted by a new guest. To be candid, Rhaegar was somewhat astonished by the arrival of this visitor, who was none other than Maelwyn, known as the Wizard Maelwyn. Your Majesty, Rhaegar's attendant, Rhaenys, rapped on the heavy oak door and respectfully announced, Your Majesty, Dr. Maelwyn from the Citadel has arrived. Let him enter, Rhaegar replied. Yes, Your Majesty. The Citadel bore resemblance to the universities of Rhaegar's original timeline, being divided into scholars and doctors. Scholars were those who had studied and trained at the Citadel, healers and scientists, while doctors were the distinguished few among them, masters in their respective fields. Dr. Maelwyn was renowned for his exceptional expertise in the arcane arts. As Maelwyn entered the chamber, he appeared as a stout middle-aged man with a robust chest and shoulders, complemented by a bull-like thick neck and a square jaw. Not to mention, he sported a rounded belly akin to a pot lid, with hair sprouting not only from his head but also from his ears and nostrils. All of this made it difficult for Rhaegar to fathom that this man was indeed a doctor and not a mercenary or warrior. However, he wore a heavy necklace, composed of interlinked dark gray metal chains, a Valyrian steel necklace, signifying the profound mastery of its wearer in magic and mysticism. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. Just as Rhaegar contemplated this, Maelwyn's eyes turned toward him. His violet irises and silver hair radiated an extraordinary regal aura, further accentuated by his luxurious cloak, crafted from rich purple velvet and trimmed with gold. Rhaegar had recently exchanged his own cloak, which was pure gold, now taken by Ashera. As Maelwyn beheld Rhaegar, a smile blossomed upon his face. He could vaguely sense the strength that emanated from Rhaegar, a power he had pursued throughout his life. Not only Rhaegar, but the guards at the entrance also seemed to possess a similar, albeit far weaker, essence, which Maelwyn could barely discern. His smile widened, revealing his mottled crimson teeth. Your Majesty, what is the matter with your teeth? Rhaegar remarked, noticing the peculiar dental display. Maelwyn was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the first words exchanged with the reigning king would pertain to his teeth, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. He shook his head, dispelling his thoughts. Your Majesty, that is the essence of sourleaf. He then produced a piece of sourleaf from his pocket and skillfully tossed it into his mouth. Your Majesty, this is quite a remarkable substance. As he chewed on the sourleaf, his teeth glistened with a sanguine juice, rhythmically opening and closing as he spoke. Rhaegar felt a stir in his throat, not from desire but from disgust. Isn't this akin to betel nut? Please, take a seat, Dr. Maelwyn. There is no need for formality. Your Majesty, I am entirely unfamiliar with the notion of formality. After bowing in gratitude, Maelwyn plopped down onto a gilded high-backed chair, cushioned luxuriously. A faint smile graced Rhaegar's lips as he glanced at Maelwyn's discolored teeth, before slowly inquiring, Dr. Maelwyn, for what purpose have you come? Your Majesty. Maelwyn's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he broached the matter at hand. I have heard tales of the blessings bestowed by the true dragon and the marvels of the Battle of the Trident. At this juncture, a glimmer of yearning ignited in his eyes. He yearned to ascertain the veracity of these claims. For 8 years, he had lingered on the opposite shore of the narrow sea, dedicating each day to cartography, seeking lost tomes, and visiting sorcerers and shadowbinders, all in pursuit of magic. It seems the inhabitants of the Citadel are not particularly welcoming of magic, are they? Rhaegar remarked, his gaze falling upon the Valyrian steel chain around his neck. It bore such weight that he mused it could be reforged into a longsword. A flicker of frustration and discontent crossed Maelwyn's countenance. For in the world the Citadel sought to construct, there was no room for witchcraft, prophecy, or glass candles. I can demonstrate it for you, Dr. Maelwyn. Rhaegar hesitated momentarily, then resolved to acquiesce to Maelwyn's request. Maelwyn's expression grew stern, his posture straightening. Rhaegar unsheathed his longsword, raising it high as he channeled his inner might. A hum resonated as the entire blade, from tip to edge, shimmered with a silvery luminescence that resembled a living entity, flickering like pale flames. Intertwined with the color of steel, this radiant silver light wove together, filling the chamber with its brilliance. Miraculous, Maelwyn exclaimed, leaping to his feet, his heart racing wildly, his outstretched hands trembling uncontrollably. As a foremost researcher of magic and mysticism among the 7 great nations, he possessed an innate ability to sense true mystical forces. For countless years, he had steadfastly believed in the existence of magic. He rejected the notion that such a magnificent power had been lost to this era or that it had dissipated into mere wisps of smoke. His relentless quest had finally borne fruit. Laughter erupted from him, tears brimming in his eyes. "Ah, the grey-cloaked sheep of the Academy, did you not doubt my words? I, Malvin, have discovered it. Your Majesty, he exclaimed, now prostrating himself before the sword, his tear-filled gaze fixed upon it. I yearn for magic. Regadon paused, subtly evading Malvin's eager advance, and returned his gaze to the scholar's eyes, which sparkled with fervent intensity. You desire this power, he observed, a faint smile returning to his lips. Yes, Malvin nodded fervently. I am willing, but there are conditions. Speak, then. Utilize your influence to recruit learned individuals, and assist me in establishing an academy in King's Landing. Consider it done, Malvin declared, thumping his chest. Though I may not see eye to eye with the grey-cloaked sheep of the Academy, I can certainly gather dozens of scholars or assistant scholars without issue. Chapter 30. The Old Town. Very well. Regadon nodded thoughtfully. However, there is one final stipulation. You must pledge your loyalty to me. He refrained from mentioning the request for the necklace, knowing it symbolized not only honor, but also a shared history for the scholars. Malvin hesitated. Your Majesty, this condition is indeed fair. Magic is the most precious thing to me. Exchanging my loyalty and the establishment of the Academy for it is entirely acceptable. However, the scholars, like the Brothers of the Night's Watch, serve the realm of Westeros. Their allegiance should lie with the land, not merely its inhabitants. Your Majesty, if it pleases you, allow me to serve you in the capacity of an advisor for life, rather than swearing fealty. That is acceptable, Dr. Malvin. Regadon placed his hand on Malvin's sturdy shoulder, a radiant glow enveloping them, and, unsurprisingly, Malvin beheld the grand statue. A look of astonishment crossed his face. Your Majesty, are you a god? Malvin finally managed to stammer. Regadon shrugged, offering no answer, merely chuckling. Go now, recruit some individuals in the Old Town. Yes, Your Majesty. Malvin bowed deeply before turning to depart. As he set forth towards the Old Town Academy, a meeting was simultaneously being prepared within the confines of the Old Town. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, a low, resonant hum began to reverberate throughout the Old Town. It commenced from the Sailor's Sanctuary, followed by the Lord's Sanctuary, the Temple of the Seven Gods, and ultimately the Starry Sanctuary. The morning bells of these sacred places intertwined, forming a grand and magnificent symphony that echoed along the banks of the Mead River and resonated throughout Whispering Bay. Towering above, the great spire stood at the confluence of the Mead River and Whispering Bay, its summit crowned with an eternal beacon, a guiding light that shone brilliantly. Count Leighton, the lord residing in this lofty tower, seldom descended. However, today he found himself beneath the shadow cast by the tower's grandeur. Adorned in a tailored velvet suit, a badge emblazoned on his chest depicted a white tower with a burning beacon atop its steps. This was the crest of the Heidel family. This gentleman was Count Leighton Heidel of the Towering Spire, though the townsfolk preferred to refer to him as the voice of the Old Town, the Lord of the Harbor, the Guardian of the Academy, or even the Lighthouse of the South. Count Leighton lifted his gaze to behold the scenery of the Old Town, the black marble walls and arched windows of the Starry Sanctuary, alongside the dome and towers resembling a palace that housed the Academy. May the gods bestow their blessings and illuminate the path ahead. He murmured softly in his family's ancestral tongue before striding across the slick cobblestone surface, making his way toward the Academy. Nestled by the banks of the Mead River, the Academy lay ahead, and upon passing through the grand entrance flanked by two towering Sphinx statues crafted from green marble, he officially entered the realm of scholars. The Sphinx, a creature with the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the tail of a serpent, stood sentinel at the entrance. Within the Academy, an atmosphere of serene solemnity enveloped the space, populated by figures clad in flowing gray woolen robes. Count Leighton recognized these individuals as apprentices or assistant scholars, with a few full scholars among them. He lingered not, crossing a creaking wooden bridge until he arrived at Raven Island, the destination of his visit. The island, or more precisely, the Raven Tower upon it, was the purpose of his journey. As the patron of the Academy and the lord of the Old Town, he was obligated to attend this convocation convened by the doctors. The Raven Tower was the oldest edifice within the Academy, rumored to have once served as a pirate stronghold. Count Leighton held this belief firmly as he traversed the eerie corridors of the tower. The Raven Tower was desolate, save for the persistent calls of the ravens kept by the scholars for communication. Passing through a colonnade draped in moss and vines, he entered the interior of the tower. The stone walls, adorned with ancient tapestries, housed a series of braziers, their flames flickering weakly, casting shadows that danced restlessly. Cursed be this place. The atmosphere is ever so unsettling, Count Leighton muttered, realizing he could not bring a retinue with him, as he caught sight of a heavy oak door. Adorned with black iron rings, illuminated by the flickering flames, he instinctively exhaled a deep sigh. This was the destination of his journey, the office of the Chancellor. The doctors, esteemed members of the scholarly organization, were gathered here under the guidance of the Chancellor, participating in the pivotal council. Count Leighton rapped on the iron ring. The sound of the latch being moved echoed, and it was difficult for Count Leighton to envision the elderly figure struggling to shift the heavy bolt. Upon entering, he found himself in a hall, brightly lit, dispelling the previous air of gloom. Sunlight streamed through the high-arched windows, casting warm rays upon the stone floor. A figure was gradually retreating from the entrance, undoubtedly the one who had opened the door. Turning his gaze, Count Leighton, aided by the ample light and distance, discerned the individual clearly. The man appeared to be in his 50s, yet his physique remained remarkably robust, evidenced by his ability to lift the heavy bolt unaided. Beneath his gray woolen robe, his back bore a slight stoop. As if sensing a gaze upon him, the elder turned to look, his gray-brown eyes sparkling with wisdom and vitality. Count Leighton's attention was further drawn to the necklace he wore, gleaming with the luster of gold. His necklace, rings, cane, and even the mask hanging at his waist were all crafted from gold. "Good day, Dr. Ryan," Count Leighton said, inclining slightly in respect. The presence of gold throughout the province could only signify Dr. Ryan, a master of finance and accounting. "It has been a while, Count Leighton, Dr." Ryan replied with a faint smile, then ascended a platform. "Indeed, it has been quite some time. The last council I attended was 6 years ago." The center of the hall was largely empty, save for the elevated platforms at the corners. Without hesitation, Count Leighton ascended the steps and settled into the cushioned chair atop the platform. The sound of his cane striking the floor resonated through the hall. At the far end of the hall, from one of the elevated platforms, a voice spoke. "Ah, Count Leighton has arrived. Let us commence the meeting." This voice, reverberating clearly throughout the hall due to its unique acoustics, belonged to Dr. Nolan, the current Chancellor of the Academy. His necklace, crafted from gold and silver, indicated his expertise in both medicine and economics. Regarding the matter of Chancellor Pycelle, the Academy had indeed verified the claims made by His Majesty, King Regius I. "The actions of Chancellor Pycelle are a disgrace to our Academy. I propose we expel him," came a frail voice from the platform adjacent to Count Leighton. Leighton was also acquainted with this individual, Dr. Vogrieve, an elderly scholar whose advanced age, nearing 90, may have clouded his faculties. A sudden silence enveloped the brightly lit hall. Then, Steward Norin gently cleared his throat and spoke. "Paxil has been deceased for nearly a month, Dr. Vogrieve. In my opinion, to strip him of his bachelor's necklace and title while reclaiming his possessions is an affront to the integrity of the Academy." Dr. Peristan, adorned with a copper necklace and recognized for his expertise in history, chimed in. "I second that motion." A chorus of agreement resonated from the elevated platform, with Count Leighton also endorsing the proposal, affirming that Bachelor Paxil was indeed a disgrace. "Well, this matter has passed unanimously. Let us proceed to the next agenda. In the Citadel, we require the appointment of another scholar, and another is needed for Dragonstone Island," continued Dr. Norin. "His Majesty King Rhaegar I has specifically requested Dr. Ryan to assume the role of the scholar, while Dr. Ambrose is to take on the position for Dragonstone Island. Dr. Ambrose is renowned throughout the Academy as a distinguished physician, responsible for determining whether the scholar apprentices are proficient enough to earn the silver necklace signifying medical expertise." "How can this be? Both of them are authorities in medicine and economics. They cannot be so easily relinquished from the Academy." An uproar ensued atop the platform. "Ladies and gentlemen," Count Leighton interjected, "let it be clear that whether one is a bachelor or a doctor, they serve as servants to the entirety of the 7 kingdoms. The realm requires your wisdom to assist in governance." Leighton surveyed the hall and continued, "Moreover, this is the king's decree." Once more, silence fell within the hall. Dr. Norin tapped his staff upon the floor. "Very well, let us commence the voting." "Seconded. Seconded." A cascade of voices echoed in agreement, all in favor. With the unanimous decision of 19 doctors and Count Leighton, the assembly officially appointed Dr. Ryan as the new scholar and Dr. Ambrose for Dragonstone Island. The individuals atop the platform nodded in acknowledgement. "Now, onto the third agenda." Dr. Norin paused before continuing. "His Majesty has inquired regarding the 7 private scholars of the kings and when they might be dispatched. Aside from the realm of mysticism, let us assign 1 scholar from each field," proposed Count Leighton, recalling a letter penned by the king himself. Let us draw from the disciplines of corvidology, history, economics, military science, metallurgy, astronomy, and medicine. I find that to be feasible, Dr. Theobald remarked, his necklace crafted from lead. Indeed, seconded. A fresh wave of support surged forth, leading to the successful passage of this agenda. Now, let us proceed to the fourth agenda. Dr. Nolan suddenly burst into laughter and then spoke, indicating that His Majesty truly values knowledge, which is indeed a commendable quality. What did His Majesty say, Chief Nolan? Inquired Dr. Ryan. His Majesty has sent a letter, requesting that our Academy bestow upon him a collection of books, a variety of them. Dr. Perez then interjected, this is a simple matter. The king wishes to enrich his personal library. Dr. Nolan sighed with a wry smile. The quantity requested is quite substantial. After a moment of silence, Count Leighton slowly replied, if there are any titles lacking, our Hightower family will gladly assist. Count Leighton spoke with confidence, for his family is one of the oldest noble houses on the continent of Westeros, with a lineage tracing back to the ancients. Their long history has endowed their library with an extraordinary wealth of knowledge, even housing ancient Valyrian scrolls in their cellar, the last remaining copies in existence. We appreciate Count Leighton's generosity, but these are merely copies of books, which our Academy can certainly provide, they acknowledged. Indeed, as an Academy, must we resort to borrowing books? That would be quite the embarrassment. Thus, it was decided that an initial 3,000 copies would be sent to King's Landing alongside Dr. Ryan and others. The final agenda item was presented. Scholar Clizzen has perished in the flames of Wind's Rest. We need to appoint another scholar. Let it be Scholar Palos, was the proposal. I second that, came the chorus of agreement, and the last agenda item was confirmed by the Assembly. Very well, let us complete this final step and conclude our meeting. Dr. Nolan declared as he first leaned on his staff and descended from the dais, followed by Count Leighton. Soon, in the center of the hall, 19 scholars clad in gray woolen robes, adorned with various alloy masks and necklaces, gathered around Count Leighton in a circle. In the middle stood a small oak door, featuring 20 unique keyholes. At that moment, the scholars retrieved ancient, heavy keys forged from black iron from their robes, each inserting their key into the respective locks. And Count Leighton did the same. The small door opened, revealing a shallow stone pit wherein lay a box reinforced with iron hoops. Together, they hoisted the box out. Upon opening it, they discovered a book and a dragon egg. Count Leighton was astonished. He had visited 6 years prior and had not seen this dragon egg. The scholars, however, paid little heed to the dragon egg, as their interest lay solely in preserving it as a testament of the previous era. The book was extracted, a hefty tome bound in leather, adorned with colorful inlays and gold-embossed lines. The cover bore the words, "The truth of the world," crafted from ivory. Praise the truth of the world, the assembly chanted in unison, bowing their heads in reverence. Dr. Nolan then opened the book, laying it upon the ground as he began to record the proceedings of this meeting. As others observed in silence, Dr. Nolan completed his writing, after which the assembly solemnly inscribed their names upon the tome. Thus, this pivotal gathering came to a close. Count Leighton traversed the streets, crossing the stone arch bridge and navigating the cobbled alleyways with increasing urgency. He was bound for the towering spire, eager to convey the news of the dragon egg to His Majesty and his own uncle, Jello Hader. Later, beneath the azure sky framed by the glow of distant flames, a raven soared from the spire towards the northeast. Chapter 32. The Dragon Egg. The raven's message reached Rhaegar the day after he departed from the High Hall. Count Leighton's letter instigated a suspicion within Rhaegar's heart. There might be more than 3 dragon eggs, for one had appeared in the Learning City, and perhaps others lay hidden within the cellars of Dragonstone. Additionally, there could still be eggs amidst the ruins of Summerhall. His ancestor, Aegon V, had once attempted to hatch 7 eggs with wildfire, ultimately resulting in the tragedy that befell Summerhall. However, Rhaegar was presently preoccupied with the dragon egg in the Learning City, as new reports from the Eastern Front emerged regarding the siege of Moondor Castle. Half a month prior, after dispatching an army of 10,000 Dornishmen, the lesser nobles of the East began to rally behind the Targaryen dynasty to besiege the stronghold of House Arryn, the Eyrie. Were it not for the Eyrie's formidable defenses, this war of usurpers would have long since concluded. Yet, Rhaegar remained dissatisfied with the progress. Moondor was merely the first castle at the foothills, with 3 more strongholds, Grayscale, Snowmount, and Long Sky, still to conquer before reaching the Eyrie. Rhaegar would wager that those nobles participating in the siege were merely encircling, rather than assaulting. He resolved to journey personally to the Vale to eliminate the last vestiges of unrest against the dynasty, but for now, he would return to King's Landing. As the assembly rode along Rose Avenue, the banners of the true dragons fluttered proudly in the wind. Rhaegar led the way, flanked by his cloaked Kingsguard, followed by successive ranks of royal knights. Mounted upon his steed, the wind tousled his hair, and all he could discern were the gentle murmur of distant streams, the rustle of leaves, and the rhythmic thuds of hooves along with the banners flapping. The gray horizon hinted at impending rain. The scent of pine and grain, mingled with a touch of warmth, wafted through the air. The landscape on either side transformed into meticulously cultivated fields, rich with various grains, resembling an intricately inlaid floor. Travelers, whether on foot or in carts, merged into this broad thoroughfare from the winding country paths and hunting trails. Along the way, farmers' wagons, merchants' caravans, and even the riders of minor nobility halted in reverence upon encountering the fluttering banners, bowing to express their respect. Suddenly, the forward scout returned, accompanied by a cloud of dust and the sound of a neighing steed, bringing the procession to a halt. He dismounted with agility, the weight of iron armor not hindering his nimbleness. Kneeling on one knee, he addressed Rhaegar, "Your Majesty." Ahead stands a merchant who claims to be a friend of Master Varys, a certain Illyrio, who requests an audience with Your Majesty. Illyrio? A smile graced Rhaegar's lips. "At last, my 3 dragon eggs have arrived. Come, let us see." With a nudge to his steed, he galloped forth, followed closely by the royal knights. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed as iron struck the earth. A gentle breeze carried the fragrant blend of grass and soil, and as the cavalry slowed, they finally came to a halt. In a meadow, Rhaegar encountered Governor Illyrio of Pentos. The man was rotund, perhaps even portly, with meticulously groomed golden hair that danced in the wind. "I welcome the arrival of His Majesty Rhaegar, King of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Sovereign of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm," Illyrio proclaimed in a high, sweet voice. "Rise," Rhaegar commanded. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Illyrio replied, slowly rising from the grass with the assistance of 2 slaves. He had evidently been kneeling for some time. As Illyrio lifted his gaze to behold Rhaegar, an exaggerated smile spread across his face. "Oh, your silver gold hair and violet eyes, you who possess the ancient blood of Valyria, are indeed the blood of dragons, the ruler of the world." "Enough, enough," Rhaegar interjected, waving his hand to halt the flattery. "Illyrio, why are you here? Were you not to await me in King's Landing?" He scrutinized the governor, adorned in a lavish velvet robe, cinched around his ample belly with a belt crafted from precious gemstones. Each of his broad fingers was adorned with gem-encrusted rings, the flesh of his hands spilling over them, the brilliance of the jewels reflecting the sunlight, adding to the unpleasant sheen of his countenance. "How could I wait in King's Landing for Your Majesty's arrival?" Illyrio smiled obsequiously, revealing a set of uneven yellow teeth through his split beard, gleaming like gold. "Of course, I personally brought them to you." "Well then, where are the dragon eggs?" Rhaegar inquired with a measured tone. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, the dragon eggs are safe," Illyrio replied, then turned and clapped his hands. A burly man emerged from a nearby tent. Rhaegar's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of him. The giant bore skin the color of olive oil, his enormous frame evident in the tree trunk-like arms and a belly resembling a large cauldron. A leather vest studded with iron was pitifully small for his bulk, barely reaching his chest. "Your Majesty, this is Bavoris," Illyrio said with a subtle smile. "He is a champion gladiator from Myr, having never lost a battle in the arena. Later, as I found myself in need of a guard, I procured him at a considerable price." However, Rhaegar was indifferent to this. His sole focus lay on the chest held by Bavoris. Was the dragon egg within? Rhaegar's gaze fixated on the bronze-adorned cedar chest. "Indeed, Your Majesty," came the reply. Illyrio, noticing Rhaegar's lack of interest in his escort, promptly fell silent. Upon opening the chest, it revealed a sumptuous lining of brown velvet, upon which lay a thick layer of lantern grass. Resting atop this verdant bed were 3 dragon eggs. The central egg, as dark as midnight, emanated a sheen akin to black iron. Yet beneath this darkness lay a profound crimson, with waves and swirls of deep red cascading across its surface. The egg on the right radiated a vibrant deep green, adorned with coppery speckles of varying sizes scattered sporadically. The smallest egg, pale cream in hue, bore several horizontal golden stripes across its surface. Rhaegar found it difficult to fathom that these 3 dragon eggs, having endured centuries of time, could somehow be revived by the mother of dragons. He picked up one of the eggs, the cream-colored one, which surprisingly felt quite weighty. Its surface was not smooth, but rather covered in delicate scales. "Blood and fire share a common origin," he mused, his fingers gently tracing the curves of the shell, before inquiring of Illyrio the origin of these eggs. "Your Majesty, as you know," Illyrio responded cautiously, "I am a merchant, specializing in spices, gemstones, and and well, the trade of dragon bones, with business extending across 9 free cities of trade, all the way to the shores of the Jade Sea in the east. These 3 eggs hail from the lands east of Ass High, the Shadowlands. He felt it imperative to clarify that these eggs were not procured from their Targaryen lineage. Rhaegar nodded slowly. A rumble of thunder echoed from the heavens above. Your Majesty, it seems rain is imminent, cautioned a nearby Kingsguard. Yes, and noon approaches. Let the soldiers prepare to set up camp and take a moment's respite. As you command. Your Majesty, during this late summer season, torrential rains are common. I implore you to take shelter within the tent. Illyrio's excessively oily tone intruded upon the air. Rhaegar said little and proceeded with the Kingsguard into Illyrio's encampment, while the royal knights stood guard outside. As he lifted the curtain woven from golden silk, a rich fragrance flooded his senses. Your Majesty. A handmaiden clad in an exquisite linen robe knelt before him, greeting Rhaegar with reverence. The tent was vast and opulent. The floor was adorned with thick silks and rich carpets. Surrounding them, luxurious silk drapes hung down, leaving only a narrow passageway. At the end of this passage, a finely crafted tapestry of pale gold was displayed, intricately embroidered with the Targaryen sigil of the 3-headed dragon. You are quite considerate, Illyrio, the king replied. Your courtesy is unnecessary. It is my duty to attend to such matters. Illyrio turned, bowing slightly, his ample form swaying beneath the loose silk of his attire. With another clap of his hands, 4 women gracefully emerged from behind the curtains. Clad in delicate veils, their eyes shimmered with allure. One possessed hair like honey and eyes as blue as a summer sky, complemented by sun-kissed skin. The second boasted raven locks, a voluptuous figure, large dark eyes, olive skin, and full lips revealing pearly teeth. The third, although petite, was strikingly beautiful, with skin as white as milk and deep, night-like eyes framed by black hair. The last had straight black hair, bronze skin, and soft amber eyes that nearly glowed with a golden hue. What is your intention, Illyrio? The king inquired. Your Majesty, these are 4 of my most exceptional women, presented to you on this occasion. Oh, Rhaegar gazed intently at the merchant, a sly smile gracing his lips. Then do introduce them. Yes, Your Majesty. Illyrio bowed his head and began his introductions. The first is Doria, trained by the slavers of Lys in the art of 7 distinct pleasures. The second is Shay, the most exquisite handmaiden among my slaves. The third is Tanya, who possesses the most remarkable physique. Lastly, we have Missandei. Illyrio whispered, Your Majesty, she is no ordinary woman. She possesses an extraordinary gift for languages, effortlessly acquiring new tongues. She speaks the common tongue of Westeros, various Valyrian dialects, and High Valyrian. High Valyrian? Rhaegar's expression shifted to one of curiosity. Pray, demonstrate for me, Dracarys, a short, powerful voice responded, reverberating with a high and commanding pitch. Can you write in Valyrian? Rhaegar posed another question. Indeed, Your Majesty. Good. Rhaegar turned his gaze toward Missandei, the girl with straight black hair. You truly have a remarkable linguistic talent. Illyrio, this gift is most commendable. I accept it. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. It is a blessing for them to be received by a ruler such as yourself. Illyrio continued, I have yet another gift to present to Your Majesty, to commemorate your ascension to the throne. He then moved deeper into the tent and soon returned, cradling a long, slender object wrapped in crimson velvet. As the wrapping was unveiled, a dark and understated gleam flickered within the tent. Valyrian steel, Rhaegar exclaimed instinctively upon seeing the item. It was unmistakably a spear forged from Valyrian steel. Indeed, Your Majesty, Illyrio replied. Rhaegar grasped the long spear, feeling its weight in his hands. The entire weapon, including the shaft, was forged from Valyrian steel. His fingers glided gently over the smooth patterns etched upon it, the intricate ripples embedded deep within the metal, remnants of its arduous crafting, a testament to the exquisite beauty inherent in superior weaponry. Your Majesty, Garrow, the ever-stalwart Kingsguard, who had been trailing behind like a statue, spoke up. I have named this spear royal shield and bestow it upon you. Rhaegar's voice resonated throughout the tent. Your Majesty, Garrow immediately knelt on one knee, recognizing the spear's immense value. I already possess a steel sword. I humbly request that Your Majesty keep this. In Garrow's hand rested a Valyrian steel longsword, known as Vigilance, an heirloom of the Hightower family. Rhaegar waved his hand dismissively, interrupting Garrow. Since the spear bears the name Royal Shield, it is fitting that it belongs to you, the commander of the guard. Your prowess in swordsmanship is commendable, but your talent with the spear is truly exceptional. With just a steel spear in hand, you could easily fend off the attacks of 2 Kingsguard. Imagine what you could achieve with a spear forged from Valyrian steel. Thank you for your generosity, your majesty. Garrow, realizing there was no point in refusing, graciously accepted the gift, for he preferred the spear over the sword. This particular weapon resonated deeply with his desires. Meanwhile, Illyrio, observing Rhaegar's casual gift of such a precious weapon to another, felt a pang of envy. Little did they know the time he had invested in acquiring this steel spear. Dispatching individuals to scour the ruins of Valyria to gather the materials for its creation, and seeking out the finest blacksmith in Volantis to forge it. One seems a bit insufficient, Rhaegar mused, contemplating the skills of Brynden, William, and Hien, each possessing remarkable aptitude for spear combat, talents not to be squandered. Damn it! Illyrio silently lamented, struggling to maintain his composure. By the way, Rhaegar turned to Illyrio, your unwavering loyalty. What is it that you desire? Joy surged within Illyrio as he sensed the moment he had long awaited had arrived. He had sacrificed so much, even parting with the Valyrian spear and his beloved handmaidens. All for this instant. He stifled his emotions, his voice trembling slightly as he replied, Your Majesty, I yearn for your blessing of the true dragon. Indeed. Illyrio had learned from his confidant Varys about the numerous miracles surrounding Rhaegar. He was certain that a mysterious power was awakening within him, and Illyrio desired that very power. The blessing of the true dragon. Rhaegar's words held a profound significance. Shall I grant it to you then? Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you. A surge of ecstasy suddenly coursed through Illyrio's spine, spreading to his limbs, rendering him momentarily unsteady. Power, mysterious power, would soon be his. Rhaegar smiled, hoping that he would still be able to smile afterwards. Chapter 34. The Hand of the Holy Fire Jello. You may leave first, Rhaegar commanded, gesturing for the girls to accompany him. Yes, Your Majesty, Jello replied, grasping his spear and leading the girls out of the tent. Illyrio, kneel, Rhaegar ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. A flicker of thought crossed Rhaegar's mind as a silvery light shimmered at his fingertips, gently touching Illyrio's forehead. The radiance enveloped Illyrio's brow, and sweat began to bead on his face, contorting it into a mask of agony. He attempted to cry out, but his voice was trapped in his throat. Even the instinct to draw in air eluded him, as though an iron grip constricted his neck. His limbs turned to jelly, collapsing helplessly to the ground. He managed to utter a few desperate words to Rhaegar. Spare me. Will you pledge your loyalty to me, Illyrio? I will, he gasped, clutching the glowing ring around his neck, striving to catch his breath, in the name of the old and new gods. At this, Rhaegar shifted slightly, dispersing the light that coiled around Illyrio's neck, which then flowed back into his mind. No. Illyrio recognized the light entering his consciousness. Yet he was powerless against such extraordinary force. This ring would remain in his mind. Should he harbor any malice towards Rhaegar, death would swiftly follow. That cannot be. It cannot, Illyrio pleaded, but soon the pain in his head intensified. It seems you have begun to harbor ill will towards me, Rhaegar remarked, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You must learn to numb yourself, Illyrio, Rhaegar whispered in his ear. Continually hypnotize yourself, pledge your loyalty to me, and you shall alleviate some of the suffering. Since you have sworn fealty to me, you of Pentos shall annually remit 150,000 golden dragons to me personally. Your Majesty, I am but one of Pentos' governors. I cannot dictate such a substantial tribute for this grand city, Illyrio murmured, unable to rise from the ground due to the lingering pain. Then let it be on your own accord, Rhaegar replied, casting a glance at Illyrio. You shall personally remit 150,000 golden dragons to me each year. Do you understand? I understand, I understand. Illyrio, you now have my support. Rhaegar's tone softened considerably as he spoke close to Illyrio's ear. Transforming Pentos into your own dominion will not be difficult, will it? Thank you for your support, Your Majesty. A bitter smile crept upon Illyrio's face. In the end, it all belonged to you. Damn it, I should not have come here. Another wave of excruciating pain surged through Illyrio's mind. Hearing the cry of anguish, Rhaegar chuckled softly, advising him to numb himself and refrain from harboring malice towards his master. It appears that this invasive energy not only penetrates the human brain, but also exerts a degree of control over one's consciousness. Withdraw, Rhaegar commanded Illyrio, adding, oh, and you must come every 6 months, lest your mind be stretched by the aura. Illyrio shuddered at the words. Yes, yes, Your Majesty, I take my leave. The late summer rain was, in truth, a torrential downpour. By the time Rhaegar emerged from the tent, the rain had ceased, leaving a veil of mist shrouding the somewhat brightening horizon. Illyrio departed, accompanied by the brawny Bavorus, as he returned to Pentos to gather this year's tribute. It is likely that he did not leave in a state of joy. Rhaegar and his companions continued their journey along the Rose Road. Yet their progress was soon interrupted once more. On the highway, less than a day's ride from King's Landing, Rhaegar's army came to a halt. What is the situation? Rhaegar inquired, pointing ahead with his whip. Before them stood an unfamiliar cavalry, encircled by Rhaegar's advancing forces, specifically the Dark Flame Brigade led by Hien. Your Majesty, Hien has questioned them, replied Balistan, who stood nearby. Their numbers are around 100, and judging by their attire, they appear to be the red-robed monks of R'hllor. They claim to have come from Volantis. Volantis? Rhaegar's interest was piqued. This journey had brought him numerous surprises. The distance traveled was considerable, with King's Landing lying across much of the continent. Soon, Rhaegar's main force encountered the cavalry. All members of this contingent had dismounted, clad in long red robes that reached their knees, hoods drawn, and masks obscuring their faces save for their eyes. Two leaders among the red-robed figures were engaged in discourse with Hien. "O great king, we have come to pay our respects." One of the leading red-robed figures intoned in a voice that almost seemed to chant, revealing a feminine quality. Rhaegar questioned, "Then why do you not await me in King's Landing?" The same red-robed woman responded, bowing gracefully, "Noble Majesty, we cannot enter King's Landing. Your Majesty, they are armed." Hien interjected, "Oh, following the recent usurper war, there is indeed stringent control over unfamiliar armed forces within the city." "Many?" Rhaegar queried. "Yes, Your Majesty. A considerable number of weapons." Hien's gaze flickered towards the red-robed individuals, each robe bulging, undoubtedly concealing various armaments. Rhaegar furrowed his brow, pondering the audacity of the religious faction to conduct an armed march. "Surrender your weapons," commanded another figure clad in crimson robes, his voice unmistakably masculine. The red-robed individuals fell silent, each extracting weapons from beneath their voluminous garments. They first drew forth two iron-spiked maces from their waist belts, followed by a curved dagger and a longsword from their sides. They retrieved concealed wrist crossbows from their sleeves, daggers from their legs, and even several glass bottles filled with flammable oil tied together. Rhaegar's face twitched. The amassed weapons, gathered by this 100-strong band, resembled a small mountain. It was reminiscent of an arsenal from the age of cold steel, akin to that of a special forces unit. What could possibly be concealed within the wagons trailing this cavalry? Rhaegar cast his gaze towards the large canvas carts behind the horsemen. "Your Majesty, they are also laden with weaponry," remarked, deepening Rhaegar's frown. He swiftly approached, lifting the canvas to reveal an array of spears with tips shaped like flickering flames, startlingly apparent before him. Beside the spears lay a stack of orange capes, the hands of the holy fire. Rhaegar sharply turned towards the cavalry clad in red robes. "You possess considerable audacity to trespass upon my territory. What is your intention? Armed evangelism?" Chapter 35. Melisandre with swords unsheathed and spears at the ready. Rhaegar's troops aimed their weapons at the hands of the holy fire. "Your Majesty, you misunderstand," the red-robed woman began to explain. "We do not seek to spread the faith of the Lightbringer to the 7 gods Westeros. We merely wish to find you, pledge our loyalty, and protect you." Rhaegar paused, momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean by loyalty? Is this a windfall from the heavens?" The red-robed woman continued, "Remove your robes and masks." She was the first to shed her robe and unveil her face. "I am Melisandre, Your Majesty." Once the mask was removed, her voice regained its natural tone, characterized by a melodious accent unique to the lands of Ashai, pleasing to the ear. "Melisandre?" Rhaegar felt a surge of curiosity, recognizing the name as one of great renown in his original timeline. She was undeniably beautiful. Even the oldest scholars would struggle to divert their gaze. This was Rhaegar's first impression, and it encapsulated all his thoughts. Clad entirely in red, her lustrous, deep crimson hair cascaded smoothly down her back. She wore a rich red robe made from fine lamb's wool, gleaming like a bright flame, accentuating her ample bosom and slender waist. The robe was not tightly wrapped, with a deep cut that exposed her skin, smooth and fair as fresh cream. A crimson and golden collar encircled the neck, at its center, directly facing the throat. A magnificent ruby gleamed, emanating a fervent red glow. The figure who shed his long robe was the second leader, a man clad in red. Towering in stature, his skin was as dark as pitch, and his robust arms bore numerous white scars. Strands of hair, resembling white bones, sprouted wildly from various points on his face. Save for his crown, which was bare, his cheeks and forehead were adorned with twisted flame-like tattoos. He wore a red leather armor, emblazoned with the blazing heart of the King of Light on his chest. Following him were the hands of sacred fire, who also removed their robes and unmasked themselves, revealing their red leather armor and the fiery tattoos upon their faces. "Your Majesty, allow me to introduce this man, Machiro, a devoted servant to the King of Light. Entrusted with leading these hands of sacred fire, Melisandre gestured towards the tall man whose hair seemed misplaced. Your Majesty, it is both a privilege to meet you and the guidance of the King of Light. Machiro bowed his head, his voice resonating powerfully. As for those individuals, Melisandre smiled softly, her red hair cascading gracefully across her face. As you are aware, they are the hands of sacred fire, the holy warriors of the King of Light, and the guardians of the Red Temple. Indeed, Rhaegar nodded slowly, then inquired, I have heard you traveled from Volantis. What brings you across half the continent to my realm? Your Majesty, our high priest prayed by the bonfire, beseeching the true Lord, the King of Light, to grant us the dawn, Melisandre replied, lowering her gaze. The King of Light, Rhaegar, provided us with a revelation. Oh, what revelation? The dawn is you, Your Majesty. You are the embodiment of the King of Light. Melisandre's tone grew fervent, and even the silent hands of sacred fire and Machiro regarded Rhaegar with fiery, enthusiastic gazes. The prophecy of the ancient texts foretells that after the long summer, when the stars weep blood, Azor Ahai shall be reborn in the land of smoke and salt. He will awaken the dragons from stone and rescue those lost in the darkness of ignorance. A fervor ignited upon Melisandre's visage. Your Dragonstone is indeed the land of smoke and salt, and when you ascend to the throne, the red comet shall streak across the heavens. For that is the blood of the weeping stars, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you are destined to be the chosen one to resist the ancient alien gods. You are the reincarnation of Azor Ahai. Yet Rhaegar remained unmoved. Do you truly believe this, Melisandre? I do, Your Majesty. Rhaegar found himself momentarily speechless. These religious zealots were indeed fervent in their beliefs. However, he understood that this world must harbor mysterious forces, perhaps even the existence of deities. Upon seeing you, I sensed the King of Light awakening in my heart, the long-dormant power beginning to stir, a convergence of two forces capable of transforming the world. Melisandre gazed intently at Rhaegar, her eyes shimmering with a certain light, akin to softly flickering crimson candles. You claim your King of Light is awakening. Then, what spells can you wield at this moment? Rhaegar was eager to uncover the true essence of magic, or rather the arcane forces that permeate this world. As you wish. Your Majesty, Melisandre responded, gently clasping the ruby pendant around her neck. Her fingers traced the gem's contours as she whispered a few incantations. Then, extending a delicate finger, a streak of yellow flame suddenly erupted from her fingertip. Oh, Rhaegar's eyes widened. This was the first time he had witnessed a mysterious power beyond mere martial prowess. Your Majesty, Melisandre said, her fingers swaying gracefully, the yellow flames flickering in tandem. The Lord of Light has bestowed upon his servant the ability to weave threads of light, which assist me in commanding the bones. Commanding the bones? Rhaegar's expression turned curious. Pray tell, how does one accomplish such a feat? Bones harbor memories, Your Majesty, Melisandre explained. Through the aid of these remains, a mere whisper and prayer are sufficient to summon the shadow of the departed and cloak it upon oneself. Indeed, you are a necromancer. Then, capable of resurrecting skeletons. To command the bones. Rhaegar's tone held a hint of incredulity. I have heard whispers that you can summon shadow assassins. This revelation surprised Melisandre. Yes, Your Majesty. I learned this from the Ashai. These shadows are a radiant gift from the Lord of Light. For only the most brilliant flame can illuminate the darkest shadows. Indeed, Rhaegar nodded, non-committal. You shall go to Dragonstone, and upon your arrival, declare it is by my command. Ultimately, he chose to retain this unexpected loyalist, though a sense of unease lingered within him, as if a mysterious entity were observing him or treating him as a mere pawn. Such feelings were unsettling. Yes, Your Majesty, Melisandre replied, bowing respectfully before swirling her blood-red robes and raising her arms. The Lord of Light shines upon us. We have beheld the manifestation of the divine. Machiro and 100 members of the Brotherhood of the Light echoed in hushed reverence. The Lord of Light shines upon us. We have beheld the manifestation of the divine. The simultaneous utterance from the multitude evoked an inexplicable sense of awe. Melisandre continued, we shall undoubtedly obey your command. The Brotherhood reiterated in unison. We shall undoubtedly obey your command. After bowing to Rhaegar, they donned their robes, adorned their masks, gathered the towering cache of weapons strewn about, and set their course for Dragonstone. This group had arrived abruptly and departed just as swiftly. Your Majesty, these individuals cannot be trusted, Varys whispered gravely. Indeed, they are not to be trusted. They are zealots, and one must recognize that religious fanatics can be terrifying, Rhaegar acknowledged. We cannot permit them to enter this continent. Is that why Your Majesty has gathered them at Dragonstone? Varys began to comprehend. Yes, Rhaegar gazed at the retreating figures of the hands of the sacred fire, contemplating the moment when the guards of the dragon's lair would be fully trained and reassigned to him, hoping to harness this power for his own purposes. Let us return to King's Landing, he declared. Chapter 36. The second council meeting. The trumpet sounded atop the city gate, and Rhaegar, along with his companions, passed through the door of the gods, stepping onto the broad thoroughfare as they returned to King's Landing. However, Rhaegar could not linger for long. Several pressing matters awaited his attention. On one hand, the northern campaign had dragged on far too long, necessitating his presence there. On the other hand, the hatching of the dragon eggs required him to leave King's Landing, as the birth of dragons demanded specific volcanic conditions. Were it not for the need to replace the guards of the Red Keep and appoint a prime minister, he would have likely proceeded directly to Dragonstone to assess whether the volcanic environment, combined with his own vigor, could foster the hatching of the eggs. The atmosphere in King's Landing was considerably improved compared to before. The once overwhelming stench that had plagued Rhaegar's senses had notably diminished. Sitting astride his horse, he remarked, "Peter has done well." "Indeed, Your Grace," came the slightly thin voice of Varys. "Since Peter took charge of King's Landing, he has initiated a thorough cleanup, removing various refuse. At that time, thousands of carts were dispatched daily to deposit waste into the Blackwater River." "The Blackwater River?" Rhaegar inquired, somewhat taken aback. "Yes, Your Grace. It is well known that the waters at the river's mouth are swift and turbulent," Varys replied, seemingly recalling something as he pinched his nose. "It appears we shall have to forego fish from the Blackwater for some time." Laughter erupted from the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Marine Affairs, who followed closely behind Rhaegar, all of them having come to greet him at the city gate. "Have the scholars from Old Town arrived?" Rhaegar asked. Varys bowed his head and responded, "Your Grace, the Raven reported that they just departed the arbor yesterday." "And Lady Olenna?" "Your Grace, she arrived a few days ago, accompanying Miss Ashera," Varys answered with his usual promptness. The council meeting would convene in the afternoon within the council chamber. The chamber of the Red Keep was adorned with exquisite opulence. If the throne room was the most imposing of places, then the council chamber was undoubtedly the most resplendent hall in the entire Red Keep. Beneath the long vaulted ceiling, the walls were crafted from white marble veined with gold, adorned with splendid tapestries woven with golden threads from the free cities. Flanking the gilded entrance were two colossal dragon statues of Valyrian design, their claws poised to take flight, with massive ruby eyes gleaming brightly against the backdrop of black marble. Gilded columns, resembling giants, stood in orderly rows on either side of the chamber, each topped with intricately decorated oil lamps of pure glass, as luminous as crystal. However, the sources of illumination extend beyond the oil lamps adorning these pillars. Suspended majestically in the center of the hall, the grand and opulent crystal chandelier refracts the flickering candlelight, transforming it into a resplendent spectrum of colors that dances throughout the entire chamber. Not to mention the sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows flanking the hall, creating dazzling beams of radiant light. The floor, crafted from mahogany, is layered with more than one sumptuous carpet. Centrally positioned is a colossal gilded walnut table, encircled by gilded chairs fitted with plush cushions. Behind the table stands a magnificent screen of golden heartwood from the Summer Isles, intricately adorned with a myriad of gemstones depicting nearly 100 vividly colored and lifelike dragons, representatives of the Targaryen lineage, the embodiment of their ancestral legacy. At the head of the gilded table sits Rhaegar, crowned and surrounded by a mountain of parchment. "Truly, it is a spectacle of utmost luxury, Your Majesty." Lady Olenna, her steps faltering as she traverses the carpet, soft as a meadow, its intricate patterns reminiscent of a vibrant dye shop. "Lady Olenna," Rhaegar nods slightly, gesturing for her to take a seat. "This marks my second time presiding over the council meeting, and I have several matters to discuss with you all." Rhaegar's words reverberated in the minds of Varys, the Master of Whisperers, and the Ministers of Justice and the Navy. "Discuss? How dare we?" The last one who dared to negotiate with him now lies beneath a grave overgrown with grass. Yet, their faces remained composed, adorned with smiles. Rhaegar cleared his throat. "First, in light of the remarkable performance regarding the reforms in King's Landing, I hereby appoint Peter Baelish as the new Master of Coin." As he spoke, he dripped hot wax onto a pre-prepared parchment, subsequently imprinting it with the royal seal. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Peter bowed, accepting the commission with both hands. The assembly exchanged glances of mild astonishment, though it was within the realm of expectation. Recent performances had indeed demonstrated Peter's emergence as a new power within the dynasty. Furthermore, the new Grand Maester will be Dr. Lyon, an expert in finance and accounting. Thus, The roles of the royal treasurer and the master of measures will be entrusted to him, along with oversight of the 3 mints in King's Landing. The ministers present bore expressions that were undeniably intriguing. They understood the underlying implications, on one hand, an elevation in status, on the other, a means of constraint. Peter, the rising star of the dynasty, maintained an unperturbed demeanor, as Rhaegar had forewarned him prior to this meeting. Lady Olenna. Rhaegar called upon the elderly woman who had been observing the proceedings. Your Grace. Olenna slowly rose, leaning on her cane. You shall temporarily assume the position of Prime Minister. A collective gasp resonated softly from several ministers, a faint yet palpable sound echoing throughout the grand hall. Varys, caressing his smooth chin, pondered the implications of the prime ministership. So that was it. No wonder she had ventured to the high court. It was to entangle the Tyrell family in this affair. Your Majesty, you ought to grant me authority. Lady Olenna stated candidly, if you truly desire our family to ascend to the position of prime minister. Her words struck like thunder, leaving several ministers momentarily stunned. Even Varys and Peter, both of whom were known for their cunning. The countenances of all present darkened, including Rhaegar's. I pondered why this elderly woman had seemed so manageable at the high court. It was a trap laid for us here. To pressure the crown in such a manner and demand real power. What a clever gambit. Has this old woman lost her senses? Her behavior transcended mere straightforwardness. Yet, Lady Olenna appeared oblivious to the gravity of her words, her toothless lips quivering as she continued. That fool of a son of mine, much like his father, fell from a cliff while hunting. They say he was gazing at the sky, completely unaware of his horse. She continued, my son is no different. This time, he sought to ride a dragon into the heavens, utterly disregarding what the dragon beneath him was doing. Hushed silence enveloped the room as all eyes turned towards the old lady, the collective thought resonating in their minds. She has gone mad. The members of the council grasped the weight of her declaration, and this understanding plunged them into an eerie silence. Rhaegar's eyes narrowed, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Chapter 37. The Minister of Marine Affairs. Everyone anticipated Rhaegar would erupt in fury, perhaps retaliating as he had with his father or Peter, offering her a goblet of poisoned wine. Yet, Rhaegar did not. He did not even expel her in a fit of rage. Instead, he leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. If I were to grant you authority, how would you assist me in governing this realm? My hand of the king? Your Majesty. She replied, within my garden at the high court, there dwell numerous spiders. However, as long as they adhere to the rules, I shall spare them. Should they dare to transgress or disrupt order, I will crush them without hesitation. Laughter erupted from Rhaegar. Excellent. He rose, moving behind a screen where numerous chests were stacked. He opened the topmost chest, revealing a cedar box inlaid with jewels and emeralds. From it, he retrieved a necklace, substantial in weight, crafted from solid gold links. It was the necklace of the Prime Minister. Lady Olenna regarded Rhaegar quietly before stating, it is said that the blood of House Targaryen flows with 2 elements, madness and greatness. I believe, Your Majesty, you belong to the latter. My hand of the king. She continued, when did your words become so devoid of sharpness? Lady Olenna smiled as she extended her hands to receive the Prime Minister's necklace offered by Rhaegar, subsequently adorning her slender neck with it. All the ministers rose in salute, honoring the freshly appointed Prime Minister, Olenna Redwine. The second Royal Council meeting concluded. Yet it was evident that the hearts of the ministers remained tumultuous. After the meeting, Rhaegar summoned the current Minister of the Navy, Lucerys Velaryon, the head of the Velaryon family, and the naval minister. An elderly man, possessing the same silver hair and violet eyes, slightly bowed and addressed Rhaegar, Your Majesty. What is your command? The Velaryon family, hailing from the ancient lineage of Valyria, could be considered distant kin, albeit with a significantly diluted bloodline. Rhaegar casually picked up a fruit platter from the long table, nibbling on grapes from the glass bowl as he remarked nonchalantly, during the reign of the late king. You were steadfastly opposed to my ascension to the throne, always advocating for my youthful brother as the heir. Your Majesty, I am loyal to the throne, came the response. Surprising Rhaegar, who had anticipated that his father's ministers were merely spineless sycophants. Instead, he found one with conviction. Nevertheless, Rhaegar continued in agreement. Indeed, the Velaryon family has consistently demonstrated unwavering loyalty to House Targaryen. I am aware of this. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. Rhaegar shifted the topic. Now, my Minister of the Navy, has the Redwine fleet from Driftmark yet arrived? The fleet from Driftmark, boasting 200 galleys, was formidable, rivaling both the Iron Fleet and the Royal Fleet. Lucerys replied, Your Majesty, they encountered numerous storms at sea and are likely delayed by several days. Along the lengthy coastline of Dorne, treacherous shallows and whirlpools abound, making the narrow seas particularly tempestuous. Rhaegar nodded slowly. Once this fleet arrives, you shall lead the royal fleet and lay waste to Crab Island. What? Lucerys exclaimed, causing Rhaegar's brow to furrow. Your Majesty, Crab Island is an ancient domain of House Velaryon. To assault Crab Island would mean the annihilation of House Velaryon. With a crash, Rhaegar slammed the glass bowl onto the table, shattering it into pieces. My Minister of the Navy, my Lord of Tides, my Count of Driftmark. Repeat the mission of the Minister of the Navy to me. Lucerys hesitated, his expression darkening, yet ultimately he relented, to serve the king upon the Iron Throne, to manage and command the royal fleet, and to direct naval operations. And what was that retort you just made? Rhaegar pressed further. What of your so-called loyalty? Lucerys' face flushed. Your Majesty, I request to resign from the position of Minister of the Navy. Granted, Rhaegar waved his hand dismissively. But you are still to assault Crab Island, and your Velaryon family shall also contribute troops, leading the charge. Your Majesty. Lazyrus elevated his tone and gazed up at Rhaegar. It seems that the king's majesty has yet to be established in your heart. You Valyrian family are my direct vassals of the Targaryens. I could easily erase your lineage. And I doubt the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms would voice much dissent. Lazyrus's complexion swiftly shifted from red to pale. Indeed, their family was under the king's dominion, their lives resting in the hands of this lord. Your Majesty, it was a moment of folly on the part of this old minister. I implore you to spare the Valyrian family, for we too carry the ancient bloodline of Valyria. You are aware of this, yet how have you conducted yourself? During the reign of the late king, you were negligent, consumed by greed, even masquerading as a pirate, intercepting merchant vessels bound for King's Landing on numerous occasions. Your Majesty, this is slander. Slander indeed. You possess a modicum of spirit. Rhaegar retrieved a piece of parchment from the table and flung it directly at his face. Lazyrus accepted the parchment, perusing it swiftly. His legs gave way, collapsing upon the thick, plush carpet. Your Majesty, I am condemned. Yet I beseech you not to punish my family. Lazyrus, do you still fail to comprehend that your fate, or that of your family, lies within your own grasp? Whether you ascend to glory or descend into ruin depends solely on you. Rhaegar admonished gently. Your Majesty, I understand now. I shall summon the family fleet to join forces with Redwyn's fleet to vanquish Crab Island. That is the correct course. A portion of the royal fleet from King's Landing will also be dispatched to assist you. Rhaegar paced slowly, adding, as for the position of the Minister of Naval Affairs, it shall still be held by your family, specifically your son, Morfydd Valerian. Thank you for your graciousness, Your Majesty. Lazyrus slowly withdrew, his steps quickening until, once outside the Red Keep, he exhaled deeply, lamenting, alas, serving alongside the king is akin to accompanying a tiger. Lazyrus adjusted his sea-green silk garment, feeling a certain stickiness, particularly on his back. After this encounter, Lazyrus contemplated retirement. Alas, alas, the affair of Crab Island must be regrettably left to the Sitaga family. Lazyrus murmured to himself. As for what lies ahead, it shall be entrusted to Morfydd. With this thought in mind, he strode towards the port of King's Landing, where the royal fleet lay anchored. Chapter 38. Dragonstone Island. Upon the heavy, iron-like surface of the sea, a dozen colossal warships formed a fixed formation, advancing toward Dragonstone Island. The black, three-headed dragon banner billowing in the wind signified their identity as the Royal Fleet. The Royal Fleet is one of the most formidable in Westeros, boasting over 200 warships. King's Landing typically possesses 50 vessels, while Dragonstone Island is home to 160 ships. Sails were raised, oars rose and fell, the prow cleaving through the waves, the black hull slicing forward, iron rams striking the sea. Countless droplets splashed like milk upon the ship's body. At the forefront sails the flagship of the Royal Fleet, the Hammer of Rhaegar, a magnificent three-masted warship of colossal proportions, manned by 300 oarsmen diligently rowing along the vessel's flanks, each towering 3 stories high. The deck is adorned with 3 massive black square sails, bestowing upon this vessel unparalleled speed and maneuverability. Flanking the deck are numerous ballistae, while a catapult positioned at the bow is poised to hurl barrels of burning pitch. Above, the billowing canvas is emblazoned with the sigil of the Targaryen family, a great dragon. At this moment, Rhaegar stands upon the flagship. Just 2 days prior, the Minister of Marine Affairs had embarked with a portion of the royal fleet. Rhaegar's contingent is the second wave, destined for Dragonstone. He stands at the stern, his black marten fur cloak billowing in the sea breeze like the waves themselves. Behind the ship, a series of diverging white ripples shimmer faintly in the light. Turning to gaze back at King's Landing, the Red Keep looms majestically upon the heights of Aegon's Hill, surveying the bay, while the Blackwater River flows into the harbor, dotted with the silhouettes of sails drifting upon this green expanse. Time holds no significance upon the sea, amidst the gentle creaking of wood and the swaying of canvas. The sun descends from the azure heavens. A surge of spray crashes upon the deck, yet Rhaegar remains steadfast, one hand resting calmly upon the rail. Your Majesty stands remarkably steady. A voice, aged yet resonant, calls out, surely an adept mariner. I shall endeavor to be a good king, Rhaegar responds with a light chuckle. Recognizing Ser Tytos, known among sailors as Old Ser Tytos, the captain of the Hammer of Rhaegar, is the most seasoned mariner in the entire royal fleet. Having spent the majority of his life at sea, from hunting smugglers in his youth to commanding this vessel for the past 11 years, his time ashore is but a fraction of his years upon the waves. His deeply set eyes are as resolute as steel, and his grizzled beard, braided and cascading to his waist, flutters against the leather of his chest as the wind blows. Your Majesty, we are about to traverse the Narrows, he announces. The Narrows lie between Dragonstone and Cape Marseille, serving as the outlet to Blackwater Bay. Once through the Narrows, Dragonstone will be within reach. Rhaegar nods thoughtfully before replying. Ser Tytos, your recommendation of Davos has proven quite astute. Heh, chuckles the old mariner. In old age, one must ensure a worthy successor. Though the lad is a smuggler, I have captured him on numerous occasions. Yet with each capture, his skills at sea have grown exponentially. Isn't it peculiar, Your Majesty? Ultimately, I had no choice but to enlist him. Rhaegar chuckles softly in response. Perhaps it is his innate talent, and indeed his fortune. The brisk sea breeze carries away their conversation, while Hoda stands nearby, as still as a statue. This time, Rhaegar did not bring along the royal knights, but was accompanied solely by Hotha and the newly established Dragonstone guards. As the wooden oars creaked rhythmically, a rocky outcrop emerged from the sea, revealing itself before Rhaegar. This rock formation, eroded by the relentless waves over centuries, rose like a desolate gray peak from the ocean, piercing the waters like a sword. It was Dragonstone. With each stroke of the oars, Dragonstone grew larger in his sight. It was no longer merely a silhouette of mountains. The ancient black stone fortress became visible, a grand edifice standing amidst the jagged cliffs, from which pale, gray steam continually ascended from the dragon mount behind it. Rhaegar understood that it was a volcano, and the entirety of Dragonstone was an active volcano. This was Rhaegar's purpose, to bring the dragon eggs to Dragonstone for hatching, allowing the dragons to emerge from the fires of the island's volcano. Before his ancestors arrived, this was merely a desolate, smoking volcanic island in the narrow sea. Now, centuries later, it had become home to a fortress built by the Valyrians, Dragonstone Castle. As he drew nearer to Dragonstone, the relentless waves crashed against the rocky cliffs along the shore. Rhaegar gazed at the splashing surf, inhaling deeply, as a complex medley of scents erupted in his nostrils. The air was not only imbued with the aroma of fish and the brininess of the sea, but it was also suffused with smoke and sulfur. The towers had been sculpted by stonemasons into the likeness of dragons. At this moment, Rhaegar beheld one facing the ocean, resembling a slumbering giant. This tower, known as the Sea Dragon Tower, was one of the many on Dragonstone. 12-foot-high stone statues adorned the black stone walls, all carved in the likeness of dragon-like creatures. Thousands of such dragon statues, arranged in sequence, perched upon the high walls of the ancient Valyrian city, replacing ordinary battlements. The city was filled with fearsome stone figures. Everything here was intrinsically linked to dragons. A long, resonant horn sounded from Dragonstone Castle. The military harbor on Dragonstone was spaciously constructed. Each berth even boasted a thick stone parapet, extending into the sea to separate it from the other docking areas. Rhaegar could see that even before his fleet's arrival, dozens of sturdy warships and a couple of merchant vessels were already lined along the shore, yet there remained ample space, and the stone docks did not appear overcrowded. The royal fleet dropped anchor, and soon, those who came to greet him arrived. Brother, a frail figure appeared before Rhaegar, violet eyes and silver hair confirming his identity, Viserys. A smile spread across Rhaegar's lips as he lifted the 7-year-old Viserys into his arms. It has been far too long, my brother. Brother, Viserys pouted. Voicing his complaints to Rhaegar, there is hardly anyone on the island. You are not here, and neither is Mother. Fortunately, there is a beautiful sister who says you sent her to play with me. A beautiful sister. Rhaegar cast a glance at the dock, his gaze traversing the space between the hotel and the tavern, where he beheld a congregation of red-robed priests, Melisandre and Meryn, who knelt in reverence, murmuring incantations towards him. Rhaegar signaled to Hoda, who stepped forward to listen intently. He whispered into Hoda's ear, "Send for Melisandre." "Yes, Your Majesty." Turning his head, Rhaegar noticed an elderly man clad in a snug leather vest and coarse woolen trousers, his attire simple save for a moonstone bracelet adorning his wrist. "Gonser, I appreciate your efforts. Your Majesty, you are too kind." His voice bore a rough timbre, reminiscent of the sea breeze caressing the rocks. Gonser Sangra, the commander of the Dragonstone fleet, also served as the steward of Dragonstone Island. "Let us proceed. Once I have settled matters here, I shall escort you back to King's Landing," Rhaegar said amiably to Viserys. "That sounds splendid. Gonser, please lead my brother below." "As you wish, Your Majesty." Rhaegar then entered Dragonstone Keep alongside Hoda and others. The castle, perched upon the cliffs of the hill, was entirely constructed of black stone. Traversing through the corridors and ascending tiered staircases, he glanced back at Hoda, who, along with 200 Dragonstone guards, donned similar attire, each wielding a long axe and clad in plate armor. These armors, layered with rectangular metal plates embedded within leather, boasted superior defense compared to hardened leather, while being more suitable for naval combat than steel plate. Moreover, each guard bore a massive shield, an imposing 4 feet tall, crafted from robust oak and bordered with iron. Dragons raised in confined spaces rarely matched the size of their wild counterparts. The population of Dragonstone was exceedingly sparse, with only the fishing village of Dragonmount and the military dock qualifying as a settlement. This locale could indeed be deemed a wilderness. Thus, Rhaegar resolved to allow the dragons to roam freely on Dragonstone. This also elucidated his decision to transfer the dragon guards here. With 200 elite guards, the Dragonstone fleet, and 100 members of the Faith Militant, safeguarding 3 dragons in their ancestral domain should pose no challenge. Upon passing through the black iron gate adorned with gargoyle sentinels, Rhaegar arrived at the Drum Tower. This tower served as the stronghold of Dragonstone. Whenever a storm approached, the walls, constructed of black stone, reverberated with a thunderous echo, akin to a giant beating a drum, hence its name. However, Rhaegar was more aware that his family's ancestral sword, Blackfire, lay concealed within the hollow walls of this tower. Who could have imagined that the Targaryen family's most treasured relic was hidden within the very walls of the Drum Tower? As he entered this ancient bastion, a wave of antiquity and oppression enveloped him, a palpable weight of history. Yet, Rhaegar's true destination was not here, but rather the dungeons beneath the keep. The entrance to the dungeon lies to the right of the Grand Hall, where a colossal stone dragon reclines against the ground. Entering through its gaping maw leads one directly into the depths below. Concealed stone steps descend to the heart of Dragon Mountain, where the eternal flames of the earth reside. Dungeons, by their very nature, are invariably dark and damp, and Dragonstone Island is no exception. However, this dungeon possesses an additional affliction: intense heat. As Rhaegar ascended the winding staircase, discomfort grew increasingly palpable. The clammy vapor, coupled with the oppressive warmth, rendered Rhaegar quite uneasy. His keen eyesight allowed him to navigate the path ahead. Yet he still required a torch's illumination, for Melisandre, the enigmatic woman in red robes who trailed behind him, lacked the ability to pierce the surrounding darkness. Rhaegar had specifically summoned her to witness this momentous occasion. Time became difficult to gauge as they traversed the subterranean passages, the temperature rising steadily, while the pungent scent of sulfur permeated the air. Abruptly, upon rounding a corner, a vast chamber unfolded before Rhaegar and his companions. Beneath their feet lay a grand arched stone bridge, spanning the void like a resplendent rainbow, leading to a magnificent platform at its terminus. Below the bridge yawned an immense chasm, a gaping wound as if the earth had been violently torn asunder, resembling a terrifying abyss. A surge of searing heat rushed towards them, and the scent of sulfur intensified 100-fold. "Praise the great true God! This is truly magnificent," Melisandre exclaimed in awe. A plume of pure white flames leapt forth, akin to a long tongue caressing the rough black stone surface. This fiery tendril illuminated the scene below, revealing a tumultuous amalgamation of red and gray matter, radiating a fierce and insatiable glow of crimson and ebony, swirling together in the depths like unruly ocean currents. Dragonfire. Melisandre's eyes shimmered with astonishment, mirrored by the shock reflected in Hoda's gaze. Indeed, it may also be referred to as lava, expelled from the mouths and fissures of the earth. Rhaegar cast a stone into the chasm, and a resounding explosion echoed, dissipating into a wisp of blue smoke. Blood and fire share a common origin. This is the birthplace of our family's dragons. Melisandre, clad in her scarlet robe, seemed well suited to this fiery environment. Turning her gaze toward Rhaegar, she spoke slowly. "Ancient tales tell that the flesh and blood of dragons are forged from fire." "Precisely," Rhaegar replied without turning, his eyes fixed upon the distant platform. Curiosity piqued, Melisandre inquired. So, Your Grace, do you intend to hatch a dragon, just as your ancestors once did? Indeed. We Targaryens are the ancient lineage of dragon lords, possessing the purest Valyrian blood. Rhaegar stepped onto the stone bridge, moving with deliberate steadiness. Yet it had been nearly a century since a dragon graced the skies, and the world was on the verge of forgetting the majestic sight of dragons soaring through the heavens. Without hesitation, Hoda followed suit, stepping onto the bridge the moment Rhaegar did. Melisandre cast a lingering gaze at Rhaegar, who gradually faded into the mist, and a smile blossomed upon her lips as she stepped forward. Accompanying the hero on an adventure appeared to be rather appealing. Rhaegar arrived at the edge of a platform, settling cross-legged, with 3 dragon eggs meticulously arranged upon him. The black egg rested in the palm of his hand, while the green and the pearlescent white eggs were positioned between his legs. Extending his right hand, a radiant orb materialized upon his immaculate palm, shimmering silver intertwined with flecks of gold, as if both precious metals had been melted and entwined together. This luminescence swiftly enveloped Rhaegar's entire being. Witnessing this divine spectacle, both Melisandre and Hoda knelt in fervent awe. Who would not bow before such a miracle? Melisandre whispered fervently, "Praise the Lord, praise the Lord." The light surged toward the 3 dragon eggs, their scales seemingly thirsting for the illumination, glistening brilliantly. Cocoon-like forms emerged the moment the light was infused. Within these luminous cocoons, streams of light began to seep through the barely perceptible fissures of the eggshell, penetrating deeper into the dragon eggs. As the radiance permeated, the patterns, spots, and waves upon the eggshell erupted into brilliance. Simultaneously, the eggshell gradually became translucent, revealing faint movements within. Indeed, Rhaegar could sense something stirring deep within the dragon eggs, resonating in response. With each passing breath, the vitality of the eggs intensified, yet Rhaegar's complexion grew paler, his consciousness beginning to wane. Chapter 40. The pacification of Crab Island. As Rhaegar endeavored to hatch the dragon eggs, a naval battle erupted in the waters surrounding Crab Island. Beneath the vast expanse of the heavens, the salty breeze swept across the boundless sea. A formidable fleet advanced, its destination set for Crab Island. Located a mere few hours' sail from Dragonstone, an ancient territory of the Velaryon family, the rhythmic beating of drums resonated like waves, creating an endless and resounding cadence, accompanied by the sound of thousands of oars slicing through the water. The Minister of Maritime Affairs, Lord Lysaris, having joined forces with Count Redwine's 100 ships, had assembled a colossal united fleet of nearly 300 galley ships. Under the cover of night, they launched a surprise assault on the fleet at Crab Island. The united fleet formed a tight formation, the outer layer composed of numerous single-row galleys, while the center boasted double and even triple-row vessels. These ships surrounded 3 massive warships, forging ahead through the tumultuous waves. On the far right lies a magnificent 3-masted galleon, its grand hull resplendent, with rows of oars glistening in golden hues beneath the moonlight. 3 deep crimson sails billow majestically, and at the stern, a flag emblazoned with a cluster of deep purple grapes flutters silently, signifying its allegiance to the Redwind family. This vessel is the Queen of Qingting, the flagship of the Qingting Island fleet. In the center is a formidable 4-decked galley, manned by 400 oarsmen, swift and fearsome in its design. Its hull is painted silver, and under the moon's glow, its sails shimmer with a verdant light, adorned with the image of a silver seahorse. This is the flagship glory of Chowtu Island, belonging to the Velaryon family. To the left is another grand 3-masted sailing ship, its black sails depicting a 3-headed dragon, marking it as the vessel of the royal fleet, known as the Sovereign. With 300 oars and the sharpest ram in the fleet, it commands attention. Through the rhythmic rise and fall of 1,000 wooden oars, commands emanate from the glory of Chowtu Island. The Minister of Maritime Affairs, Lord Rustless, signals for a full assault. A mournful horn sounds, followed by a thunderous drumbeat, heralding the commencement of battle. The most fundamental tactic in naval warfare is the charge and collision, accompanied by close-quarter combat. Before engaging in melee, longbows and crossbows can be employed to strike the enemy. Naturally, those flagships are also equipped with ballistae and catapults. On the opposing side, the fleet from Crab Island is caught unprepared, hastily departing the harbor. The large galleys, Red Crab and Red Claw, lead the charge, accompanied by dozens of single-banked galleys, ready to confront the incoming adversaries. Such audacity! Standing aboard the Queen of Qingting, Count Redwind squints slightly at the advancing fleet and offers a casual remark. Count Redwind, the Earl of Qingting Island, with drooping shoulders and a slender frame, cannot be described as handsome by any measure. In this battle, victory seems assured. 300 ships against 50 creates a staggering 6-to-1 disparity, leaving Count Redwyn incredulous at the possibility of any other outcome. Yet he refrains from initiating an offensive, as his nature inclines him to follow rather than lead. Catapult! Roars the sovereign. At this command, Count Redwyn smiles faintly. With a single order, the catapults tremble, the sound of their launch echoing into the night. Soon, other principal warships follow suit, unleashing their projectile stones. A barrage of stones, each the size of a human head, barrels through the inky sky, some filled with asphalt and even suffocating lime, before crashing down with tremendous force. They create colossal splashes or pierce the oak decks. Fire again. With another command, the second and third volleys of projectiles are launched. Fortuitously, the calm sea allows many barrels of asphalt to explode upon impact with the decks. Fire. The captain of the Sovereign bellows once more, his voice rising above the cacophony of the tumultuous sea. The captain of the ship was slender and of unremarkable appearance, with a green cloak draped over his shoulders that had faded due to the relentless embrace of the sea. This individual was none other than Sir Davos, introduced by Sir Edric. On the deck, upon hearing their captain's commands, the seafaring men, clad in padded woolen garments, deftly strung their bows, drawing arrows from their quivers, igniting them, and releasing them into the night. Whoosh! The flaming arrows streaked across the sky, leaving trails of light, illuminated by the fire. Davos could see that the entire surface of the sea appeared to be covered in a multitude of crossbow bolts. The enemy ships, adorned with crab banners, ignited in response. The mixture of pitch and fire caused flames to erupt across the deck. The warships were consumed by the inferno, tongues of fire weaving through the wooden oars, swiftly spreading to another vessel, and soon the surroundings were engulfed in a sea of flames. The scorching orange tongues of fire licked the black sky and the depths of the ocean, thickening the smoke. A perfect opportunity. Accelerate! Davos roared once more, preparing for a collision. The drums quickened, and the wooden leaves of the ship fluttered faster. Bang! The iron ram relentlessly shattered the vessels from Crab Island, their oars and hulls crumbling as if they were mere toys plummeting from a great height. Even the Red Crab and Red Claw ships were not spared. They were stunned by the barrage and had no capacity for counterattack. Excellent! Davos donned a leather vest and a round helm, ready to board and engage in battle. The seamen discarded their bows, drawing their curved blades from their waists. This naval battle erupted abruptly and concluded hastily. The fleet of Crab Island was nearly annihilated by this wave of relentless assaults. The joint fleet reached the stone dock at dawn and disembarked onto Crab Island. By the time the sun rose, the united forces had vanquished the island's defenders and besieged Crab Fort. Lord Lysander, Count Redwyn, and Davos entered the castle hall, accompanied by several guards. At this moment, the head of the Setiga family, Adrian Setiga, sat huddled in a chair, hands covering his face, in the vast, cold hall. The fireplace lay filled with cold ashes, and the surrounding stone walls bore little decoration, unable to shield against the sea breeze. Only a tapestry, embroidered with the crest of the Setiga family, adorned one wall. Why, Adrian, this elderly man slumped in the hard wooden chair behind a vast table, asked vacantly. Why must the Setiga family be extinguished? We are an ancient and noble lineage, closely allied with you and the Valyrian family, all of us steadfast allies of House Targaryen. Adrian's roar echoed off the cold stone walls, reverberating amidst the frigid beams above. Tell me why you lead the fleet to annihilate the Setiga family. My sons are dead. It is not I, but His Majesty who desires the end of your lineage. The Minister of the Sea, Lucerys, remained expressionless upon hearing these words. If you are not eliminated, the Valyrian family will meet its demise. Adrian, upon hearing this, turned pale, his lips quivering incessantly. Why? I have always remained loyal to the Targaryen family. Cease your nonsensical ramblings, Lucerys interrupted him brusquely. Even my affairs in King S. Landing are known. Are you not aware of your own actions? Your indecisiveness speaks volumes. Adrian stiffened, opening his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately fell silent. He grasped his wine goblet and downed its contents in one gulp. Adrian was dead. Having consumed the poisoned wine, he slumped in his chair, heralding the end of his lineage. Chapter 41, Dragons. My lord, we have discovered the castle's cellar. A guard hastened to report. What lies within the cellar? Count Redwyn inquired, stroking his yellow beard. My lord, it is filled to the brim with riches. Let us go take a look. The trio, accompanied by several confidants, descended into the cellar, emerging only after a significant passage of time. Indeed, the Setiga family of Crab Island is quite affluent, Davos remarked. Count Redwyn concurred, indeed. Crab Island is situated in the heart of the narrow sea, and the Saga family has amassed considerable wealth through trade. Having said this, Count Redwyne cast a deliberate glance at Lucerys, pondering that the wealth held by the Valyrian family was likely not insignificant either. Indeed, Lucerys replied, his expression darkening. He had little desire to converse with the two, as he suspected that their sovereign's motive to annihilate the Saga family stemmed from knowledge of this wealth. Look here, Count Redwyne said, clutching several parchment scrolls that documented the contents of the cellar. 120 barrels of golden wine, a specialty of my island. 2 large chests brimming with rubies, 8,700 rolls of myrrhed carpets, and 800 crates of cardamom, cloves, and saffron. Oh, and there's Valyrian glass. Exquisite silk, shimmering brocade, silver and gold vessels, jeweled goblets. At this point, Count Redwyne raised his voice intentionally, and a Valyrian steel axe alongside a horn capable of summoning sea monsters. Pray tell, what does the Saga family intend to do with such a horn? Minister of the Sea? Lucerys was acutely aware of Count Redwyne's jibes. Enough, he replied tersely. It is getting late, gentlemen. Let us pack these treasures and inventory them. They are spoils of war belonging to our sovereign. Davos emphasized the phrase spoils of war. This caused Count Redwyne's expression to falter, and he hesitated. Observing this, Davos smiled and called out to the man outside, Commander, as the cries of Divas echoed. A golden-haired man clad in a black breastplate adorned with fur golden discs strode forth, followed by several soldiers draped in thick, golden woolen robes. The Kinslayer, the Golden Robe. Gasps of astonishment arose. The newcomer was none other than Jaime Lannister. My lords, His Majesty has long been aware that this bounty is rather excessive. Hence I am here to assist you. Reluctantly, both Lord Ryswell and Count Redwyne bowed their heads, for this time they had mustered their forces, exerted their efforts, and yet gained no advantage. Meanwhile, deep within Dragonstone, Rhaegar continued to incubate the dragon eggs. In the depths of his obscured subconscious, darkness seeped forth, resembling a vast mire. In the pitch-black surroundings, Rhaegar discerned little difference between closing his eyes and keeping them open. However, he soon perceived a light emerging, accompanied by flames, fierce, blazing flames. Instantly, warmth permeated the entire space. It was then that Rhaegar's violet eyes finally comprehended the scene before him. A colossal beast loomed in front of him, its scales as dark as the night, radiating an obsidian-like brilliance under the fiery glow. Its eyes resembled molten pools of lava. It opened its maw, and a pillar of flame erupted forth. Faced with this sudden apparition, Rhaegar felt no fear. Instead, he spread his arms wide, embracing the flames, allowing them to engulf him completely. The fire blazed around him. He could feel his hair incinerating in an instant, followed by his skin blackening and peeling away. And then his blood, bubbling and boiling. With a crack, the faint sound of eggshells fracturing resonated in Rhaegar's ears, a deafening noise that jolted him awake. Amidst the swirling smoke, he opened his violet eyes. The dragon eggs shattered one after another, releasing a series of high-pitched, piercing cries. 3 young dragons of varying hues lay nestled within the remnants of their shells. Their appearances were fearsome. They were remarkably lean, with little flesh upon their frames. Yet their joints appeared unusually robust. The wings on either side were crafted from translucent, delicate skin, shimmering with a spectrum of colors in the sunlight. These wings were almost entirely composed of bone and epidermis, and the forelegs extending from their leathery wings lent them a bat-like appearance. Bony joints on their faces formed 2 straight lines, arranged along the sides of their dragon visages. The black dragon was covered in deep, heavy scales from the tip of its tail to the end of its snout, each gap between the scales exuding warmth. At that moment, it struggled to crawl outward, a sinuous tail aiding its balance, as it lifted its head to meet Rhaegar's gaze with its pale yellow slit pupils. Another dragon, adorned with emerald and bronze scales reflecting the sheen of jade, watched the little black dragon lift its head and hurriedly mirrored the action. Its bronze eyes shone brighter than polished shields, also fixed upon Rhaegar. The youngest of the 3 dragonlings, the last to emerge, was the smallest among them. Its scales were predominantly a pearlescent white, yet its horns, wing bones, and crest glimmered with a lustrous gold. The black dragonling let out a fierce cry towards the heavens, exhaling hot breath, yearning to unfurl its wings and ascend, only to tumble back onto the eggshell. Upon hitting the ground, it furiously lashed its tail and screeched upward. Melisandre and Hoda stood in astonishment. For the first time in centuries, the dragons had awakened once more. Hoda knelt in silence, while Melisandre followed suit, her knees pressing firmly against the earth, her forehead touching the ground. She bore witness to a miracle today, realizing the immense power of the man before her. and she felt a profound admiration emanating from the depths of her heart. However, as the three dragons hatched, an extraordinary transformation unfolded. Rhaegar noticed that everything around him, not just the kneeling figures, but even the rocks, the molten earth, and the entire dragon mountain, began to emit strands of gray vapor. What could this mean? Before Rhaegar could ponder the implications, the endless currents of air surged through the gray mist, penetrating the depths of the dragon mountain and encircling Rhaegar. These strands intertwined, coalescing into a series of air currents. Should Rhaegar venture outside, he would observe that the sheer volume of gray vapor had formed a veil stretching across the entire sky. Suddenly, the world darkened. The endless currents of gray, radiating a soft glow, surged like a mighty river, converging above Rhaegar's head, and due to the rapid flow, a colossal vortex began to take shape. Power, boundless power, surged within Rhaegar, and the silver energy within him underwent a remarkable transformation at an astonishing pace. Hundreds of strands of silver energy intertwined, initiating a qualitative change, as golden light erupted from within, followed by even more. Chapter 42. The Mirror of Heaven and Earth. Rhaegar sensed that every cell in his body was greedily absorbing the gray currents, and the silvery radiance surrounding him gradually morphed into gold. This golden light proliferated, swirling around him, imbued with a remarkable destructive potential, yet retaining a profound weight. All of this transpired with incredible swiftness. Yet it was not the end. Rhaegar's body continued to absorb the gray currents. The golden energy churned, shifting from a pale hue to a bright golden brilliance, and gradually, this energy began to take on a humanoid form, becoming increasingly substantial. This figure was none other than Rhaegar himself. As this humanoid golden light emerged, Rhaegar felt an overwhelming pressure surge from all directions, compressing him. Indeed, this golden light was contracting inward, seemingly seeking to merge with his body. Rhaegar felt every inch of his skin and each cell being compressed and reshaped. While the gray currents kept his consciousness acutely aware of the process, the sensation was indescribably profound. He could sense his physical form rapidly becoming formidable. In the present moment, Rhaegar sensed that the prowess he possessed far surpassed the mere classification of a golden knight. He gazed at his body, where a flowing golden radiance coursed beneath his skin. This luminescence had transcended the qualities of metal or flame, embodying a brilliance akin to that of the sun itself. Let us designate this newfound rank as the Luminous Knight, a prestigious elevation from the Golden Knight. However, Rhaegar's elation was short-lived, for he soon discerned that the currents of energy continued to surge, incessantly flooding into his being. He felt as though he were on the brink of bursting. Suddenly, a small shadow erupted from within Rhaegar. A coin? Bewilderment washed over him. Was this not the very coin that had catalyzed his traversal? He had searched for it in vain, only to discover it resided within him all along. Yet, at that moment, the coin twirled through the air with a whimsical grace. Its emergence prompted the myriad gray currents, as if having found an outlet, to rush toward it from every direction. The coin welcomed them all, expanding in size with each passing moment. Rhaegar's curiosity deepened. Could this object truly be a coin? Or was it instead a bronze mirror? As this thought crossed his mind, the mirror hurtled toward him, and before he could react, after all, he was now a luminous knight. Endowed with heightened reflexes, the mirror plunged directly into his forehead, unleashing a wave of searing pain. As he reached to touch his brow, he discerned a mark that seemed to be an imprint. With the mirror's entry, Rhaegar instantly absorbed a torrent of knowledge. It dawned upon him. It was time itself. In that moment, Rhaegar grasped the essence of the gray currents. They were not the life force he had imagined, but rather the very fabric of time, immutable and eternal. This revelation clarified why he had previously witnessed gray energy seeping even from the crevices of rocks. His gaze fixated on the gray currents, an unusual glimmer igniting in his eyes. He lifted his gaze, piercing through the dragon mountain, and peered into the void. With the aid of this mirror, Rhaegar finally perceived the true nature of the world and comprehended the origin of the gray currents. In the void, he discerned strands of gray interwoven to form a network, a lattice of time. The information imparted by the mirror unfurled within his mind. It was one of the two fundamental elements that constituted the entirety of the plane. These time grids were in a constant state of collapse and subsequent reformation. During this collapse, some of the strands forming the network escaped, inch by inch transforming into gray mist, merging into the army of gray currents surging into Rhaegar's body. Initially, these currents manifested as mere specks of light, but ultimately they coalesced into vast expanses, akin to rivers in the sky or boundless tsunamis, all cascading toward the crown of Rhaegar's head. The temporal grid was once deemed the most fundamental element of this world, immutable and incapable of disintegration. Yet, the stark reality is that it has indeed fractured, following the emergence of the Great Dragon. Rhaegar single-handedly transformed the entire realm from a world devoid of magic to one of moderate enchantment, ushering in an extraordinary manifestation that significantly altered the timeline. Consequently, the entire realm is undergoing a reconstitution, and the temporal grid is no exception. Rhaegar has come to comprehend the nature of the mirror that facilitated his traversal. With a mere thought, the mirror materialized before him. Its design is archaic, with an impeccably smooth front and a uniquely adorned back. The outer circle of the reverse side is embellished with various motifs, featuring the sun and moon at the top and bottom, and the stars on either side. At the center lies a square button, flanked by symbols on each of its four sides. Yet, Rhaegar recognizes that these symbols form words. Together, they convey the phrase mirror of heaven and earth. Its purpose is to reshape the cosmos and traverse the realms of yin and yang. It is time to encounter the so-called deities of this realm and explore the essence of existence. However, Rhaegar turned his gaze towards the three unconscious dragons and the two individuals. Having witnessed the resurgence of the extraordinary, they shall be granted a taste of this power. He extended his hand to receive a flowing stream of gray energy, resembling an intensely concentrated mist, which settled steadily in his palm. With a swift motion, he dispersed the energy into the three dragons and two individuals. A gentle stroke across the mirror summoned chains of cosmic laws into existence, each adorned with myriad intricate patterns. These chains represent another fundamental element, distinct from the temporal grid. Rhaegar's eyes shifted further, towards the location of the realm's membrane. This membrane resembled a bubble, tightly enclosing the entire plane. Beyond this bubble lies an expanse of unending flames and boundless ice, entwined in a perpetual dance around the realm. Each rotation ripples across the surface of the bubble like waves upon water. One can distinctly observe that the power of ice has grown immensely, akin to ivy, having claimed 2/3 of the entire realm. Within this bubble reside 7 ethereal, translucent figures, leaning against the temporal grid, with chains of cosmic laws binding them. No. After observing through the mirror for some time, Rhaegar slowly shook his head, realizing that it is more accurate to say they are ensnared by the chains of law, shackled by the temporal grid. The 7 deities are within the bubble, while outside, they are enveloped by ice and fire. Upon this revelation, Rhaegar ultimately understood why miracles abound in this realm, yet the deities have never truly descended. The ice and fire serve as barriers, isolating them beyond the realm's membrane, compelling them to infiltrate through subconscious interference and whispered murmurs. The 7 deities were bound, or rather, born of time and rules, unable to excessively interfere with the mortal realm. Moreover, Rhaegar could perceive the figures of these 7 beings. Though each was distinct, their gazes were vacant, ensnared in slumber. Altering the timeline, a smile curled upon Rhaegar's lips. What could be more transformative than vanquishing the 7 deities? He intended to absorb them. Chapter 43. The absorption of divinity with a mere thought. The mirror enveloped Rhaegar, forming a luminous silhouette that surged toward the 7 deities in the void. As he drew closer, the brightness of the silhouette began to wane. Rhaegar understood that the gray mist within the mirror was dwindling. Should this light extinguish, he would lose the mirror's protection, leading to dire consequences. For he was not situated in the realm of reality. Thus it began. With determination, Rhaegar infused his golden aura into the mirror. Indeed, the brilliance of the mirror intensified slightly. Now was the moment. As Rhaegar focused his intent, the mirror propelled him toward the silhouette of one of the 7 deities, a goddess symbolizing innocence and purity. Buzzing, the mirror emitted a gentle tremor, and then the radiance abruptly flickered. Yet, it mattered not. He had succeeded, appearing within the essence of the goddess. His intuition had proven correct. The extraordinary had never truly vanished. It lay like dust upon the ground, and with the slightest breeze, equilibrium could be shattered, allowing the extraordinary to awaken. At this moment, the goddess was laden with dust. The extraordinary had not departed from her. Rather, she was the very source of it. The once depleted golden aura, under Rhaegar's manipulation, began to extract the goddess's extraordinary power. With each breath, energy transformed into aura. As the goddess's essence was incessantly drawn upon, the gray mist reemerged. Rhaegar once more altered the timeline by weakening the 7 deities, acquiring the gray mist. The mirror, nourished by this gray mist, instantly brightened. The now radiant mirror seemed to respond to the goddess's power, beginning to absorb it. After all, the source of the 7 deities' power was fundamentally the web of time and the chains of rules. With all of it entering her being, absorption would be effortless. The goddess's form, which should have radiated endless gentle light, gradually dimmed under the dual absorption of one man and one mirror. Furthermore, her silhouette began to shrink. Rhaegar ceased his absorption, for his current level of brilliance was insufficient to consume the power of a deity, even one in a fractured state. Henceforth, it was the mirror that continued the absorption, and as the goddess diminished, the gray mist formed torrents, flowing into the mirror. A sound akin to bursting bubbles resonated. Rhaegar fell from the body of the maiden goddess, yet fortunately, the light of the mirror enveloped him. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld the form of the maiden goddess, every part resembling shattered porcelain. With a gentle sound echoing through the void, her body disintegrated into fragments of brilliance. These final glimmers coalesced into a flame no larger than a being. This flickering flame, akin to a candle's glow, burned and floated within the emptiness. Divine fire. An eruption of information surged through Rhaegar's mind upon witnessing this spark, naturally conjuring two words. Soon, more knowledge flooded his thoughts. After a lengthy pause, he opened his eyes, gazing at the divine fire with a complex expression. To ignite the divine fire is to ascend to divinity. How splendid! Alas, one would be eternally bound within this realm, never to escape. Suddenly, the mirror quivered slightly, emitting a beam of light into Rhaegar's mind. The art of soul division. Rhaegar's voice trembled with astonishment. To sever one's soul, transforming into an entirely new self. Greed once again glimmered in Rhaegar's eyes. Now that a means of evasion had been unveiled, how could he forego such an opportunity? He promptly seated himself within the luminous veil of the mirror. The circular knob on the back of the mirror detached, spinning above Rhaegar's head. Pain. Despite his preparedness, he nearly succumbed to the agony. The torment of his soul being torn asunder far surpassed that of his arm being wrenched apart. A peculiar flush appeared on his cheeks, followed by his forehead. At last, a dim and minuscule silhouette slowly materialized at his brow, resembling a figure the size of an infant. This silhouette represented the divided essence of Rhaegar's soul, an alternate self. With the assistance of the circular knob, the silhouette gradually approached the divine fire. At the moment their souls touched the divine flame, a gentle radiance ignited once more, so resplendent that it eclipsed the brilliance of the 6 other divine beings in this void. A figure emerged anew from the divine fire. In that instant, Rhaegar felt his vision consumed by this figure, or rather, by this light. Violet luminescence emanated from the eyes of the silhouette. As the light gradually dimmed, Rhaegar discerned that this towering figure, this new deity, was none other than himself. An enigmatic connection was forged between them. I am he, and he is I. Rhaegar and the silhouette spoke in unison. Our name is that of all beings. A profound hum resonated throughout the space, seemingly welcoming the birth of the new god. A sacred aura began to permeate the surroundings. Subsequently, this newly ascended deity, the god of all beings, gently lifted Rhaegar, along with the mirror, and placed them within his own being. The air, an endless and tumultuous gray flow, surged forth once more, as Rhaegar drastically altered the timeline yet again. However, Rhaegar's ambition soared higher. He yearned for the powers of the remaining 6 deities. The god of all beings swiftly raced towards the other 6 gods. First came the bearded man wielding a balance, the Father of Heaven. At this moment, this Father of Heaven, with a vacant gaze, transformed into countless specks of light that continuously flowed into the god of all beings, solidifying his divine form. With a resounding boom, divine flames re-emerged. The god of all beings opened his mouth wide, swallowing a fragment of this divine fire. This was Rhaegar's intention. He sought to consolidate the powers of all gods within a single divine entity. Frustrated by the sluggish pace, Rhaegar grasped 2 gods with each hand. One was a woman radiating love and compassion, the mother goddess, and the other, a valiant warrior adorned with a longsword, the god of warriors. Following them was a robust blacksmith wielding a hammer, the god of smiths. Then there was a benevolent old woman holding a lantern, the goddess of the elderly. And finally, the wandering figure representing death and the unknown, the god of the unknown. Absorb, disperse, divine fire, absorb again. This sequence repeated endlessly, yet Rhaegar reveled in it. The divine power surged, and the divine form solidified further. Not to mention, the endless gray flow continued to pour into the mirror like an ocean. The 7 gods were entirely absorbed by the god of all beings, and the entire realm began to restructure. Rhaegar could even sense the fluctuations of ice and fire beyond that realm. Initially, the former exhibited urgency during absorption, followed by a sense of panic. In contrast, the latter's joyful fluctuations remained unchanged. Chapter 44. Reactions from all sides. Part 1. As Rhaegar's other soul ascended to divinity and absorbed the 7 gods in an instant. Within the holy hall of Dragonstone Island, the 7 statues carved from ship masts, adorned with layers of vibrant paint, gilding, silver plating, and embedded jewels, exploded simultaneously. In King's Landing, a magnificent marble-domed structure with 7 crystalline towers, known as the Great Hall of Baelor, witnessed countless monks kneeling beneath this glass, gold, and crystal dome. Some weeping, others bewildered, and many in prayer. They sought forgiveness from their gods, for just moments before, their faith, their pillars, the 7 towering, gilded statues of the gods, had all shattered at once. In Old Town, beneath the black marble walls and arched windows, lay the Grand Hall of the Stars. All the monks knelt before the shattered statues of the 7 gods, and the air thickened with despair. A bishop, holding a fragment of one of the statues, bore a gaze of utter desolation. All the sanctuaries and temples housing the sculptures of the 7 gods, be they modest or grand, erupted into ruin. The final vestiges of the 7 gods in this world had vanished. The Red Temple, nestled within the colossal edifice that seems to have been sculpted from flames, radiates the sacred fire, an everlasting blaze that once more heralds a portent, this time with remarkable clarity. With a hiss, the brilliant, otherworldly flames extend their fiery tongues skyward, dancing freely in the air to form several Valyrian runes. Beniro recognizes these symbols. Rhaegar signifies the divine, the supreme priest, kneeling in reverence. The self-proclaimed servant of the Light King, Beniro, is momentarily taken aback, only to be subsequently engulfed by a wave of ecstasy. Rhaegar is the deity. He instinctively associates this divine entity with the Light King. Rising abruptly, he stands amidst the vast temple, surrounded by numerous monks. The lower-ranking acolytes, clad in bright orange robes, mingle with the priests, both male and female, adorned in crimson vestments. Further afield, a line of the hands of the sacred fire stands resolutely upon the steps, each pair of eyes fixed upon the supreme priest. Rhaegar, the magnificent King Rhaegar I, is indeed our god. He is the Light King who has descended upon this realm. A resounding voice proclaims, inciting a chorus of agreement. All the monks erupt in jubilant exclamations, their cheers reverberating like thunder, celebrating the arrival of their god into this world. The supreme priest leads the assembly in a melodic chant, the elongated tones echoing throughout the temple. The long night is dark and fraught with peril. After countless hymns, the supreme priest raises his voice once more, declaring, "Faithful servants of the Light King, I shall personally journey to King's Landing to welcome our great god. His arrival shall redeem humanity from the clutches of darkness." Another resounding chorus of agreement follows, deafening in its intensity. Quails, an immensely grand city situated in the southeast of Essos. To its northwest lies a forest, devoid of any signs of life, shrouded in shadowy trees. These ebony trunks jostle against one another, their roots entwined beneath foot. Strangely, the dark trees are adorned with deep blue leaves. In the heart of this eerie woodland lies a clearing, where an extraordinary structure resembles a colossal stone serpent coiled upon itself. Its predominant hue is gray, low and elongated, without a single seam. This is the Hall of the Immortal, the epicenter of Quail's male sorcerers. Within the depths of the Hall of the Immortal, one finds an ancient, dimly lit stone chamber. Countless gaping mouths, no, hundreds upon thousands of them, are embedded in every wall. The chamber is dominated by a long stone table laden with decaying scrolls, surrounded by figures garbed in opulence. They, or perhaps it, are all draped in luxurious robes of blue velvet that trail upon the ground. Blue, pointed hats are meticulously placed upon their heads. Yet, in stark contrast to their resplendent attire, lie their aging and grotesque bodies. Their emaciated forms exude an eerie blue hue, while their countenances lean towards a sinister shade of dark blue. These are the Immortals. As the elite among male witches, they are witnesses of the ages. Their longevity a mystery to all. Many, including the 13 overlords who govern this city, claim they have long since perished. However, they remain very much alive. The Immortals once again imbibe the waters of the Nightshade. This enchanted elixir, coveted by the witches for its mysterious powers, possesses a deep blue color and flows with a viscosity akin to honey. Believe me, you would not wish to partake of it yourself. In an instant, their lips turn deep blue, quivering violently, their eyes rolling back to reveal a dazzling blue light. Through this peculiar potion, they commune with the source of their power. Suddenly, their bodies convulse violently, limbs flailing in a chaotic dance. No, 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 no. Countless whispers emanate from their mouths. The red wastes, the red wastes. The Mother of Earth weeps. The returning power is fading away. Simultaneously, their bodies grow even more decrepit, flesh from their chests sloughing off in large chunks, revealing putrid decay. Within their chests, only a rotting, swollen heart continues to beat. No, my power. A piercing tremor resonates, echoing within the cavernous stone hall filled with gaping mouths. Blavros, one of the 9 free city-states, houses the Black and White Temple, a sanctuary devoted to the god of death. The somber gray structures merge seamlessly with the rocky hills. The path to the temple consists solely of a long, steep stone staircase. The temple doors are a pair of wooden portals, adorned with metallic patterns, yet their hues diverge. The left is composed of fishbeam wood, pale as bone, while the right is crafted from ebony, dark as night. These doors are rarely opened, but today, they stand ajar, revealing more than a dozen individuals within the once empty temple. This occurrence follows the sudden explosion of 30 distinct statues of the faceless god aligned along the walls. Even the candles at the feet of the statues extinguished simultaneously. A harbinger of doom, this is indeed a dire omen. In an instant, all 30 servants of the faceless god congregate within the temple, encircling a dark water basin. Their garments are identical, hooded robes split in black on one side and white on the other. Their faces remain obscured, yet an undercurrent of terror reverberates among them. Just moments ago, their deity, the god of death they venerate, saw all of its statues shatter, without exception. Our god has vanished. A figure lifted his head, revealing his visage. Chapter 45. Reactions from all sides. Part 2. Before them stood an elderly man, his face marred by festering sores, with maggots crawling and writhing, burrowing into his nostrils. His voice emerged, or perhaps it could be said to have fallen. The atmosphere grew increasingly grave. Gentlefolk, what is the meaning of this? Someone inquired. It is God, came the response. I have received the final decree from the divine, announcing his consumption. The sound, akin to gravel scraping against glass, echoed once more. Consumed? How could this be? That is God. The noise erupted instantly. Silence. The temple returned to tranquility. The voice of the gentle soul resonated again, declaring that the divine was the last to be devoured, thus able to relay this message, while the other deities had already been consumed, their self-awareness vanishing along with them. What? Who has devoured our God? Is the era of destruction upon us? The gentle soul rose from the intricately carved high-back chair of ebony and fishwood. The divine has revealed the perpetrator. The gentle soul cast a sweeping gaze across the assembly, and all stood in unison. We are the faithful servants of the God of 1,000 faces. We are entitled to vengeance, even against deities. Who is it? Who is responsible? The gentle soul spoke slowly. The divine's last words were to all beings. Kill him. Kill him. A chorus of resolute voices arose, both youthful and aged, yet united in their intent to slay the deity. The gentle soul raised his arm, proclaiming, We are the servants of the God of 1,000 faces. And we do not kill at the behest of the powerful, nor for wealth, nor to satiate vanity. Henceforth, we shall live for but one purpose, to slay the God of all beings. Meanwhile, upon the Iron Isles, swirling dark clouds transformed the sky into a hue resembling the depths of the ocean. A solitary figure stood waist-deep in water, with colossal pale ribs in the distance, those of the sea serpent Naga, said to have devoured an entire small island in its lifetime. His unkempt and untrimmed black hair cascaded over his shoulders, falling to his waist like a cloak of ropes, even his tangled beard adorned with seaweed. Tall and gaunt, he possessed a most distinctive hooked nose. He was Island, the prophet of the drowned god. Island raised his arm, brandishing a piece of driftwood, and thundered to the brothers gathered before him. Brothers, let us heed the teachings of the true God. Hundreds of priests of the drowned god echoed in unison. Heed the true God. An elderly man clad in coarse linen, wielding a driftwood staff, stepped forward and poured a bag of salt water over Island's head. He then draped a coarse robe of gray, green, and blue, the colors of the sea, over Island's shoulders, symbolizing the essence of the ocean and the drowned god. O divine Aaron! The prophet of the drowning god cried out with closed eyes, I beseech you, grant me eyes that pierce through the veils of darkness, ears that are keenly attuned, and a mouth that conveys your sacred will. Suddenly, the wind surged forth, causing the hastily erected sealskin tents upon the shore to rustle wildly. The prophet spoke, and the edicts of the true deity flowed from his lips, a whisper that drifted across the horizon, subtle yet resonating in the ears of every priest. O drowning god! Our great true deity has imparted a revelation. We can no longer extend our aid to the frozen. The ancient powers have awakened. Yet soon, Aaron convulsed violently. torrents of seawater gushing forth from his mouth like a mighty fountain, a staggering amount to be contained within a single body. Aeron's voice emerged once more. No, it is not the ancient power. It is a new force, one that renders the gods of darkness, cold, and death no longer fearsome. An era of miracles and hope is on the horizon. The next epoch shall be one of gods and heroes. New powers, new deities shall be born. As the true God commands us to assist him, to pledge our loyalty to him. Aeron's words quickened, racing forth like the tempestuous winds along the shore. Who is he? Suddenly, Aeron opened his eyes, and there stood the god of all beings, Rhaegar. Aeron gazed upon his fellow priests, for he is his majesty Rhaegar the First, the god of all beings. We shall heed the true deity's will, offering our aid and loyalty to him. All the priests gathered around him bowed their heads in prayer at that moment, extolling the true God and welcoming the God of all beings. Whispers echoed continuously upon the sands, weaving through the great ribcage of the world, praising the true God, welcoming the God of all beings. Meanwhile, in a distant cave within the Frostbite Mountains, darkness prevailed, a hue deeper than the raven's plumage enveloping the entire cavern. A chilling breath permeated the space, and deep within the cave, shadows writhed, revealing countless delicate white roots. These were the roots of the fishbeam tree, densely clustered like sprawling tentacles across the cave's surface. With numerous bones nestled within the crevices between the roots, a new era is about to dawn. A voice devoid of vitality emerged, belonging to a figure obscured among the entwined roots. His eyes were hollowed, resembling two gaping voids, through which the roots pierced, bending to intertwine with his neck. He emanated a stench of decay, a being who ought to have perished yet remained alive. Beneath that emaciated exterior, his chest still rose and fell with shallow breaths. The power of the fishbeam, the force of the old gods sustained his existence. "O Green Prophet, what troubles you?" A resonant voice accompanied by a faint rustling sound, reminiscent of sand flowing through the neck of a bottle, pierced the silence. The speaker was a peculiar humanoid creature, crowned with a tangled mass of chestnut and golden locks, adorned with oversized ears, a cloak of leaves draping over her spotted, deep brown skin reminiscent of a doe. Her elongated eyes, a mesmerizing fusion of gold and green, gaze into the darkness toward the Green Prophet. This figure, a child of the forest, belongs to an ancient race and stands as the most significant indigenous being of this continent. The one known as the Green Prophet turned slightly, his hollow eye sockets fixed upon her. A new deity is born, heralding the end of the long night. Meanwhile, in the far north of the Frostbite Mountains, a place known as the Land of Eternal Winter, a transformation is unfolding. This land is an endless expanse, untouched by both humanity and divinity. Dark, cold pools of water are scattered across the terrain, their sheer number sending shivers down one's spine. It is nearly inconceivable that these waters remain in motion amidst such frigid temperatures. Cursed be the God of all beings. A whisper, melodic in its cadence, resonates across the vastness, distant yet profound. The biting winds carry this voice throughout the wilderness. As the sound resonates, the cold, shadowy waters suddenly erupt, releasing a multitude of bubbles. With the emergence of these bubbles, waves and whirlpools arise, displaying a dark crimson hue, as a thin mist slowly ascends above the whirlpool. With a crackling sound akin to the earth splitting, gray and deep blue arms emerge from the pool's surface. Chapter 46, A New World. At this moment, Rhaegar remains unaware that within this realm, some seek to pledge their loyalty to him, while others conspire to eliminate him. He is preparing, alongside the God of all beings, to undertake a significant endeavor. Having ascended to divinity, how could he lack a divine realm? And with the heavenly mirror capable of shaping the cosmos, why should Rhaegar not create a world anew? The God of all beings envelopes Rhaegar and the mirror, traversing the fabric of time, arriving at the Red Wasteland. A torrent of gray currents follows closely behind, continuously flowing into the heavenly mirror. Soon, Rhaegar reaches his destination. The Red Wasteland is a barren expanse on the continent of Essos, its soil red, arid, and devoid of life, characterized only by weathered plains and desiccated riverbeds. The God of all beings hovers in the air, holding the heavenly mirror. Indeed, Rhaegar has resolved to have the God of all beings actively invoke this mirror, striving to unleash its fullest potential. Divine power, a golden essence, incessantly flows into the heavenly mirror. As the mirror trembles slightly, it emits a resonant hum. Accompanying this sound is a colossal bolt of golden lightning, striking the earth without warning from the mirror's surface. Harnessing the divine power of the God of all beings and the seemingly endless gray currents, the mirror finally unveils its utmost might. The Crimson Wasteland is enveloped by successive arcs of golden lightning. As the lightning strikes down, the Scarlet Earth is instantaneously transformed, not merely evaporated, but instead, vibrant streams of various hues ascend from the shattered ground, clinging to the golden bolts. Even the rivers are not spared. As the lightning glides across the water's surface, vast amounts of liquid seem to vanish into thin air, leaving behind azure vapors entwined with the golden flashes. These vapors coalesce, ultimately forming a grand river of air, which surges directly towards the god of all beings. The deity extends a colossal hand, grasping this ethereal river as one would a great serpent. Subsequently, the god of all beings returns it to the mirror of celestial laws. Instantly, the mirror quakes violently, dividing this stream of energy into two distinct currents, which then continuously erupt towards the sky. Light and clear air gently ascend, transforming into the vast expanse above, while heavy and murky air descends, solidifying into the earth. A delicate membrane emerges, enveloping both the sky and the ground. A small piece of floating land materializes, giving birth to a new expanse. The entire realm trembles more violently, its vibrations sensed by all its inhabitants. Those living upon the surface, the mortals, are oblivious to the events unfolding, mistaking it merely for yet another earthquake. The temporal lattice of the realm disintegrates once more, allowing a greater influx of gray gas to shroud the entire Crimson Wasteland. The mirror, now replenished with this gray energy, emits even more golden lightning, thicker than before. Under Rhaegar's guidance, the range of these golden strikes gradually expands, casting a shadow over the land of shadows and the eastern regions of the trembling sea. At this moment, all entities, the earth, oceans, fields, rivers, forests, mountains, and all living beings, transform into points of light, coalescing into currents. The earth and mountains evolve into yellow and black streams, the oceans and lakes into blue currents, while forests and creatures morph into green and cyan flows. Even the magma and various minerals hidden beneath the surface manifest as red, silver, and golden streams. The sky, too, shrouded in golden lightning, begins to sink inch by inch, transforming into white, purple, and gray currents. As the sky is engulfed and absorbed, Rhaegar gazes beyond the realm, where lies the void, suffused with chaotic energies. The myriad colors of air envelop the entire sky, their might formidable, akin to towering waves of the ocean, surging and rolling. This grand spectacle of swirling currents spreads from all directions, extending for miles, resembling colossal dragons sprawled across the heavens, their presence awe-inspiring. Such a scene is even visible from the cities surrounding the Slave Bay. However, what those eyes perceive is merely the heavy clouds, shimmering with various lights, continuously rolling along the eastern horizon. A vast torrent of air supplanted the original clouds, rolling ceaselessly in the firmament before surging into the newly birthed floating continent. The converging deluge continuously expanded the boundaries of this nascent land. The area of the continent was rapidly increasing. 10 square kilometers, 100 square kilometers, 1,000 square kilometers, and finally, 10,000 square kilometers. Once the expanse reached 10,000 square kilometers, Rhaegar commanded the god of all beings to halt the continent's expansion. For now, the divine power could adequately sustain the continent's levitation within acceptable limits. Should the expansion continue, maintaining the continent's flotation would become a futile endeavor. At that moment, a message from the mirror of heaven and earth entered Rhaegar's mind. It conveyed that traversing realms, particularly through dimensional shifts, was more feasible with a small yet high-quality mass. This revelation prompted a swift change in Rhaegar's intentions. He instructed the god of all beings to cease the continent's expansion and to condense the land that had already formed. A thunderous roar echoed, as if the heavens themselves were being cleaved asunder. The entire continent was gradually compressed under divine manipulation. Elevated in the sky, Rhaegar beheld a barrier before him. He mused to himself, naming it the garment of the world, and as he reached out to touch it, a wave of warmth enveloped him. The land shrank from 10,000 to 1,000 square kilometers, and then further to 500 square kilometers. Beyond this point, it could not be reduced any further, for the land had become so solidified that even the god of all beings could not mar it in the slightest. Each parcel of land shimmered with a faint golden hue. Yet, the torrents from the red wasteland, the shadowed lands, and the eastern seas of the trembling ocean had not yet abated. Rhaegar felt a stir within him, prompting the god of all beings to gaze upon the swirling airs. Instantly, these diverse currents began to transform, splitting into 9 streams, each forming a cauldron inscribed with landscapes and rivers. though mere phantoms once they materialized. An inexhaustible power emanated from them. Each cauldron bore its own name, and with a mere wave of Rhaegar's hand, they soared off to different locations. Rhaegar aspired to harness these currents to forge a treasure capable of subduing the world for his newly formed continent. The Yang cauldron ascended, gradually morphing into a colossal sun, affixed high upon the garment of the world. The Yin cauldron descended, sinking into the depths, transforming into a bright moon, anchored at the deepest layer of the garment of the world. Simultaneously, the golden cauldron flew westward, a gentle golden aura radiating forth as the phantom of a golden mountain began to take shape. The fire cauldron ventured to the southern reaches of the Huaxiao realm. A flicker of fiery essence spreading as a vision of a blazing inferno slowly emerged. The wood cauldron drifted eastward, emanating a subtle fragrance of wood as the silhouette of a giant tree gradually formed. The water cauldron ascended to the northernmost expanse of the Huaxiao realm, releasing a delicate waft of aquatic essence as a watery expanse began to crystallize into existence. They are all, without exception, attached to the fabric of the world. Save for the earthen cauldron. The cauldron soared towards the heart of the Huaxiao realm, emanating wisps of earthy essence. There, Rhaegar intended to construct a grand palace in the traditional Chinese style, as he found the architectural aesthetics of this dimension to be utterly disagreeable. He stubbornly believed that the Chinese style was the epitome of excellence. As these great cauldrons adhered, Rhaegar sensed a marked increase in the solidity of the world's fabric. And through this mutual interaction, the concentration of energy steadily ascended. His own combat energy also quickened in flow. Thus, this nascent floating continent could truly be deemed a minor dimension. Upon the surface of the earthen cauldron, as vast currents of air flowed in abundance, a grand palace's ethereal silhouette gradually began to take shape. The foundation of the palace solidified first, forged from solid steel, and upon this, white jade served as the flooring. Next, the surrounding palace walls took form, encircling the area in a layout reminiscent of the 9-6 cities, stretching 9 miles in length and 6 miles in width. The walls were also formed from solid steel, encased in a layer of azure jade bricks both inside and out. On top of the walls, upon the foundation, Rhaegar planned for the god of all beings to inscribe divine runes, enhancing their fortitude. Chapter 47. The Dragon Steel Breathing Technique. These currents, under the guidance of the god of all beings, incessantly shaped Rhaegar's magnificent palace. Realizing it would take some time to complete, Rhaegar contemplated returning to Dragonstone Island. With a mere thought, the mirror flew into his hand. At this moment, the mirror had completely regained its original appearance. It felt weighty in his grasp, and he began to examine its surface. A layer of radiant glass shimmered brilliantly, exuding a kaleidoscope of colors when he gently touched it. The surface was smooth and devoid of the heaviness associated with crystal or glass. Turning it over, he observed intricate engravings. But the most striking transformation was at the center of the mirror's back. The once round copper knob had morphed into a crouching Qilin. Unable to resist, Rhaegar playfully flicked the back of the mirror. A clear, melodious sound resonated, lingering in the air for an extended period before fading away. At the moment of the flick, a brilliant golden flame surged forth, and the crystalline surface of the mirror shimmered with a vibrant tapestry of colors. However, Rhaegar felt his combat energy drain almost instantaneously. With a gasp, Rhaegar's expression shifted. It was truly alarming that such a light flick could nearly deplete the energy of a Radiance-level knight without even triggering any function. He dared not toy with the mirror any longer. With a thought, the distant god of all beings sent forth a beam of golden divine power, infusing the mirror. The mirror then emitted a blinding light, enveloping Rhaegar and swiftly transporting him along the temporal grid to Dragonstone Island. It was remarkably convenient, akin to spatial displacement. Dragonstone Island remained unchanged, just as it had always been. They remain oblivious to the happenings far beyond the void, unaware that a portion of another continent, along with its seas, has succumbed to the abyss and become mere history. Indeed, they sense the tremors of earthquakes, yet for those dwelling upon an active volcano, such quakes are commonplace. Nonetheless, within the castle, a slight unrest stirred, for the statues of the 7 gods in Dragonstone had cracked, an omen that instilled a sense of panic among the inhabitants. However, Rhaegar had little inclination to soothe their so-called fears. He made his way directly into the heart of Dragonmount. This time, he did not enter through the dungeons, but rather descended straight from the volcano's mouth, braving the pale steam and searing heat, until he reached the stone bridge he had previously encountered. The 3 dragons remained in slumber, though their awakening was imminent. As the shimmering cocoon of gray mist had thinned to an ephemeral layer, Rhaegar smiled, then approached the platform, settling down cross-legged, willing to invest time in awaiting their breakthrough or growth. The first to awaken was Hotha, the robust man, whose capacity for absorption was notably exceptional, and his advancement surprised Rhaegar. Golden energy, akin to flames, enveloped Hotha's form as he ascended to the rank of Golden Knight, a pinnacle achieved through the transformation of the Grey Mist. In the absence of any martial arts, the Grey Mist merely facilitated a continuous accumulation of energy, subsequently elevating the quality of the power. Concurrently, this process of condensing energy relentlessly tempered the body. Your Majesty, Hotha's eyes fluttered open, reflecting confusion, yet upon seeing Rhaegar, he suppressed that bewilderment. He recognized the statue before him, a likeness of Rhaegar himself, and understood that his own physical form and the enigmatic power he possessed stemmed entirely from the sovereign. Rhaegar, too, noticed Hotha's perplexity and proceeded to elucidate the ranks of energy. He then invoked the god of all living beings, summoning forth divine golden power. It was as if the confines of time and space had been transcended. In an instant, a golden light, imbued with a sacred aura, illuminated the entire interior of Dragonmount and shot directly towards the mirror Rhaegar held aloft. After a brief tremor, the mirror began to rotate gently. Upon its surface, luminous characters, resembling tadpoles, began to manifest. These symbols pulsated with light, flowing into Hotha's body, entering and exiting through his myriad of pores, before gradually dissipating moments later. Your Majesty, what is this? Hotha's eyes betrayed his astonishment. This is the Dragonsteel breathing technique, which not only aids in controlling the surging power within you, but also facilitates rapid cultivation and enhancement of your energy. This breathing technique has been derived from my physical constitution and current state, as deduced by the mirror. Rhaegar responded, why not give it a try? This world has already experienced a remarkable resurgence, and there will be energy for you to absorb. Under Rhaegar's guidance, Heda began to circulate the internal fighting spirit according to the principles of the breathing technique. Initially awkward and sluggish, he gradually mastered the method of operation through the Dragonsteel breathing method. With each breath, a trace of ambient energy was drawn into his body. Your Majesty, a gentle voice tinged with an accent from the Jade Sea region reached him. Rhaegar recognized it immediately. Melisandre, you are awake. Yes, Your Majesty. Melisandre's voice was unexpectedly tender, imbued with an indescribable emotion. Rhaegar gazed at her in curiosity. She still wore the same crimson robe, yet her aura had transformed significantly. A harmonious blend of aloofness and gentleness that left Rhaegar momentarily entranced. Melisandre, you must have gained quite a bit as well. She smiled, her smile reminiscent of the summer sun. Indeed, Your Majesty, and I must thank you for your assistance. Was it merely an illusion? Or did Melisandre now exhibit a touch less of the distant respect she once held for him, replaced instead by a playful intimacy? Rhaegar shook his head slightly, casting aside such thoughts. Melisandre, have you also acquired fighting spirit? If this golden flame is what Your Majesty refers to as fighting spirit, then I believe I too possess it. Melisandre lifted a delicate finger, and golden fighting spirit materialized at her fingertip, shifting forms with abandon. Impressive, impressive, Rhaegar praised without reservation. It seems your mastery of fighting spirit is quite adept. Melisandre's talent was indeed formidable. She had elevated her control over fighting spirit to such a level at her very first attempt. Yet, Rhaegar remained curious. Wasn't she supposed to be a necromancer, summoning the dead? How had she taken to fighting spirit? Could the currents of time only give rise to fighting spirit? With this question lingering, Rhaegar inquired again, Melisandre, what of your so-called spells? Upon hearing this, Melisandre's wine-red lips curled into a seductive smile. You mean controlling the corpses, Your Majesty? I can sense that I have also enhanced that. She then grasped a ruby, intending to demonstrate for Rhaegar, but he waved his hand to halt her. Good, Melisandre, I trust you. My Targaryen lineage has, for centuries, possessed many dragon bones within the dragon's lair and the Red Keep. As he spoke, Rhaegar removed the signet ring from his finger and handed it to Melisandre. I authorize you to utilize all the dragon bones, and your task will be to help me resurrect the dragons in another form. Melisandre's crimson eyes pulsed like rubies, fixated on Rhaegar. After a moment, she gently wrapped her slender arm around his, saying, Very well, my lord. The atmosphere shifted, becoming charged with an intimate tension. Chapter 48. The dragon Melisandre departed first, intending to commence her efforts within Dragonstone at the site known as Dragonbone, in an attempt to resurrect the dragons once more. Meanwhile, Rhaegar's gaze shifted toward the slumbering dragons, whose forms had grown immensely, yet remained dormant. After deliberation, he resolved to return to the Stone Drum Tower to retrieve the hidden Blackfire. At the summit of the Stone Drum Tower lay a vast circular chamber known as the War Room. A line of towering arched windows offered an unparalleled vista. The hall was devoid of any embellishments, not even tapestries, save for a solitary oak table positioned at its center, irregular and serpentine in shape. This table was crafted by artisans under the auspices of Rhaegar's ancestor, Aegon I, modeled after the contours of the entire continent. Nearly 3 centuries of history imbued this table with profound significance, for it was at this very table that his forebears had repeatedly contemplated the conquest of the realm. In the hall, only one high-backed chair graced a raised platform, oriented precisely towards the table that represented Dragonstone's location. The sword Rhaegar sought had been concealed by his father within the wall behind this chair. Following the War of the Ninepenny Kings, Borros Baratheon had delivered the ancestral blade, Blackfire, seized from the hands of Maegor, to Rhaegar's father. Maegor, the last scion of House Blackfire, had been vanquished, thanks to Borros, ensuring the lineage's extinction. At that time, Rhaegar's father still possessed clarity of mind, untainted by madness, and together with a young Rhaegar, had personally concealed the sword within the walls of Dragonstone. Only the 3 of them, father, son, and Borros, were privy to this act, but as his father's sanity waned, the knowledge dwindled to just Rhaegar and Borros. Now, it was time for Blackfire to re-emerge. Rhaegar placed his hand upon the rough surface of the black stone and unleashed a surge of his inner power. As the energy swirled from his palm, the stone shattered instantaneously, revealing a brilliance akin to pure obsidian. There, nestled within the cavity of the wall, lay the sword, waiting in silence. Rhaegar, suppressing his exhilaration, gently withdrew the blade, relishing the satisfying sound of metal against stone. Blackfire, he murmured, his gaze unwavering, beholding the ancestral sword of House Targaryen that had endured for centuries. The hilt bore a magnificent ruby, glimmering like a dragon's eye. He lifted the blade towards the dawn's light, admiring the deep, lustrous sheen of the dark metal. Centuries had left no mark upon it. It remained as sharp as the day it was forged. With satisfaction, Rhaegar sheathed Blackfire in a meticulously prepared gray leather scabbard, then turned to depart, making his way back towards the interior of Dragonstone to behold his 3 dragons. Upon his return, both Hotha and the dragons offered him a respectful salute. The 3 dragons have awakened. These creatures have transformed from fledglings into fearsome behemoths, with the largest among them, predictably, being the Black Dragon. With the aid of the currents of time, its form has swelled like a balloon, growing from the size of a palm to over 3 meters in length, adorned with scales as dark as the night itself. Although the other 2 dragons are somewhat smaller in stature, they too can be deemed colossal beasts. The very first act upon their awakening was to open their mighty jaws, yearning to unleash a roar. "Do not roar," thundered Rhaegar in a commanding voice. This is the interior of a volcano. Should their dragon song resonate, it could very well trigger an eruption. Remarkably, the 3 dragons seemed to comprehend, stifling their cries, lowering their heads, and emitting barely audible murmurs. Satisfied, Rhaegar nodded and approached the Black Dragon, caressing its smooth scales, each the size of a coin, intricately etched with exquisite flame patterns. "Let us proceed to Ellen Valley." As he spoke, he leapt onto the back of the Black Dragon. "Herta, you join me." Herta bowed respectfully. "Yes, your majesty." The Black Dragon, seemingly understanding, exhaled warm air through its nostrils in a display of discontent, only to be silenced by Rhaegar's scabbard. "Be quiet. Let us soar." Upon hearing this, the Black Dragon raised its head, unfurling its magnificent wings, which spanned an impressive 5 meters. With a thunderous roar of wind, it took flight, the silver and bronze dragons trailing closely behind. In a flash, the trio surged into the sky, cutting through the howling winds and ascending into the vaporous heavens. The ground swiftly receded from Rhaegar and his companions, while the horizon and clouds expanded rapidly within Rhaegar's gaze. The rush of wind and the sound of his garments whipping about filled Rhaegar with exhilaration. Yet, he pondered, the dragons still seemed insufficiently colossal. As thoughts swirled in his mind, 3 beams of golden light, imbued with a divine essence, transcended the boundaries of time and space, directing themselves toward the 3 dragons. This was the divine power of the god of all beings, which Rhaegar sought to harness to facilitate a rapid elevation of the dragon's strength. Ordinarily, these dragons could only grow in size alongside their age, and this size served as a measure of their power. However, with the infusion of divine energy, streaming continuously into them, it would enable them to possess the strength of fully grown or even mature dragons in their youthful phase. As the divine power coursed through their bodies, the 3 colossal dragons released a resounding cry. It was a dragon's roar. a thunderous proclamation akin to the sound of jade striking metal. Under the influence of divine energy, the dragons began to undergo a profound metamorphosis. Their scales, once akin to coins in size, swelled dramatically, becoming as large and weighty as platters, their colors deepening and becoming more subdued. The black dragon, beneath Rhaegar's feet, was being continuously nurtured by divine power, its form expanding exponentially, now 5 times its original size as it erupted from the volcano. Its magnificent wings could indeed eclipse the sun. Each dark scale exuded heat, reminiscent of molten lava surging forth. An ancient and formidable draconic aura emerged, a presence unique to the sovereign of the skies. The other 2 dragons, as the divine light gradually dimmed, had also grown to 4 times their original size. The silver dragon, unlike the menacing black dragon, possessed a slender and robust physique, its body crystalline and translucent. Its snowflake-like scales imparted an elegance and ethereality. Yet its colossal form served as a reminder to all not to underestimate it. The final dragon, a bronze creature, was adorned with deep yellow, heavy scales that shimmered like gold, reminiscent of a golden dawn, its size both vast and imposing. Rhaegar erupted into hearty laughter, for with such dragons at his command, who in the world could oppose him? At that moment, these 3 dragons could truly be called giants. It was time to bestow names upon them. Rhaegar gently caressed the thick scales of the black dragon beneath him. In the annals of history, the mightiest dragon was indeed the Black Reaper. Such a name was undeniably majestic, and his own black dragon must not fall short in nomenclature. What about naming it Little Black? Immediately, the massive body of the black dragon quivered, followed by a vigorous shake, a furious roar escaping its mouth. All right, I jest not. I shall name you Emperor Jean. Rhaegar patted the dragon's head, declaring, "You shall accompany me and aid in conquering all foes." As for the silver dragon, Rhaegar turned his gaze to the shimmering creature nearby, whose silver scales glistened under the sunlight, reflecting a sky blue akin to precious gems, while its wings radiated a spectrum of colors. "You shall be called Rainbow Radiance." Lastly, the bronze dragon was named Liao Yuan. Chapter 49. The arrival of the dragons above the clouds. The sky was a gentle azure, bathed in brilliant sunlight. Beneath the colossal wings of the dragon, the clouds rippled with turbulence, drawing closer to Eileen Valley. Emperor Zheng dove downward, extending his claws to tear through the thick clouds. Instantly, a panorama unfolded, revealing verdant fields and the tips of mountains. The canyon stretched before Rhaegar, with hundreds of lakes interconnecting with the gentle rivers that flowed within the vast and expansive valley, bordered by towering mountains. The stark contrast between the rugged terrain and the serene valley was striking. The mountains were known as the Mingyue Mountain Range, atop which stood a splendid castle of white stone, its marble faade as pristine as a maiden's skin, making the castle shine brilliantly. This castle, perched atop the Mingyue Mountain Range, was known as Eagle's Nest Fortress. At this moment, thousands of feet below, the vast encampment resembled a child's building blocks scattered upon the earth. This was the assembly of nobles from the eastern realms and the Dornish forces, who had united to besiege the Vale of Arryn. The battle had persisted for several days and nights, as they lingered around the Moon Gate, hindered by the treacherous terrain, unable to seize the perilous heights of the Eyrie. Yet at this instant, the sprawling camp found itself cloaked in the shadow of 3 colossal dragon wings. The sky darkened abruptly, no longer bathed in the light of dawn. The soldiers, perplexed, looked up and found themselves unable to lower their gazes, their mouths agape. They stood in stunned silence. What had they witnessed? They could scarcely believe their own eyes. Dragons. Great dragons. A moment of hush was swiftly eclipsed by an uproar of unparalleled magnitude. Everyone was astonished. Once more, dragons graced this continent, their roars reverberating across skies that had been devoid of such majesty for over a century. Rhaegar, accompanied by the 3 dragons, glided along the rugged terrain of the Moon Mountains, soaring gracefully before descending to a hillock not far from the camp. The soldiers on the ground gathered eagerly, yearning to behold the arrival of the dragons. Suddenly, a whirlwind swept across the earth, causing everything on the soldiers to rustle violently, even unsteadying their forms. The intense wind pressure bent trees with ease. The 3 dragons, their immense wings trailing like cloaks, descended directly. With a resounding crash, several towering trees stood as barriers to the dragon's landing, only to be struck down with force, toppling one after another. The trees splintered, sending large shards of wood flying in all directions. Rhaegar felt an immense force attempting to unseat him, yet rooted firmly on the dragon's back, he remained unyielding. As did his companion, Hoda. Indeed, it was quite reckless. Rhaegar found himself at a loss for words at this savage descent. But the spectacle was not over. They unfurled their wings, vast as the heavens, and opened their mouths, emitting a tremendous roar that sent shockwaves vibrating through the surrounding forest. The sonic waves of the dragons surged past, enveloping the distant spectators in a warm gust, while leaves rained down from the trees. Dragons! Dragons! Before them loomed 3 magnificent beasts, particularly the black dragon. The Dornish commander at the forefront, Oberyn Martell, known as the Red Viper of Dorne, and also the brother of Rhaegar's wife, Elia, stood transfixed. By lineage, he ought to address Rhaegar as brother-in-law. Yet at this moment, his eyes, dark and gleaming like oil, were filled with astonishment. The foremost black dragon was nothing short of a manifestation of darkness itself. The darkness, more profound than the night itself, loomed ominously before them. Beneath the expansive wings of the creature, its form resembled a small mountain, cloaked in metallic scales that shimmered with a fiery red hue akin to boiling magma. Countless grotesque horns adorned its head, and within its maw lay 2 rows of razor-sharp fangs, forged as if from obsidian. Their sharpness was sufficient to deeply penetrate the rocky walls, and there was no doubt that a mere flick of its head could rend the very air around it. Its colossal wings nearly enveloped its massive body, while menacing spikes dotted its entire back, and 2 interwoven ridges of jet-black spines surged along its spine. A thick, sinuous tail, equipped with formidable barbs, along with its evolved, massive winged feet, maintained the balance of its gargantuan form, supporting its immense bulk. The hind limbs, armed with gigantic claws, suggested to Oberyn that a single strike could effortlessly pierce the earth itself. At this moment, the creature's vast body glimmered with a faint luminescence, resembling a volcano towering over the land, immense and perilous, casting doubts on whether it might tear through the fabric of time and annihilate the world. An intense sense of trepidation surged forth, the submission of lower beings before a superior entity, aptly described by the term dragon might. How could it be? Oberyn, a figure as radiant as the sun itself, found himself muttering nervously, a reaction one could scarcely imagine from the common soldiers present. Was that a reincarnation of the Black Death? How could such a colossal dragon exist? Oberyn's gaze fixated on the magnificent beasts, grappling with the bewildering thought that, if they were indeed dragons, they must have been recently born. Yet, how could they have grown to such an extraordinary size? It defied all logic. Unless Oberyn contemplated a possibility. The 3 dragons had actually long since come into existence, perhaps birthed amidst the inferno of the Summer Hall, and had since been kept hidden until now, revealed to the world by His Majesty the King. If this were indeed the case, the Targaryen family was truly terrifying. The thought sent a chill down Oberyn's spine. He gazed into the molten eyes of the dragon, reflecting on the glory of the Targaryen dynasty, which, without a doubt, would be realized in the hands of his brother-in-law. With nearly 30 meters of wingspan and close to 20 meters in length, the grandeur of their massive wings endowed them with remarkable flight capabilities. Their sheer size alone constituted a significant threat. It is noteworthy that, 153 years after Aegon, the last dragon of the dynasty had perished, marking the beginning of the family's decline from greatness. A Targaryen lineage without dragons resembled a toothless tiger. The powerful noble families of the 7 kingdoms yearned to stroke the tiger's whiskers, but possessing dragons altered the dynamics entirely. The presence of dragons instilled a fearsome authority, capable of compelling even the most defiant to submit. Upon this thought, Oberyn chuckled, a smile of genuine delight gracing his lips. He waved at the man perched upon the dragon's back and called out, "Your Majesty, it is I, your brother-in-law, Oberyn."